Part 1 is up on YouTube. Dan was not serious. He couldn't be serious. Betty followed him to his closet and, as he packed, she asked him why he was leaving, as if she hadn't been under the same roof with him for years and watching her marriage fall apart. She said Dan asked for more space for a while. Men don't need space or time. Whenever a man asks for more space or more time, he's really just looking for an easy way to leave a woman. Betty said she accused him of having an affair, and Dan told her Linda had nothing to do with it. He asked her if she wanted him to leave right then or wait until the next day. Stumbo said on page 130, in her mind, even at the 11th hour, he was trying to force her into ordering him out of the family home. She said she told him to do whatever he wanted. She said she was married long enough to an attorney to see through his games, but Betty was by nature far more manipulative than Dan. Betty said he undressed and went to bed with her. If Betty could prove that the couple were still consummating their relationship, that meant they were still together, and she could change the actual separation date. Dan said he did not spend the night with her, and according to Stumbo on page 130, he told Betty flatly, "I'm leaving you. I'm going away. We can't live together anymore. It's been bad too long between us. This is not going to work. I have to go." Dan did not tell Betty yet that he wanted a divorce because Stumbo said he hadn't decided to do that. But he probably hadn't decided to start divorce proceedings yet, and he's out the door. An enraged Betty threw a jar of hair gel at him and brandished a butcher knife. He knew from past experience how Betty became outraged when she didn't get her way. She said in her book it was Dan who threw the fits and became violent, but it was really just as much Betty. Stumbo on page 132 said Betty and the children stayed in the rental house at La Jolla Shores. Dan moved back to the Coral Reef house. Construction was nearly done, but the place was a shambles, and it had no furniture. Betty was certain he would return home soon under those conditions. She didn't believe Dan was serious. As Betty told Stumbo on page 141, it was just another stage in his midlife crisis. He would come to his senses sooner or later. He was 40, that was all. Betty on page 188 said the morning he left, "I felt like I'd been hit by a car." Stumbo said on page 130, any woman who has ever been left by a man, particularly for another woman, knows how Betty Broderick felt the morning after. Her mind was a stupid, dysfunctional tangle of shock, indignation, and self-pity, fading to hazy introspection, blurring to furious self-defense, finally collapsing into the only single emotion that, for the moment, at least mattered: disbelief. Betty tried to convince everyone, including herself, that he just needed some space, and he would soon return. Everyone else could see that it was more than that. Everyone but Betty. Stumbo said she made a joke of it. Her manner was that of a parent tolerating a rebellious teenager. Betty put a smile on her face and tried to go on as if her husband wasn't leaving her. On page 133, Stumbo said Betty shopped more and more, whether she was buying groceries, clothing, or a new bed of impatience. It relieved her depression. Stumbo said on page 134, less than a month after he left her on St. Patrick's Day in March, he came back to the house to see her. He was loaded, she says now. He stayed overnight. They slept together. She said in her book from pages 165 to 166 that she thought they would talk about the separation, their marriage, money, and the children, but he was gone when she woke up. She said she missed him, and it was a mistake many women make. She told Schwartz Noble that Dan was sleeping with her throughout the entire time he was with Linda, and she could tell Linda taught him a few things. Dan said it didn't happen, and he's probably telling the truth. They weren't a very affectionate couple, not even for old time's sake. Betty was thinking about the division of assets and when their relationship ended legally. The longer she was considered married to him, the better. What actually happened was Dan didn't call her for weeks after leaving her. She broke down and called him. It wasn't like the early stages of their relationship, when they fought and Dan was the one who made everything right between them. The dynamics had changed in their relationship. She was the one who had to contact him to make amends, and she hated him for it. On pages 133 to 134, Stumble said most times she was the epitome of sweet docility. Don't nag, don't push, her mind told her, but sometimes her anger overflowed, and she would end up castigating him for his juvenile selfishness. Their 16th wedding anniversary was on April 12th, and Betty said he agreed that they could go out to dinner together. She went out and bought a new dress, but he canceled on that day with a business excuse. Betty decided it was Linda who made Dan cancel, but he knew the marriage was over, and spending an anniversary with Betty would only give her hope about the marriage that was no longer there. Even after canceling on her, Betty was planning on the home they would buy together when Dan's midlife crisis with the office girl was over. On page 134, Stumble said Betty loved the shores. As soon as Dan came back, they would buy a house there. After what he was putting her through, he was going to owe her the home of her choice and plenty more. No more Coronado. Dan and Betty met for lunch at La Jolla Beach and Tennis Club, where she said Dan asked her again for more time. Betty said she believed he was torn about what he should do. Betty believed she and the children were the right choice, and she said she didn't understand why he didn't see it that way. He tried to tell her before that he was unhappy in the marriage. They both were, but for Betty, money and status were more important than peace, love, and happiness. Divorces happen between spouses, and just because Dan was leaving the marriage, it doesn't mean he was leaving the children. Betty insulates herself with the children as a form of protection for herself. In truth, Dan stayed in the marriage much longer than he would have if they didn't have children together, and Betty knew that. She spent some time with the children at Warner's Ranch and returned to big brown rats infesting her rental property. She blamed it on construction happening on a nearby lot. Betty called Dan in a rage and told her good luck and hung up on her. Later, he told her in court he didn't see the big deal. He said Betty was hateful to him. On pages 135 to 136, Stumble said, if it had been his problem, he would simply have taken the children to a hotel or motel until the exterminators came. He pointed out that she had 13 credit cards and plenty of cash and resources to deal with the problem. Instead, she and the children apparently unalived the rats in their own way. On page 136, Stumble said once, she said, shuddering, they caught a small rat in the toilet and flushed him down. Another time they captured a rat in the oven and roasted him alive. Betty said on page 191, then he broke the lease and forced us out of the rental house, and when I reacted by dropping our kids off back at their home so I could go to New York, and yes, also to make Dan see he needed me, he just kept them and wouldn't give them back to me when I returned from my dad's 75th birthday. On page 92, Schwartz Noble said Betty told her parents about the affair when she went to New York. Stumble said on page 157, at her father's birthday party in May, I was told not to discuss my marriage in front of their friends, to lie, to pretend everything was just fine. What actually happened was Kim and Lee were fighting, and Betty told Kim to pack up. She was taking her to her dad. Let him take care of her. Kim was crying and didn't want to go, but Betty was adamant. Dan wasn't at home, and the Coral Reef house was dark. She dropped off her 15-year-old daughter without letting Dan know a child was waiting for him and drove off. And as Stumble said, but bets had only begun. Over the next few days, she took the other 3 children to him as well. It was perhaps the single worst strategic mistake she would make during the next 4 years, and Betty refused to take the children back. In the traditional wife situation Betty was in, having custody of the children meant she was entitled to child support, which would help her financially when she was on her own. Stumble complained on page 201, no fault was and remains a windfall for husbands who leave their families and, as virtually every study has shown, a disaster for women who are no longer subject to kinder, gentler treatment in the courts, whether they are 50 years old with 5 children or 20 with no kids. Absolutely not. This is false. Women who insulate themselves with children will be taken care of and provided for in a way they would not be on their own. It's called the baby trap. And having children with a wealthy man like Dad meant Betty would be well provided for if she had custody of the children. But Betty wasn't thinking about the divorce happening. She was using the children in an attempt to bring Dan back to her. But if Dan is both earning the money and taking care of the children, what half is Betty doing or entitled to? Stumble on page 138 made it sound like what Betty was doing was some form of resistance. She didn't want to accept the divorce. She didn't want to be one of those divorced women who had less, so she fought back. The problem is, Dan didn't love her anymore, and he didn't want to be with her. She can't force him to stay when he wanted to leave. Betty was operating under the concept that Dan didn't have the right to leave her. She believed he would see he couldn't live without her, and he would give up Linda and come home. Schwartz Noble said on page 91 it seemed like the perfect way to make him realize how much he needed her. All the while, Dan was thinking something different. On page 140, Stumbo said, even then, he said he still expected Betty to come to her senses and move back into the family home with the children. It was only natural. He planned to move to a condo. With the construction done, Dan went ahead and restored the wallpaper, floors, and flower beds so Betty and the children could move back in. Betty said he didn't consult her and was, no shock here, in a rage when she saw it. She told Stumble on page 193 to 140, he had ruined my house that I had worked so hard to make beautiful. He put in this yucky wallpaper and flooring, and he tore out mature landscaping and put in 50-cent marigolds. He destroyed my house. Marigolds are actually very pretty flowers. So what did Betty do? She destroyed the house. She picked up a can of black Rust-Oleum paint and sprayed several walls. She walked from one room to the other spraying. I wanted to ruin it, she said. Betty told Schwartz Noble on page 92 that she wanted to believe Dan said to her, we're not getting a divorce. We're buying a house. We're getting back together. Have you been looking for a house like you're supposed to? That's not true. Betty would not accept the truth. She found the house she believed they should live in. On page 142, Stumbo said by the time the June lease at La Jolla Shores expired, Betty had found a $650,000 house in the same area, on Calle de Cielo, one of La Jolla's prettiest hillside streets. The house was large and it needed major repairs, but it was worth the price because of the location. She and Dan had once looked at it together. The down payment was $140,000. On page 143, Stumble quoted Dan years later when referring to this time. She asked me if I would live there, and I said, no, Bets, we are not going to live together anymore. Somebody was obviously either lying or not listening. It was Betty who was not listening. Dan saw the house before and rejected it. Betty on page 191 referred to it as our new family home. He said Betty just kept talking about the plans for the house and what they were going to do. All the while, Dan kept telling her it's over between them. She told her friends it was a teardown, and she and Dan would soon be building a new home on the site. On pages 140 to 141, Stumble wrote, Betty just went crazy from the day Dan left. All the things that happened later, the legal things, the money, it had nothing to do with her state of mind. It happened overnight. The minute he left her, she was a different person, says her old friend Candy Westbrook. There are things we live through in our lives when we feel like we have been cut in half, and the person we were before is separated by the event from the person we became afterwards. And anyone who has been through a divorce will tell you it's traumatic enough to do that. It's listed as second in the most traumatizing life experiences anyone can live through, and only the death of a loved one, particularly a child, outrates it. Betty may have experienced a psychotic break. Usually it happens when people lose touch with reality, often following a traumatic experience. But in Betty's case, her life in a bubble burst, and instead of separating from reality, She had to face reality for the first time in her life. She told Stumble on page 32, "You know, the Betty Broderick you see today isn't the same one that I was in 1983 before all this began," she once said in a moment of quiet. On page 141, Stumble said, "Another of Betty's friends, Lynn McGuire, wife of an attorney friend of Dan's, was so concerned about Betty's mental health that she tried to persuade her to check into a mental health facility. Betty refused and became very upset. Why did everyone think she was crazy? Betty didn't understand that receiving mental health care did not mean she was crazy, and it's very acceptable to see to her state of mind, just in the same way a person would see a doctor when she is physically sick. Betty could see a therapist when she is mentally sick. But she didn't understand that, and how much it would have helped her is questionable." She moved into her Calle de Cielo home, and Dan and the children lived together at Coral Reef. Her friends were like, "What are you doing? You're the mother. Get your children back. She can deal with the money issue later. And if she needed some time to take care of herself and get back on track, that would be understandable. But for how long?" On 139, Stumble wrote, "Not least, she wasn't emotionally capable of raising 4 kids anymore," she said. "How could a woman who had stupidly swallowed lies for so long teach children anything about self-respect, personal integrity, and honesty?" Betty said she would not discuss custody of the children until she knew she had the financial support first. She sent the furniture over from the rental house to Coral Reef. She talked like she lived in depravity, but as Dan said years later, it wasn't necessary. She could have had the furniture she needed to live there. Betty said, "What's the use of furnishing a home they would tear down soon?" But on page 139, Stumble said Betty was no longer under any illusions. Her children had told her that Linda was constantly at the Coral Reef house, her house, and Dan hired housekeepers to look after the kids. Housekeepers and maids clean the house, and au pairs, babysitters, nannies, and governesses take care of the children. It sounds like there was a 2-for-1 deal, and the women hired had to do both jobs. Betty was shocked that Dan didn't return to her and simply replaced her. Betty didn't like it when Dan sent the 2 boys to a child psychologist, Dr. Stephen Sparta, and Stubble pointed out that he was an expert witness in child custody disputes. But neither Stumbo, nor Betty, nor Schwartz Noble acknowledged the emotional toll the separation was taking on the children, and the divorce was in the near future. Already Betty was acting out, and when Dan filed the papers, he knew she was going to explode. The boys in particular were distraught over Betty living apart from them, and she wanted it that way. She abandoned them. How do you think these children felt? Dan sent the children to their usual summer camps, but extended their stay along with a visit to his parents in Ohio. Dan knew from past experience their divorce would turn ugly, and he wanted the children away from it. Betty couldn't contact her children at their grandparents' house, and she didn't like it. But what does she do? She goes on a vacation. On page 145, Stumble said, until he got over his fling, she was going to travel. She was going to have fun, and in many ways she did. Living alone at the very beginning, before I got depressed, was the most luxurious thing I'd ever experienced, she once said. Betty never had that time of growth between leaving her childhood home and living with Dan. There should have been a period of time when Betty had her own apartment, she paid her bills, and she did the things she liked to do and grew into her own person. She didn't have that time, and when Betty did experience it, it's like she got stuck there and she didn't want to leave. She wasn't able to learn what we should learn from that time of solitude, just being with yourself. Often women who are getting a divorce seem to revert back to being young, and it's like they are teenagers again. This happened to Betty, and it happens to women who are denied that time of personal growth. They get married right out of high school or college, and they never had that period of independence. She talked about Dan going through a midlife crisis, but it's Betty going through a midlife crisis. She doesn't want responsibilities, meaning children, anymore. She wanted to revert to being a young woman again, the person she was before she married and had children. Also with parentification. Children who are victims of that form of A word will often have issues with parenting when they have their own children, or they will not have any children at all. This may have hit Betty later on in her life when she gave up caring for her children. On page 145, Stumble says she took a 2-week vacation to British Columbia. Betty bought Dan a tie while there and he sent it back. She also met a man named Bradley Wright, and she would go on to have an intimate relationship with him. He was casually dating an acquaintance of hers named Janet Baker, who Schwartz Noble does not paint a nice picture of. Janet was a 30-year-old woman with a 77-year-old spouse who was her fifth husband. When he died, she inherited what he had. They walked their dogs together, and even then Janet made sure she was in full makeup. Schwartz Noble said she had boyfriends who bought her hardware to attract wealthy men, and she was always looking for a better deal. She was blonde with no children, and Betty did not consider her a friend. Betty believed she was different from women like Janet. She considered Janet a gold digger, and in many ways placed her in the same category as women who sell their bodies to whoever will pay the most. What Betty doesn't understand is she and Janet are very much in the same league. They're playing on the same team. There are feminists who have pointed out that traditional marriage for women takes on the same aspects of women who engage in intimate activity for payment. There are different levels of this, with the lowest level of women who will be seeking work on the street corners with a man who finds one of these women physically appealing, and he will buy her time and services based on his attraction to her. The women on the highest level are kept women who have one wealthy man who provides for her, and she exchanges time and services for that financial care. That's the definition of marriage for women like Betty. She dressed herself up and went where she knew men would be to attract the one who found her the most appealing and reeled him in. She caught Dan. No doubt Betty has met women in prison who have had to resort to selling their bodies in order to survive, as she probably thought she was superior to them. Not really. They are one and the same. The only difference is Betty had a ring and a marriage certificate, or she did until Dan left her. Her new divorce friends were assuring her that she was fine. On page 168, Stumble said she would go on. She had to. She was smart. She was still not so old. She was still pretty. Other men would want her, and Betty's eyes were roaming for a replacement. On page 183, Stumble said Betty worked part-time at Simic Art Gallery in La Jolla Village. I liked it, and the owner, Mario Simic, was a real hunk. That's how Betty talks about handsome men, like a teenager. Through 109 to 110, Schwartz Noble wrote, Meet Brad Wright, Janet said. He dazzles women with his blonde, wonderful looks. He's also very rich, she whispered when they were alone. Brad was supposed to be 6'3" with blue eyes and a beautiful body. He broke an engagement with an attractive girl because his mother said she wasn't rich enough. Brad's father went to Harvard Business School, and Brad bought a fence company. Janet was with Brad but dumped him for another guy. Janet, Betty said the next day, if you can tell me that you really like Brad, then you can have him. But if you're just using him, I want him. She asked for him just like that. It's like two little girls fighting over who gets to play with what doll. Betty's considered herself married, and he was there to do some boy jobs around the house. Not houseboy stuff, just some chores. At that point. She said she liked having him around the house because she never felt comfortable being alone. Betty also searched the single ads looking for a potential replacement for Dan when she felt uncomfortable entering the single scenes of San Diego. Betty had not dated anyone for many years and was embarrassed and uncomfortable trying to meet men where her friends went, the bar scene, or even at single parties. Before the internet and online dating sites, people placed personal ads in newspapers and magazines looking for dates or hookups. Betty was embarrassed to do it, but still also very intrigued by it. Betty enjoyed the early part of dating, the courtship, when she and Dan wrote letters to each other and talked on the phone. That was the most romantic part for her. Once the relationship became physical and real, she lost interest in any intimacy. Betty wanted the fantasy and couldn't handle reality. She scanned the list of men advertising themselves and found one that appealed to her. Stumble said on page 188, Richard. He was her age, the ad said. He was Italian. He was in real estate, Los Angeles, Studio City. She wrote a short letter to Richard and mailed it to him. He answered back. On page 189, Stumble wrote, Good day, Lady Betts, he wrote. This is just a short note to briefly introduce myself and say hello. I am 43 years young, Italian, 6'5" tall, a trim 185 pounds, and a non-smoker. I am a real estate investor who enjoys a wide range of activities, including quiet dinners at home with friends, good conversations, dancing all night till dawn, and caring and sharing with others who have solid values. Perhaps when you are free, we can get together for a drink and an informal chat, either in La Jolla or Los Angeles. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. Warmly, Richard. The enclosed photo showed a handsome man with a receding hairline and a mustache, dressed in Levi's, black patent cowboy boots, and a red plaid western shirt with pearl buttons, sitting on a black leather couch. His dark eyes sparkled. His smile was friendly. He looked like a perfectly nice guy. What kind of creep advertises, she thought, hating him. She threw the letter into the bottom of her files where Stumble read it years later. There was another ad Betty found interesting. An Arabian horse breeder, of all things, placed an ad in USA Today looking for an attractive escort for a business weekend in San Francisco. His name was Oliver, and he sent Betty a round-trip plane ticket with a reservation at the exclusive Stanford Court in San Francisco after she sent him a letter with a photo of herself. A photo taken in what year? She said a limousine picked her up at the airport, and Stumble picked up on some evasiveness on Betty's part, meaning there's more to the story that Betty felt uncomfortable talking about. Honestly, it sounds like a hookup deal, but Betty swore he was nice and it was all proper. She said she was still married, and he was looking for a permanent relationship, so they didn't see each other again. Betty was looking for men who specifically lived outside of San Diego, and that's a really smart move. San Diego was a small town in many ways, and she didn't want anyone knowing her personal business. She was never a casual dater, and her friends reported to Stumble on page 188 she thought any woman who had intimacy on a casual basis was an S word for an immoral woman, and she would tell me so. Exactly what her mother taught her. As far as Betty was concerned, her only real date was with a local surgeon and widower she had known for years, and they went to the symphony together. She was ashamed to be seen with a plump, balding, aging man. He simply was not attractive enough for her, even as Stumble pointed out physically and otherwise. She was hardly the high-value woman she once believed herself to be. Maybe they had status, but they didn't have the looks. The ones like Brad who had the looks didn't have the money and the status she wanted. Betty was extremely unrealistic. She was one of those women who watched soap opera stories and romance dramas where a rich man would fall in love with a woman and provide a wealthy lifestyle for her and treat her like a queen. On page 673, Stumble wrote forensic psychiatrist Dr. Park Elliott Steets on the stand years later quoted Betty in one of her grandiose statements about herself to Kim. She said she would run away and marry a Saudi prince who would lavish her with riches. And yes, she probably thought it could happen. A rich man to take her away from the misery of being a wife and mother in those early years before Dan finally made it. Men like that hardly exist, and if they do, they certainly don't need to fall in love with any woman and treat them well. Men like that have women throwing themselves at them all the time. There's an old saying that men are as faithful as their options, and those men have plenty of options. Just look at Dan. Those men want to know what you are going to do for them, and rightly so. They should end up with women who are just as selfish. It really didn't occur to Betty, no matter what she claimed about working here or working there, that she could ever earn enough money herself to take care of herself and her children. Nearly all the women in the San Diego bubble relied solely on the income of men. Helen Picard was going through a divorce when she befriended Betty. Betty's new friends were the lower status divorced and widowed wives of San Diego. She lost her highest status of wife of a successful man when Dan left her. Helen had 3 kids and was receiving $300 a month, according to Schwartz Noble on page 137, close to $1,000 in today's money. It was Helen who divorced her husband, and she was independent and resourceful enough to start her own successful janitor service. Schwartz Noble said Helen's divorce was easy because there was no money to fight about. One day Betty was going over the same stuff over and over again to Helen, and Betty asked her, "You don't feel sorry for me, do you?" And Helen said, "No, I don't, because you can do anything you want in life." She said Betty was smart and talented, and there was nothing she couldn't do well. Instead, Helen had to listen to Betty complain that she only received a fortune in alimony and allotments, probably far more than Helen made working for a living. According to Schwartz Noble on page 137, Helen thought money was the issue and hatred was the problem. As Stumble said on page 146, Betty had no income beyond what Dan saw fit to send her. Betty didn't take Dan to court for specific alimony payments as she could have and should have done. Traditionally, Betty spent whatever she wanted and Dan paid. There were monthly bills she couldn't charge, like gardeners and cafe tips, and Dan gave her $4,000 to cover these. That's easily $12,000 in today's money. Although Stumble made it sound like Betty became dependent on using credit cards after Dan left her, in fact, she was very accustomed to pulling out cards and paying for whatever she wanted. Schwartz Noble wrote that they used credit cards to keep up with their purchases, and what she purchased was so much that he finally went to meet with her and put her on a budget. Apparently she was spending a fortune, and she was doing it in part to get his attention, but also Betty spent money like it was growing on trees. Dan also expected Betty to pay some of her own bills herself, just like a grown-up. Both Stumble and Betty said Dan didn't mention a divorce or admitted he was in love with another woman, so that meant he was purposely deceiving her. Dan was no longer living with her. Linda was hanging around in the background, and he was preparing the children to deal with the inevitable divorce. Betty could not take a hint. Instead, she acted all sweet and said, "Yes, Dan, whatever you want, Dan," to the budget. He gave her $9,036 a month. Half of it she was to pay her mortgage with. He knew she understood she needed a roof over her head, so he believed she would keep up with the mortgage payments. There were bills he had in his name, so he was paying them to make sure they would be paid. That left her with almost $4,500 to cover her other bills, easily over $14,000 or so in today's money. And she had no responsibility for the children. Stumble said that meant no more shopping at Saks and Neiman Marcus for Betty. What is she buying? He also removed himself from her credit cards. He paid down what they owed, and the next day he contacted them to let them know he is no longer responsible for her debts, but Betty still had credit in her name. Stumble said on page 148, her September check arrived promptly for $9,036. Less than a month later, he filed for divorce. Betty claimed she didn't see the divorce coming. She wouldn't see a truck heading straight for her. In October, she visited the Coral Reef house, presumably to see her children, and she spots a Boston cream pie on the kitchen counter. She knew that was Dan's favorite. She had been baking them for him for years. Betty has the antenna of a Luna moth. She turned to the housekeeper and asked, "Whose pie was this?" The housekeeper said it was Linda's. According to Stumble on page 149, She picked it up and walked upstairs to his bedroom. There, with a satisfaction that the years have not dimmed in the telling, Betty ventilated 2 years of pent-up frustrations in an orgy of custard and chocolate frosting. She dug her fingers into Linda Coquina's Boston cream pie and flung hunks of it onto the bedspread and the walls. She didn't stop there. She opened his closet and flung the pie all over his clothes and wiped her hands on his bedspread before leaving. Betty said it was no big deal, and Dan charged her $400 for the fit, which she said was way too much. But Lee said she made a real mess in the bedroom. No, it was not the most responsible thing to do, but if venting her anger on throwing a pie around was an act of primal scream therapy for Betty, then that $400 ends up being priceless. If it got the anger and rage out of her, then it was worth it. But just like the clothes burning incident, it didn't help. Yes, Betty was entitled to feel rage. The female rage is no different than the male rage, but it is never acceptable to physically attack others. There also should have been stages of acceptance that Betty never experienced. Those stages are the same stages as anyone grieving a loss of someone. In many ways, Betty should have grieved the loss of the person she was, Mrs. Dan Broderick, and learned to accept the person she had become, one risen from the ashes of divorce. Instead, she entered the rage stage and never left. Dan was openly spending time with Linda, which Betty, of course, hated. Dan and Linda and the children went on a ski trip together nearly 7 months before the divorce was finalized. Whether someone is ready to date when they are separated is really up to the individual, and considering Dan was with Linda before he left the marriage, it makes sense he would continue his relationship with her just after legally separating from Betty. It's usually advisable for someone leaving a bad marriage to take some time off and be alone for a while, at least until the divorce is legalized. But powerful men like Dan are never alone. The only woman he seemed to want was Linda. And if Betty thought she could prevent him from being with someone as long as they were separated, she would have done all she could to keep his life in limbo and put off the divorce. Dan applied for a restraining order to keep Betty from setting foot on the property. Betty ignored it, and 2 days later she threw a wine bottle through a window. She signed on as a soccer coach so she could spend time with Rhett, but Dan took him to get a haircut, and Betty had one of her rages. He called the police, and they weren't willing to do anything since she was a wealthy woman, and it was her property too. Dan had a judge grant the restraining order, and she couldn't enter the property without his permission. Of course, Betty and Stumbo were very angry at her treatment with the restraining order and said on page 150, they weren't even divorced. The house was half hers. The children lived there. How could he just order her off her own property, away from her own kids? This was justice? Just when she thought her rage had peaked, it peaked again. If it were reversed and the husband was damaging the property where the wife and children were living, would this still be acceptable? No, it would not. Children deserve to live in a home free from damage, and yes, what Betty did was a form of child A-word and domestic A-word against Dan. Betty's rage was not acceptable. She understood then to get an attorney, but she said all the top-notch attorneys she wanted were connected to Dan. Betty Schwartz-Noble said getting a divorce attorney from L.A. wouldn't work because he came from a different city. This is a lie. It would not have mattered, and there were plenty of hardcore divorce attorneys in Los Angeles who could have and would have taken on Dan Broderick. And as she would later find out, there were attorneys in San Diego who would go against Dan too. Betty didn't want a divorce, and she hoped by stalling the proceedings it would give Dan the ability to change his mind. On page 151, Stumbo said divorces took months and months. There was still plenty of time for Dan to wise up. Best of all, she had the children on her side. They would never let him destroy their family. All she had to do was sit tight. Don't panic. Don't go running to take them back. Which, of course, exactly was what Dan expected her to do. No, she would outlast him. She was the perfect mother, and he knew it. In reality, Dan met with Betty, so she said she could talk him out of leaving her. Stumbo said Betty was evasive and omitted facts about what really happened, but apparently Dan admitted to Betty that he was in love with Linda, and Betty fell apart. On page 154, Stumbo wrote, years later, during her first criminal trial, Betty cried again throughout the testimony of Dr. David Lusterman, an expert on infidelity, who said victims of cheating are fully entitled to their feelings of rage and betrayal. Little is more emotionally devastating, Lusterman said, than the loss of trust and self-esteem that comes when the truth finally emerges, when the victim finally realizes that he or she has been lied to day in and day out by the one they most trusted. And the longer the lie goes on, the worse the psychological damage. Typically, victims of infidelity temporarily lose all confidence in their judgment about everything else, too, including their parenting skills. Not least, said Lusterman, no real healing can occur until the infidel not only admits to the truth, but also helps restore the victim's topsy-turvy sense of sanity by apologizing for the lies, thereby validating the victim's precarious clutch on mental health. If this were true and people had to rely on the actions of others who have hurt them to heal, then almost no one would be able to heal from the trauma. Betty could have sought therapy and found a way to heal herself, just like many other people who have had to deal with infidelity or children who were raised by narcissistic parents or any other trauma. She didn't need Dan for her to heal. If Dan and Betty were going to stay together, then they would have to work through their issues with counseling. But Dan was divorcing Betty, and they weren't working together on their problems. Betty's clutch on sanity was always precarious even before Dan came into her life. Betty threatened to unalive herself again, and Dan thought she was serious enough that he wanted her to go to a mental hospital. As usual, it was a way for Betty to control Dan. Betty and Stumbo seemed to believe Betty's reactions were justifiable. No. Threatening to unalive herself is not something to ignore what any woman would do. She claimed she went to the Coral Reef house and they slept together again. Dan said it didn't happen. It probably didn't happen, and she attempted to change the official separation date. She went to a doctor and he gave her a prescription for sedatives, but she was afraid to fill the prescription because, as she told Stumbo on page 155, I was afraid at that point I would just eat them all. She hired Daniel Jaffe from Beverly Hills to represent her, but she said she didn't have the $10,000 retainer to pay him. He said he would get it from her soon-to-be ex-husband. Then Betty goes out and spends $15,000 on a maroon Jaguar she spotted while in Beverly Hills in what Stumbo called revenge shopping. That's close to $50,000 in today's money. So she can't pay her lawyer, but she can pay for a luxury car. Betty wrote her mother-in-law, telling her Dan admitted to the affair, and Dan filed for divorce. On page 157, Stumbo wrote in Betty's voice, "What has happened to the wonderful man I married? He's gone absolutely mad. Is there anything you or Dad can do? Love, Betts." She never received an answer. Stumbo said on page 157, her life was falling apart piece by piece. She was learning the hard way a truth that luckier people learn much earlier. Her world was only as secure as she was. Dan let and the kids go to the USC Notre Dame game together, and it was the 20th anniversary when Dan and Betty first met there. She had Brad that night with her and another friend, Brian Forbes, to see her through the evening. She said Dan called her from South Bend. On page 193, Betty said he was totally drunk and he wanted to reminisce with me about how we met 20 years ago that night, how beautiful I used to be, and how much he used to love me. Betty was angry and told him to get off the phone and find his office girl. She was crying and upset the rest of the night because she thought Dan wanted her to be the beautiful 20-year-old girl forever, and that's why he fell out of love with her. Even Stumble said on page 187, her best days were gone, she was old, She no longer had anything left to offer. That's why Dan had left her in the first place. That's not true. The problems in the Broderick marriage had nothing to do with how Betty looked, except for Betty falling into the pretty privilege trap and using her looks as her primary lure to find a husband. Betty tried to change herself on the outside in an attempt to keep Dan, but she didn't work on herself on the inside where it counts the most. She lost weight and had plastic surgery trying to get Dan back, but she was still the same miserable person she was in their marriage. And these two were never on the same page. There Dan was, spending the evening with Linda, and who was he thinking about? Betty. Instead of understanding that, Betty got angry. The sad part is Dan had to go back so far in their relationship to find happy memories of them together. If they only had more times together when they were happy just being together, maybe the divorce never would have happened. They spent too much time apart and placed success over love. On page 158, Stumble said she, Betty, always likened her marriage to a business contract. That's the problem. It was too much like a business arrangement, and not enough about two people who come together because they love each other. It was too transactional. And marriages may take on some business qualities, but businesses exist to make a profit, and love is not about that. Marriage is not a business contract for no other reason than for a contract to be legal. There has to be a time limit on all the agreements, and marriage doesn't have that. Betty and Dan promised 50 years together when they were 21 and 24, and they were still students. What did they understand about the vows they made to each other? What did they even know about themselves? Not much. Relationships that start out with people that young usually don't work out in the long run. What we learn from those early relationships we can take into our next one, and hopefully don't repeat the mistakes we made previously. The problem was, as far as Betty was concerned, she was the perfect wife and mother, so why did Dan have the right to leave? There's no such thing as perfect, and it certainly wasn't the case for the Broderick family. Betty could not see how dysfunctional her family was, and how much damage she was causing to others. She sees herself as perfect. She called herself that repeatedly. If Betty was in her 30s today, she would have been one of those terrible family vloggers, with all the problems hidden behind the scenes. Her friends said Betty was so good with children and the happy homemaker, but it's doubtful any of them knew the real Betty. There was something about Betty unmasked. Something magnified her behavior, but it was always there. There is something very wrong with Betty. That is not to say Dan was perfect, but Betty has some real problems. The Brodericks did not have a marriage going through a bad time. They had a bad marriage. Dan was miserable in the marriage, and he should not be forced to stay with her just because Betty wanted the lifestyle he could provide. Betty's supporters say otherwise. Stumble said on page 203, some statistics now show that divorced men, especially affluent professionals, experience a 70% increase in lifestyle comforts, while ex-wives suffer a 30% decline. Yes, in upper middle class and wealthy marriages, where the husband provides 100% of the income, the wives will see a decline in what she called lifestyle comforts. But certainly their needs are met, and then some, when they divorce. Women like Betty use marriage the same way everyone else uses jobs to earn a living. Stumble referred to them as career wives. On page 186, Stumble said Betty's whole life led her in one direction, that of professional wife and mother. The dictionary definition of a career is an occupation undertaken for a significant period of a person's life and with opportunities for progress. A profession is a paid occupation, especially one that involves prolonged training and a formal qualification. A career is a commitment to a particular profession and is achieved by pursuing a profession outside of the home. A housewife is not usually considered a profession because caring for a family, doing housework, and household affairs in the traditional sense are considered low skill levels to learn. They are low qualifications and normally housewives had trouble transferring their skills outside of the home to the working world. On top of that, women like Betty marry men who hire people to do the homemaking, at least some of the child rearing, which leaves these women to look pretty and busy themselves with status. What happens to these women when the men want a new ornament to display on their side? What if Dan had not been able to succeed the way he did? Would Betty have stayed with him if he had failed and ended up bankrupt and poor? Would Betty have been satisfied working full time as a teacher and living a middle class lifestyle at best? No, she wouldn't have. She would have taken her children and found a sugar daddy to take care of her, or maybe left her children with Dan and took off with another man. She would claim otherwise, but money and status were far too important to her, and the only way she could have had that was through a man. Also, as far as adultery, the wealthier and more powerful the man, the more likely there will be another woman when he leaves his wife. The more power a man has, the more likely he will cheat. Men with power have women chasing them all the time, and men who are power-seeking do not like to be alone. They're not going to just leave their wives unless they have the other woman waiting for them on the sidelines. And when men leave, they take their status, along with a sizable amount of their fortune, with them. This explains why there is a mix-up in the so-called morality of women like Betty. It's why they consider adultery the ultimate unforgivable sin, or a man leaving the wife for the woman they committed the adultery with, while unaliving someone for the adultery is justifiable. It's really not the adultery, it's the rejection and loss of status with being the wife of an important man. As Betty told Stumble on page 275, after her divorce from Dan, she said, "I wasn't Mrs. Anybody anymore. I was Betty Nobody." Schwartz Noble quoted Helen Fleming, a La Jolla woman, who said in her book opening, Betty did something important for scores of women, because the next Dan Broderick will think twice before he acts. Sometimes you need a little prairie justice. That prairie justice has different names in different societies. For men throughout the Middle East who follow conservative religions, when a woman cheats on her husband, tries to leave her husband, or does something they believe brought dishonor to their families, they believe they can end the lives of the women, called honor unalivings. It's the exact same thing. Dan and Linda went to San Francisco, and while they were away, Betty entered the Coral Reef home and saw a bottle of champagne in the refrigerator. She said Dan usually drank cheap Gallo wine, which is a good wine, and she decided it was for the office C word, and threw the bottle through a plate glass window. She said it was fun. Stumble said on page 160, what Betty Broderick had discovered, as many women have, is that when all else fails, smashing things can feel good. Dan found the rampages of destruction alarming. He took out order to show cause against Betty to hold Betty legally responsible for the damage she caused. She broke multiple windows, a toaster, a stereo, a bedroom mirror. She pounded holes into the wall with a hammer. She broke an answering machine. She broke sliding glass doors, and countless other destruction. Dan wisely refused to meet with her in person after she told him she wanted some furnishings from storage and she damaged his car. He said whatever she wanted she could put in writing and he would get it to her. Betty wanted ongoing contact with him because she wanted to fight. Dan did not and cut off her ability to get to him. Stumble said on page 160, if Dan Broderick had only reacted to Betty's early outbursts of anger with greater tolerance, or simply ignored them altogether, as a parent might ignore the attention-getting tantrums of a child, but Dan would instead become an increasingly punishing parent. Is that what we would tell a woman to do? If a man was destroying the property she half-owned in the home with her children, would we just tell the woman to tolerate it? If he was threatening to unalive her and repeatedly calling her home and harassing her, should that be ignored? Betty would not stop regardless. She's not a child, and what she was expressing was not childish tantrums. but the actions of a very disturbed woman. The reason all of her A word against Dan, Linda, and the children is known today is because Dan took legal action and documented her crimes. Dan offered Betty $2,000 to take the children on a ski trip, which is easily $6,000 in today's money. But Betty said the trip would cost 3 times that, so she was angry and refused to see the children during Christmas. Dan and Linda take them to Park City, and Betty goes to the Coral Reef home again while they're gone. On page 168, Stumbo said she stared at Dan's Christmas tree. She tore several other packages to shreds too, then stood up and threw something, she can't remember what, through a wall mirror. Dan couldn't handle having his home destroyed by Betty, and Kim said he thought if he bought another home for himself, she would leave him alone because she wasn't personally invested in it. He bought the house he had wanted and brought Betty to see it when they were house hunting, but she outright rejected it. She said on page 166 it was considered the bad part of town then, because it's certainly not now. It was a brick house similar to his father's, and it was near Balboa Park. Betty said he got a good deal for it and bought the house for $500,000. Neither Dan nor Betty were living at Coral Reef, so Dan contacted Betty to sell the house. They had an offer for $325,000. At first, Betty agreed, but then she gave every reason not to sell the house except for the actual one. Stumble said on page 171, to sell Coral Reef was to concede that her marriage was over. Coral Reef, the family home, was the last tie she had left to earlier, saner times when she knew who she was. Without Dan, without her family, Betty had no identity at all. Schwartz Noble quoted Betty on page 117 that nothing has my name on it, nothing. She said even the house she was living in was now in his name. This is a lie. Betty's name was on both homes. Dan's name was on them too. Betty's name was not on Dan's new home because he bought it after the separation. She said Dan canceled all the credit cards. This is a lie. Dan had his name removed from the accounts, but Betty still had the credit cards, which she used to access. The difference was Betty was responsible for the bills and not Dan. One buyer for the home walked out in impatience as Betty purposely signed the papers wrong to stop the sale. Finally, a second buyer appeared, and her lawyer, Jafe, flew to San Diego and personally drove Betty to Dan's attorney, Thomas Ashworth, to finalize the sale. Neither Stumbo nor Schwartz Noble report the equity Dan and Betty had in the home, but Betty would receive an extra $18,000 to cover the renovations on her home, and finally Jafe would be paid the money Betty owed him from the proceeds. It's interesting how Betty first said her new house needed to be torn down, and then with just a little bit of money it was restored. Of course, Betty acted up. She refused to get out of the car, and her attorney had to go from the office to the car to finalize the papers. Betty refused to sign and said she had to think about it. Her lawyer returned to L.A. without being paid and getting very fed up with Betty. Dan went to court and proved Betty was being unreasonable with the sale. He was able to sell it with a 4-hour notice, whether she was present or not. Betty acted like she didn't know it would happen, but her lawyer, Jafe, told her what would happen. Betty said on page 175 there was no legal justification for Dan to have the court appoint an solicitor to forcefully sell the Coral Reef house without my knowledge or consent, but there was legal justification. Betty didn't want to hear it. Her unpaid lawyer called her to let her know the house was sold when she had a house full of people, including her boys, her parents, and Brian Burchell, who she said was a platonic friend. She told everyone she would be back and sped over to Dan's house. He wasn't there, but her daughters were. On page 173, Stumbo said they took one look at Mom and knew that whatever it was going to be bad, because it's always bad with her. Kim called Dan, and he knew Betty was there, waiting for him. He told her to leave his property and shut the door on her. She drove over to Coral Reef, and after finding a can of gas in the garage, she poured it around the house and tried to set it on fire. Stumble said she came to her senses and put the fire out. Schwartz-Noble, on page 116, said Betty said that was her house. She loved it. Her heart and soul of a house. The only house they ever had. So she tried to destroy it. Schwartz-Noble said Betty bought a gallon of gas and went to the Coral Reef house to burn it down, but it didn't work. She drove back to Dan's house and drove over the lawn to aim her Suburban at his front door. She gunned the engine and drove it right into his front porch. Dan, Kim, and Lee were in the kitchen preparing dinner when they heard the explosion. They froze. Kim thought it was a chainsaw. Dan went to the living room to step through what was left of his front door to get to Betty. He pulled her out of the Suburban and hit her in the chest, as Betty said the only time he hit her. Betty had a butcher knife on the front seat of her car, and she said she brought that day. Just one butcher knife. Yeah, right. By the way, Betty doesn't even mention this in her book. There's a lot she leaves out. Dan called the police, and they put her in a straitjacket and drove her directly to the mental hospital for observation. You think? Stumble wrote Dan identified himself as a doctor to get Betty admitted, but they were going to at least admit her to a mental hospital regardless. She also should have faced criminal charges for what she did. If it were reversed, and Dan did that to Betty, what would have happened to him? Betty was incarcerated for 72 hours, and her parents left without visiting her. Dan asked her what she wanted, and she said she wanted $40,000 for damage to her house, her head, and her life. She always wanted money, and she got what she wanted, again. That's about $120,000 in today's money. Stumble wrote on page 176 in a hospital report later introduced in her trial, Betty was described thusly: habitual maladaptive problems, exploitation, glib social style, shallow, indifferent to the feelings of others, histrionic and immature demands for attention. She denied trying to unalive herself, the report said, but admitted to unaliving thoughts about Dan and Linda. The doctor's final prognosis was that she was a borderline personality, histrionic, and narcissistic. In the first trial, years later, San Diego psychiatrist Melvin G. Goldspan had a private 3-hour interview with Betty, along with her diaries and autobiography and other data from the defense. On pages 611 to 612, Stumble said, first, his diagnosis. My impression of this lady is that she's got mixed personality disorder. Stumble wrote in parentheses, but that's not what the doctor said, a less severe condition than borderline disorder. Mainly with facets of narcissistic and histrionic traits, he told the jury. But he thought that narcissism was primary. Wells wasted no time in getting to the point. Did that mean she was crazy? No, said Goldspan, absolutely not. Betty suffered from no psychosis. Instead, he said, these terms refer merely to personality traits, the way people are. For example, narcissism, most simply defined, merely, actually not so merely, means self-love. Most people possess narcissistic traits to some degree, but in the average person, this is a simple measure of self-esteem. In severe cases, however, individuals become so totally self-oriented that they see themselves as the center of the universe and as virtually perfect. Histrionic personalities, by contrast, actually that's not contrasting, this is Stumbo's words, are people who thrive on attention, who enjoy being center stage. They are actors, said Goldspan, who derive enormous ego gratification from being noticed. Among their characteristics, they exaggerate, do things in big, broad strokes to enlarge their own self-image. Again, many histrionics are delightful, amusing people, he said, if the trait is subject to some self-control. But in Goldspan's opinion, Betty was a textbook example of both traits at their worst extremes. It was her total self-love, her sense of being pretty near perfect, that led to her unaliving rage when Dan rejected her, he thought. She wanted Dan. She wanted not to be rejected. If there had been a settlement, that would have merely cemented her rejection, and she couldn't tolerate that, he said. This is a person who, by virtue of her narcissistic needs, feels grossly rejected when her husband selects someone else to live with. She is perfect. It is inconceivable to this lady, because of her investment in the concept of her own perfection, that she should be rejected. But when that rejection comes anyway, when the severe narcissist's perfection is besmirched, he continued, rage is often the answer. If attention slips away, they will do something to refresh it. They have a vast repertoire. Even Betty Broderick's handwriting in the diaries, her later obscene letters to judges and doctors, were characteristic of a person who writes in headlines. Furthermore, her attitude toward her behavior is that it's constantly justifiable. The notion that she is in any way at fault, said Goldspan, is totally alien. She has no empathy with feelings of others beyond the superficial social level. However, she may appear charming on a casual level, he said, and in fact, he later remarked expansively, Betty was the most charming, intelligent unaliver I have ever dealt with. In the second trial, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Park Elliott Dietz declared Betty Broderick a flawed human being. That's in Stumbo's words, an extreme narcissist with histrionic traits suffering from a mixed personality disorder. But he said she was definitely sane and responsible for her acts. He had not interviewed Betty, but based his conclusions on many hours of court transcripts, medical reports, and her own writings, which is not unusual to do. On page 673, Stumbo wrote, while only 5 of the 9 criteria defined by psychiatric manuals are necessary to qualify as narcissistic, Dietz found that Betty fit 9 out of the 9, ranging from grandiosity, swollen ego, and lack of empathy for others, to a feeling of entitlement, that the world owes me respect, money, and fame. She was, in short, an extremely distorted human being well before Dan left her for Linda, in the opinion of Park Dietz and other psychiatrists who examined Betty. Even for the defense, the same personality disorders were found by her psychologist, but histrionic was supposed to be leading over narcissism and borderline personality. What we now know about narcissistic personality disorder is it's a personality disorder characterized by a lifelong pattern of exaggerated feelings of self-importance, an excessive need for admiration, and a diminished ability to empathize with other people's feelings. It is often comorbid, meaning it exists with at least one other mental disorder and associated with significant functional impairment and psychosocial disability. Histrionic personality disorder is characterized by a pattern of attention-seeking behaviors, usually beginning in adolescence or early adulthood, including inappropriate seduction and an excessive need for approval. People with the disorder are said to be lively, dramatic, vivacious, enthusiastic, extroverted, and flirtatious. Associated features can include egocentrism, self-indulgence, continuous longing for appreciation, and persistent manipulative behavior to achieve their own wants. Borderline personality disorder is a personality disorder characterized by a pervasive long-term pattern of significant interpersonal relationships instability, an acute fear of abandonment, and intense emotional outbursts. People diagnosed with borderline frequently exhibit self-harming behaviors and engage in risky activities, primarily due to challenges regulating emotional states to a healthy, stable baseline. Symptoms such as disassociation or a feeling of detachment from reality, a pervasive sense of emptiness, and distorted sense of self are prevalent among those affected. There may often be a family history with borderline, with immediate family members also affected, like Betty's mother, possibly. With narcissistic personality disorder, it's characterized by enduring and inflexible maladaptive patterns of behavior, cognition, and inner experience, exhibited across many contexts and deviating from those accepted by any culture. But what if a culture not only allows the characteristics of narcissism to occur, but encourages it to flourish as we do in America? The same writers of the book, The Rules, Ellen Fine and Sherry Schneider, also published a book about how to accept rejection. Apparently, women who follow the rules have a hard time accepting when their romantic target does not choose to be with them, just as Betty had trouble with Dan's rejection. Also, many women who follow the rules share the same personality disorders as Betty has. It's encouraged by our society for women to manipulate, to flirt, to act sensually, to be admired for their appearance, to be extroverted, and to get ahead at all costs. Betty may have had a pathological fixation on Dan. When she was with him, she blamed him for making her miserable, and when he left her, she blamed him for rejecting her and also making her miserable. Everything that was wrong in her life she could trace back to him, or to Linda, or to Dan's family, or his friends, or to their children who reminded her of him. They were by proxy to the one she was obsessed with. Everything that went wrong in her life she decided was his fault. Blamed Dan. Betty was told by everyone, by her family, by her communities, by society at large, that her only value extended from the men who were in it. Stumble said on page 197, her whole life had been a continuum of reliance on two men, first her father, now Dan. She felt trapped and she had no idea how to break free. On page 119 in her book, she said she needed a more meaningful existence than social functions and ladies' luncheons, but she didn't seem to be searching for that before, during, or after her marriage. It was all about going to some so-called charity event where the women wore more expensive jewelry than was actually given to those in need, and getting her picture taken in some society page to clip out and save for later. And yet she was still unhappy. Betty Friedan referred to it as a problem that had no name. Betty wanted more, something for herself. She felt a void in her existence and thought Dan could fill it, but he couldn't. And without understanding why she felt so unsatisfied with her life, she continued to strike out at Dan as being the source of her misery. Other women who have committed the same crimes Betty did often have a history of SA word, physical intimacy, in their childhood. She opened up about the A word from her mother, but she never mentioned anything about being SA worded. It's just a diagnosis in other women. It may not be in Betty's history, but there are some observances about Betty that points in that direction, but it may be wrong. On page 147, Stumble wrote, even today, Betty Broderick is a master of that people-pleasing personality mode learned so long ago with her father and the priest, a grown woman batting her eyelashes, playing the helpless little girl. Most women know the strategy, but few perform the routine as well as Betty does. Betty is not in people-pleasing mode. She is manipulating men, flirting with them to get what she wants, and not just any men. She is manipulating her father and her priests, men who Betty should not cross inappropriate boundaries with by flirting with them, and yet she does. It's like acting sensual to men close to her and in power has been normalized for Betty. At the end of 1988, when she went to court to resolve property settlement, child custody, and spousal support, she acted like a little girl who needed to be rescued. On page 356, Stumble said throughout the proceedings she shrugged, apologized, and played her same old game. She was still Miss Goody Two-Shoes, cute and coy, trusting to the end, as she had all of her life, that things would work out once she had charmed the men in charge with her own innocence. Stumble said again on page 183, Betty Broderick did not do women proud. Instead of acting like a rational female adult responsible for her own lot in this life, she opted instead to behave like a cute, helpless, whining little girl she had been trained from birth to be. Old habits die hard. There's also her manipulation of her sons compared to her daughters. To do what she wanted was disturbing, to say the least. Danny revealed to Dr. Roth that according to Stumble on page 244, that his mother wanted him to hurt Linda, for example, to pour boiling water between her legs and make it look like an accident. When he wouldn't, she was angry with him. She also called Rhett Reddy Poo, similar to the Poopsie she called Brad, the man she was sleeping with. Rhett was also sleeping in the same bed with her at 11 years old. Her vulgar language was explicit and referenced intimate bodily functions. Just look at the names Betty called Dan and Linda. And there's her relationship with Brad Wright. He was 6 or 7 years younger, and although her relationship was intimate, she claimed he R-worded her the first time, just like Dan. Betty told people Brad was homosexual, just like Dan. Stumble said Betty didn't want anyone to know she had been intimate with Brad and was ashamed he told about the relationship. Apparently, the intimacy began one day when she was crying in bed after trying to talk to her parents, and he lay down next to her and held her. Betty said she never had anyone hold her like that. She claimed he was so innocent and compared him to her 8-year-old son. She said he was like a little puppy dog. Brad was very close to his mother, Kay, and Betty was very similar to his mother. Both women were very controlling and very conscious of money and status. Brad frequently called his mother, and she forbid him from marrying an attractive woman his age because she didn't have any money. After his mother died, Betty felt like she gained a son she was intimate with. Betty was so inhibited physically that she couldn't talk about her own sexuality or even admit that she enjoyed being with a man. When children are essayed, they will either act out and be overly sensual in ways and or they will be inhibited in other ways. Stumble said her obsession with Linda and Dan, doing it in front of her children, was not out of jealousy, but as a sign of her own repression. After Betty left the hospital, she acted like she was fine. No big deal. She wanted to unalive him, and she threatened it before, but no one took it seriously until she rammed into his house. Stumble couldn't believe Dan made Betty pay her medical bills. She caused it. Yes, let her pay for it. Dan also dictated his will, which was notarized by Linda Coquina, leaving all of his worldly goods to his children. Stumble said on page 176, the word was out all over La Jolla. Betty Broderick truly was Crazy Betty. Betty wanted to blame Linda for spreading rumors about how crazy she was, and Stumble also repeated what Betty told her, but in truth, Betty's actions made people think she was crazy. Betty had relied on the gossip mill around La Jolla to attack her ex-husband, and it turned on her. People were spreading rumors that she was a PDF file. In the book, A History of Women in America, the writer said as wealthy men were out in the world building their power with business, politics, and religion, their wives created their own world to feel superior to others called status. And status doesn't really exist. It's like a little girl fantasy world of make-believe, and Betty was losing her grasp on her dream world. Dan paid for Betty and the children to go skiing at Keystone. Apparently, her parents left without visiting her in the hospital. Soon they were back to fighting over money and joint property again. Betty received $16,000 from Dan when he sold Fairbanks Country Club membership, again without consulting her. Combined, that membership in today's money must be about $100,000. He's untying the assets that have both of their names on them, and she's trying to keep them together through their joint assets. Stumble said she twisted the money in her mind as some sort of gift from Dan for his philandering. Dan refused to pay her lawyer because he believed if Betty was not responsible for at least half the bill, then she would continue to play her games and not go through with the divorce. Betty could have taken Dan to court and made him pay for a lawyer, but Betty wanted to believe if Dan didn't pay for a lawyer, then it's because he really didn't want the divorce. Who knows what she did with the $16,000? Her lawyer was done with her. Stumble often excused Betty's behavior by placing both blame on Betty and adding Dan's name at the end of the sentence. On page 181, she wrote, "By April, Dan, Jafe, still unpaid, finally tired of all the games." By then, he was also as annoyed at Betty as Dan. No, it was Betty who was ignoring her lawyers and refusing to pay them. On page 181, Stumble quotes a lawyer from a letter he wrote her. "It is clear that you still do not want a lawyer to represent you, and there is simply no way I can help you in this matter." She didn't respond, and days later he officially quit in a second letter. Stumble wrote, "I am not appearing as your attorney of record at this point, since I have not received a retainer," he wrote. But in parting, Jafe still tried to warn Betty that she was embarking on a course of disaster. Dan Broderick and his attorney were proceeding with a divorce. If she didn't move in her own behalf, he told her, the divorce would be accomplished by default, just like the house sale. It would be done with or without her participation. But Betty couldn't hear. In time, three other attorneys would run into the same frustrating, self-defeating brick wall of Betty Broderick's blind stubbornness. One by one, she hired them and then fired them, finding every reason under the sun to refuse their advice. Stumble wrote on 181 to 182, Dan made her an offer for the divorce settlement. He estimated she would receive half the property, $334,000. He would assume $345,000 in community debts, and she would give up all claims to what she called his multi-million-dollar practice. His practice was two rented offices and some really nice furniture for a while. He did have a Corvette under his corporation at some point, but he sold the vehicle, and how much his practice was really worth is questionable. It may just be his brand name from the work he's done, and really Betty was doing all she could to tear his reputation down. After Dan was gone, it's questionable the children received much for the business. He also wanted to work out a financial plan for her alimony. Stumble said on page 182, Dan wrote to Betty, "Assume that I received a fee of $600,000, and that 2/3 of $400,000 of the sum was community property. This $400,000 figure would first be reduced by the overhead percentage, leaving $240,000. Your one-half share would be $120,000, and from that $120,000 I would be entitled to deduct what had been paid to you up to that point in time as spousal support. In other words, if you had received 6 months of support that had not already been taken into account in earlier distributions, then this hypothetical $120,000 would be reduced by 6 times $9,025, or $54,150. In short, Stumble wrote she would get about $65,000 from his $600,000 case. No, that's not what he said. Dan did not get paid by the week or the month like most people. He received a cut from medical settlements, and they came in large chunks. His pay fluctuated depending on the amount of money his settlements were. Betty received a monthly check so she could live like most people and pay her bills on a regular schedule. Dan wanted to estimate after his expenses and his share she would receive about 20% of the $600,000 he received. He deducts 1/3 away from the community property, and 40% of that is his overhead expenses. He would deduct the monthly money he normally sent her for whatever months the case took to settle. So for the full year, she received a base alimony pay of $9,025 a month times 12, which equals $108,300. That's for the year. But because she was entitled to more from his case settlements, she would receive more depending on how much he made. So where she would normally receive $54,150 for 6 months, she would receive an additional $65,850 for those 6 months from the $600,000 case. Betty said she didn't understand it, and as always she thought Dan was screwing her. When he bought an answering machine and installed it in his home, she found the perfect way to take her rage out on him. Dan refused to have any contact with her due to her violence, and she directed that anger by leaving vile messages whenever the mood hit her, and the mood hit her often. Stumble wrote on page 191 to 192 some of the messages she left. "This is a message to F word head and the C word," she told the new machine. "You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend. Make me sick, both of you. I have a good mind to dump the kids back on you and drive away. Call me. We have a lot to talk about, a-hole. And come back for your 4 children that you're working so hard to have custody of. Congratulations, you can have them." This from a woman who claimed to be the perfect mother. She called back and left another message. "F word head, come get the kids. I want to get rid of them, but I don't like driving to your S-wordy neighborhood. Hurry up and come get them, a-hole." As Stumble said on page 195, but the most devastating were those in which she burdened the children with her rage. "Rhett, this is Mommy. I'm out of the shower now. Where are you? You can make a choice today about staying with me or staying with the C-word sucker." Later, Betty said, "I close my eyes and I see you and the C-word, and I see you doing all your wonderful things, and you're going to be real sorry." And she left hundreds of messages like that over a period of a few years. On page 193, Stumble said he could walk out on her, he could refuse to talk to her, but he couldn't escape her accusing voice, not even inside his own home. On page 195, Stumble quoted Betty, "You're making me mad. I'll unalive you." On pages 195 to 196, Stumble wrote, "Defense psychologist Catherine DeFrancesca argued that there was nothing unusual in Betty's abrupt switch from a woman whose worst prior epithet was damn to one who began to talk overnight like a besotted B-team exotic dancer. DeFrancesca needed her head examined because Betty definitely was exhibiting disturbing behavior, and her language was a symptom of that. Betty knew plenty of foul words, and she would let loose with them occasionally, but after Dan left her, her mouth became so foul that her friends didn't want her around her children. It's true Betty didn't want her children to use the same swear words, as most households don't, because using them is a sign of being raised improperly or poorly, a symptom of a lower class, and Betty was highly sensitive to that. Her language was a sign of her realizing she was losing her status and how meaningless the world she thought she lived in really was. He, Dan, was infuriated by them, but he was also embarrassed too, said Stormy Anne-Marie Weather, Dan's secretary, who still shudders at the memory of Betty's voice. "Just listening to her gave me the creeps. Her voice was so maniacal. It reminded me of The Exorcist. She sounded so evil, especially her laugh. It was a cackle." The attempts by Betty and Stumble to say that Betty didn't know any of these words or phrases until she was taught them by Dan's family or her former friend Gail Forbes is ridiculous. She knew what these words were. She just believed she was above using them until she lost Dan. And what angered her even more was hearing Linda's voice on the answering machine. Betty said later hearing Linda's voice enraged her because she blamed Linda's sensuality for taking her man away. Later, her lawyer would prevent Linda from leaving messages on the answering machine until after she became the official Mrs. Dan Broderick. It didn't matter whose voice Betty heard on the machine because she always let loose with foul language. Betty was attempting to gain control over Dan's life with the phone harassment and entering his home even though there was a restraining order preventing her from coming within 100 yards of his house. She ignored the order and entered at her leisure, usually when the housekeepers were there, and under the disguise to see her children or to photograph his luxury and compare it to her supposed poverty. She continued to vandalize his property, and it didn't help Dan one bit moving to another home. Betty still saw herself as legitimate mistress of his household, the only Mrs. Dan Broderick III. She continued to call herself Mrs. Dan Broderick after the divorce and wore her wedding rings as a symbol of their commitment. She told Danny on the phone that she wasn't divorced because she didn't want the divorce and was still married. She continued to enter his property as a sign that she still owned him, and what was his was still hers. Just before the divorce was finalized, Betty took up an unusual hobby. Stumble said on page 196, around the same time, in a one-time event the prosecutor would later feast upon, Betty also stopped by a shooting range to practice her aim, which bystanders later testified was excellent. The more steps Dan moved away from her, the more violent Betty became. All the while, Dan was finalizing their divorce in court on July 17th, and Betty didn't even bother to show up. Betty said she tried to delay the divorce hearing but was denied. That's something a lawyer can do, and no lawyer wanted to deal with Betty. On pages 198 to 199, Stumble said, and by now, no matter what excuses they gave her, it clearly wasn't just their connections with Dan that made some attorneys turn her down. Word was out in San Diego legal circles about what an unmanageable client she was. Although her unpaid lawyer told her what bifurcation is and what Dan would do, Betty pretended not to know what it was or what would happen. She wanted to stop the divorce simply by not going to court, and it doesn't work like that. Dan was able to separate the divorce from the division of assets. This often happens in cases where community asset division can take months or years, and this allows people to divorce and move on with their lives. But because Dan had the divorce he wanted, he wasn't in any rush to see to the financial settlement. Betty could have prevented this from happening through a lawyer, any lawyer, who would block the bifurcation and force Dan to settle if he wanted to move on with Linda. But Betty didn't want to settle anything, and she simply ignored what was happening. Dan got his divorce. He had custody of the children until she received psychiatric therapy. She had to stay away from his home, and she continued to receive $9,000 a month for alimony. Stumble said it was voluntary, but if Betty had a lawyer, she could have and later would have the alimony increased and made it court appointed. As Betty continued to harass Dan, he started to find her as a way of preventing her from harassing him, Linda, and the children. He fined her $100 for every offensive word she left on the answering machine. When she stepped on the property, he fined her $250. When she entered his home, he fined her $500. And when she took the boys away from school or his home without letting him know, she was fined $1,000. Betty was convincing Danny and Rhett to run away from home or leave school without anyone knowing and hiding them at her home. That is not acceptable. It was dangerous for the children, and all Betty had to do if she wanted to see them was set up an appointment. Later, a judge will rule that these fines were not legal, and Dan would have to take Betty to court for her behavior, which she later was forced to do. Stumble excused Betty's threats and verbal A-word as her First Amendment rights. No one has the right to threaten or harass someone else, verbally or otherwise. The bifurcated divorces have court-appointed mediation sessions to resolve property settlement. Attorney J. William Hargreaves oversaw negotiations for the Broderick property. It cost $5,000, but Dan would only pay half because he didn't believe Betty would invest in it unless she was financially responsible, and Betty refused to split the cost because she didn't want the divorce to happen. The divorce already happened. This is just splitting assets. They were told to write notes to each other the way they did years ago for the Catholic marriage encounter. Dan didn't bother, but Betty, of course, wrote hers. On page 208, Stumble for Betty wrote, "Your past, present, and future are right on track." She often said that about Dan. His life never changed while her life changed drastically. Dan would say otherwise. She continued, "We have been victimized by the one person on earth who was supposed to protect us from harm, not cause it. Betty placed herself on the level of children who need to be protected rather than an adult woman and a strong mother of four, who the children can also depend on." Betty wrote, "Literally all the money in the world would not keep me in the lifestyle to which I have been accustomed, because it isn't about money." Betty wanted her status returned, and the only way she could have that was for Dan to return to her. As for the children, when I am assured of financial security, my house, car, social standing, I will begin to discuss custody. Hargreaves advised Dan to just pay the fee and it would be deducted from community property anyways. But Dan repeated the same thing on page 209 by Stumbo. I will not agree to pay the $5,000 in mediation fees, he wrote Hargreaves, because I firmly believe that this process will fail, unless Betts has a financial stake in its successful outcome. Hargreaves volunteered to be Betty's attorney. She said she never wanted him, but gave him a retainer of $800. He only lasted for a few months before Betty fired lawyer number 2. She said he allowed Dan to seal the divorce proceedings from the public, and he forgot to include her taxes when he had her alimony increase from $9,036 to $12,500. For his part, Hargreaves later accounted that Betty was impossible to represent. In his view, she was really impaired. She couldn't understand that life was possible without Dan. He also likened her money lust to that of Joanna Carson. That's the wife of Johnny Carson, the ex-wife. No amount, he thought, would have satisfied her. Such was her urge for revenge. He also thought Dan was being rigid and unreasonable. Hargreaves was paid the $10,000 retainer by Dan, but sued Betty for the thousands she still owed him. Her old attorney, Jafe, had heard about the Broderick divorce and contacted Dan's attorney because he didn't believe Betty was capable of looking after her own interests. He wanted a guardian ad litem appointed for her. Ashworth wrote to Jafe and told him Betty had competent attorneys willing to represent her, and she either fired them or wouldn't accept their legal advice. On page 211, Stumble wrote, Ashworth slid past Jafe's suggestion that a guardian be appointed to serve Betty's interests, remarking only that, while her actions at times seemed self-destructive, at other times she only seemed calculating. He concluded by saying that while neither he nor his client had any desire whatever to take unfair advantage of Mrs. Broderick, neither could he, Ashworth, stand by and permit her to destroy an entire family through her actions. Stumble on page 212 said Dan and Linda went on a 3-week trip and left the housekeeper with $50 for grocery money. The housekeeper called Betty needing more grocery money, and Stumble said it was why she was always broke. That's a lie. As also told by Schwartz Noble, Dan and Linda left for a 3-week European trip and left the housekeeper with 3 checks for $100 each to pay for food for her and 4 children. Each check represents $300 in today's money. Kim was sick, and the housekeeper called Betty, and of course Betty went off. Years later, when Betty was preparing for a week-long visit with her sons, in her book on page 196, Betty said she bought $400 worth of groceries for her and the boys for 1 week. That's $1,200 in today's money for groceries. On page 212, Stumble wrote, Betty would then fly out to Saks or Magnon's or the local gourmet supermarket to buy them whatever it was they claimed they lacked, from new shoes to pistachio nuts. Although Betty would say she spent on the children, what she spent on them wasn't as much compared to the spending she did for herself. Schwartz Noble said Betty flipped through catalogs to buy clothes early in the morning. She had a closet full of clothes bought on credit, and much of what she bought for the children was unnecessary. Dan offered Kim $150 for a prom dress for what Stumble called her junior ball, or possibly her junior prom. In today's money, that's close to $500 for a 17-year-old girl's junior prom. She cried to Betty, which children are known to manipulate their parents, and Betty goes out and buys her an $800 dress with shoes, a peach concoction with beading that she probably only wore once. In today's money, that's $2,400 easily. On page 259, Stumble said she paid for it, of course, on a credit card. despite her worries about her $78 monthly health insurance payment. That medical insurance in today's money is less than $240 a month. Have times changed? Later, Kim went to a fall Notre Dame game, and Betty bought her a $600 Armani leather jacket in Kelly green, plaid Ralph Lauren slacks, cashmere sweaters, and new shoes. If I couldn't be there, then Kim would be me. She was a reflection of me. I bought her all the clothes I would have liked to wear if I had gone. These are clothes that cost in the thousands in today's money for a teenage girl. Betty wanted Kim to represent her when the children were with Dan and Linda as a way of intruding on their relationship. When Kim goes off to college, she ran up a $400 phone bill. That's $1,200 in today's money, and Dan refused to pay it. He wanted to teach her some financial responsibility. Betty had no interest in teaching her children what she doesn't know herself, and she was spending money at a time when she didn't have it. Dan was fining her for her offensive language, for trespassing on his property multiple times, and for entering his home just as many times. She ended up in the hole minus $1,300 for November. Betty asked Dan how she would live that month, and Dan pointed out to her that she had received $450,000 over a period of 20 months. So if she couldn't pay her bills, that's her fault. Gail Forbes lent Betty $6,500 for the month. Betty drives to his home on the Saturday of the Blackstone Ball. No, it was not a coincidence that Betty was there on that particular night. It was her night to shine, a night she always looked forward to, and she wanted some way to stop him and Linda from attending together. He orders her off his property, and she refused to leave. He told her he would meet with her the next day at 10 a.m., and she still won't budge. He called the police, and they tell her to leave, but she refused. They handcuffed her and took her away. On page 214, Stumble wrote, and that was the first time Elizabeth Ann Broderick went to jail, booked, fingerprinted, and mugged for violating Dan's restraining order. It was 6 days before her 39th birthday. Betty denied this happened, but from jail, Betty called Gail Forbes and told her to call the San Diego Union to tell a journalist there that Dan Broderick had his wife arrested. On page 214, Stumble wrote, her tone, Forbes later volunteered at trial, was exultant. Betty was released after a few hours and expected to meet Dan the next day, but of course he didn't show up. On page 215, Stumble wrote, a week after her release from jail, several of her friends gathered at the home of Kathy Saris, a former Miss Massachusetts and wife of a La Jolla dentist, to celebrate Betty's 39th birthday. Photos of the event show a group of attractive women in tasteful, conservative, casual clothes and expensive haircuts. Betty stood out amid them like a marshmallow in a spinach salad. Her weight gain had already begun. Her round face, framed by its blonde bob, wore the expression of a woman who might have been on drugs. She looked dazed, vacant. Her forced smile looked both sad and stupid. Betty said she was a basket case. She spent Thanksgiving with friends, and as Stumble said on page 216, her children spent the day with Dan and Linda. Increasingly, she was taking her pain out on them. She began to blame them for the collapse of the marriage. She continued to rage at her children on the phone. She left even more vile messages and entered his home and property more. Dan does not make the payment for the La Jolla Country Club because they are no longer married, and Betty was distraught that she had no country club to belong to. The fee was very pricey, about $45,000, $135,000 in today's money. She finally directed Hargreaves to file for temporary spousal support. Betty refused to take the children on a ski trip unless Dan gave her $7,000, over $20,000 in today's money. He offered her the $2,000 as usual. She also refused to see the children because she said the house wasn't set up for them. So Dan and Linda took the children with them to ski. On page 220, Stumble wrote, see how long the bimbo found him so dashing and romantic with 4 kids hanging around his neck. Betty was harassing Dan and Linda because she wanted them to break up. She thought without Linda in the picture, Dan would return to her. Probably not. Instead, she created a them against her dichotomy, and Betty's actions actually brought them closer together. Had she just left them alone and focused on herself from the very beginning, what happened in her life would have been completely different. Even Betty supporter Schwartz Noble pointed out in her book on page 218, she, Betty, is the one who chose not to build herself up but to tear Dan and Linda down. Instead, she spends the holidays calculating her expenses for the spousal support hearing. Her mortgage was $4,500 a month, and Stumble said Betty said she needed $28,500 a month for support. This was during Dan's highest earning years. According to Schwartz Noble, for that year he averaged $110,000 a month. His net pay was $67,000, and she said his bills were $33,000. Betty said she could play that game. She went out and bought everything in sight, saved all the receipts, and put down her costs at $27,000. Schwartz Noble said her legal bills were $500,000, but that's a gross exaggeration. It wasn't even a fraction of that. Schwartz Noble also inflated the numbers of the fines to be $500 for the name calling, $1,000 for trespassing on premises, and $5,000 for entering the house, which is all false. She didn't mention Betty kidnapping the children because she wanted to make Betty seem so innocent in her book. She also wrote Dan spent $500,000 on house repairs, which is completely untrue, as is the $300,000 number from Stumble's book. Dan's house repairs were in the range with Betty's, and he added a pool in the backyard, just as she did. Betty saw $18,000, and Dan's renovations costs were similar. Unethical journalists will sometimes exaggerate money and assets in their stories to make it sound more interesting. The Brodericks were well off, but never as rich as some people claimed. Betty went to court expecting to get everything she asked for, as usual. Stumble said on page 222, Betty was always a woman who lived somewhere outside herself, forever setting the real Betty aside in some placid dream world, where all things, including herself, were perfect, where all conclusions were ideal. She is still that way today. She hauled a bag of worn children's clothes as proof Dan wasn't providing for her or the children. The judge increased support to $12,500, but she was responsible for taxes and property insurance Dan paid before. On page 224, Stumble said Betty began to focus her attention specifically on Linda Kokina. Betty said on pages 182 to 183, Dan bought Linda a condo in Mira Mesa, but the condo was Linda's and Dan just co-signed for it. Betty decided Linda wanted a Jaguar just like hers, but Dan bought her a Toyota. Again, that's the car Linda bought, and Schwartz Noble said she was riding a bicycle to work when she first moved to San Diego, so she was grateful for any car. She said Linda wanted a fur coat like Betty's, and Dan bought her a cheap, tacky fox jacket from May Company. Linda was raised in a humble home, and she was like the majority of people who don't know the difference between a mink or a fur or a fox or a raccoon coat for that matter. Why would anybody want a fur anyways? They're so gross. No one should wear them. Linda was not as materialistic as Betty and was glad to receive whatever Dan bought her. When Dan later gave her an emerald and diamond ring, when he asked her to marry him, Linda was overjoyed. The exact opposite of Betty, who threw her emerald ring for Christmas back at him. Betty said he bought those things for Linda out of community property, but that's not true. Betty wanted to claim ownership of everything Dan made, 100% of it, just like they were married. Betty claimed Linda sent her a photo of her and Dan at a party with a caption written in that said, "It must kill you to see these two happy together. Eat your heart out, B-word." On page 225, Stumble wrote, "They looked at Betty, so desperate for sympathy and support, they looked back at the altered photograph." Capital letters and triple exclamation points. so like Betty's own notes. Nearly everyone suspected that Betty had sent the photo to herself. At the same time, Betty also received weight loss and wrinkle reduction ads she also claimed was from Linda, and Stumble and Schwartz Noble also claimed it was possible. But nothing was ever proven to come from Linda. Quite the reverse. It was probably Betty trying to garner sympathy for herself. On page 227, Betty said Linda Kokina had stolen her life, her husband, her kids, her money, without working a day for any of it. Dan filed a contempt motion for her breaking the protection order, and Betty filed two motions for increased spousal support and to modify child custody so she could have guaranteed visitation. Just visitation. She believed Dan and Linda were turning off the phone ringers and she couldn't talk to her children. Her third attorney was William J. Glucksman, and he accepted a $10,000 diamond necklace against the retainer fee. She also decided on Dr. Gerald Nelson for a therapist. Glucksman filed a change of venue to move out of San Diego court system, but the judge denied the motion. Then Betty dropped Glucksman for a recommendation by Dr. Nelson of Tricia A. Smith, a local attorney from Del Mar. She would last about a year before Betty fired her too. On page 209, Stumble said Betty never wanted a female attorney, though she eventually hired one because she said she was afraid they would use it against me, call me a crazy feminist or something like that. Closer to the truth, Betty was never comfortable around professional women because they represented a challenge to her own career choices as homemaker, one she never fully accepted herself. That's the partial truth. Betty didn't believe a female lawyer would be good enough to go up against Dan Broderick and the group of male lawyers he was connected to. She didn't think a female professional was as qualified. Smith had her spousal support increased to $16,000 a month. That's nearly $50,000 a month in today's money. Dan tried to appeal the support but was denied. On page 244, Betty said her support check was late. Sometimes it came on the 3rd and sometimes the 9th. I had begged the judge to set up an automatic payment, but the request was denied. In Stumble's book on page 235, she wrote, because the court order failed to specify clearly that Betty's $16,000 was to arrive on the 1st of each month, Dan didn't send her check until the end of the month, she says, by which time her own bills were backed up. So she had to pay more attorney fees, she said, to get the order rewritten to clarify the due date, to add in that one little thing. It wasn't denied, she just didn't set it up correctly in court. And it probably was late, like she said in her book, but not as late as she told Stumbo. Betty had to hire not one accountant, but two, to take care of bills and taxes because she had no idea how to handle money or where to start. She started to realize that being divorced meant having less money, and she seethed with rage at what she believed Dan had done to her. On page 238, Stumble wrote she fantasized about how glorious it would be to win a forum that would expose him not only in San Diego, but to the rest of the nation. And so, in early 1987, she began to write to her two favorite talk show hostesses, Oprah Winfrey and Sally Jessy Raphael. She claimed she never mailed any letters to them, but she did. The children were spiraling out of control and needed their mother. Kim was failing in school, Lee wasn't in school, and the boys were going to school wearing the same clothes for days, and Betty wrote in her journal, Rhett had hair lice. Kim said in her book that sometimes the boys would stay with Betty and they didn't have a change of clothes, so they wore the same outfit to school, but it was obvious they needed her. Dan would have given Betty visitation if she just complied with what the court ordered. He obviously had his hands full trying to work and take care of them. Both Dr. Nelson and her attorney were trying to persuade Betty to get custody of the boys. Betty refused. She only wanted visitation. She later saw the boys on alternate weekends. On page 241, Stumble said, in March, Betty began court-ordered visits to marriage and family therapist Dr. Ruth Roth, where, not surprisingly, She said all the wrong things. Roth let Betty rage on about Dan's affair with Linda, how Dan had the violent temper and beat dogs and the boys, and told her about Dan hitting Kim and the third dead child. On page 242, Stumble said Roth tried to move the conversation onto present realities, but Roth testified Betty would not be led. She was unusual, very intelligent. I thought she was angry, but not psychotic. In fact, Roth said she thought Betty Broderick was the angriest client she had ever seen. Betty threatened to unalive Dan in the first session with Roth. Betty said, I'm not going to be the single parent of 4 kids. He'll unalive first. The less I see of them, the better. No kids, no bother. You'll see. He's a C-word F-worder. Roth promptly contacted Dan to let him know his life was in danger. In the second session, Betty said, I'm not going to be the single parent of 4 children. He'll unalive first. I told you that, Betty told Roth in apparent exasperation at her denseness. I'm not letting go of him that easy. The little F-worder was mine and he'll stay mine. Betty quit therapy by the third session. On page 242, Stumble wrote, in California, this extraordinary breach of doctor-patient confidentiality, called a Tarasoff warning, is not only ethically permissible but also legally advisable in instances where the doctor might later be held liable for a preventable crime. The warning is named after the victim of a psychotic killer, whose therapist was later successfully sued for negligence in failing to alert the victim or her family to the potential danger. No, that's not the warning is for. We balance our rights, freedoms, and liberties of one individual for another, and although the right to privacy and medical privacy is very important, it's more important to save a human life. Very often before a person is unalived, there will be a time of harassment and stalking, when there are threats made against someone's life, like Dan, and we have learned to take those threats seriously and try to prevent someone like Betty from taking the lives of others like Dan and Linda. Betty said in her book on page 214, I was a woman of my word. If I said I was going to do something, I did it. No kidding. Stumble said on page 243 her talk of unaliving Dan was just a figure of speech, and Dan did not take the threat seriously. Obviously, it wasn't just a figure of speech, and Dan should have taken it seriously. Maybe because he had heard her threaten it so many times before, but it just didn't seem to sink in that the woman he was married to for 16 years and had 4 children with would ever take his life. Stumble wrote on page 244 a conversation Dan had to have with his son Danny after his mother's actions. Dan, your mom doesn't have impulse control. She cannot control herself. Some people are like that. She's like a little girl who for some reason wouldn't or can't control her frustration. She is like a little child who can't get her way, so she rolls around on the ground and kicks and screams. She has never been able to do that, control herself. And Dan finished. I think intellectually he understood that. Just before Mother's Day in 1987, Danny threatened to jump from a second floor window after Betty told him on the phone that he couldn't come see her that day, that he should just stay at home instead and have Linda's day at his dad's house. Danny also locked himself in the bathroom on a day with the housekeeper and tried to cut clumps of hair out of his head to get rid of the pain after a conversation with Betty when he was A-worded on the phone by her. Stumble wondered if Betty was so uncontrollable, then why did Dan continue to take her to court? Because Betty was breaking the law and injuring her children most of all. Stumble said children are the biggest losers in divorces, but it doesn't have to be that way if both parents can put aside their anger at each other enough to focus on the love for their children first. Forcing 2 people who are miserable together to stay in a marriage does not benefit the children. Stumble was quoting Dan on page 198. If you and I have learned anything over the past 17 years, it's that we can't cooperate with one another. There's two stubborn mules in one yoke pulling in different directions, and the marriage was never going to work. At some point, you just have to let go and move on. But Betty couldn't let go, and when she couldn't rage at Dan, she was more than willing to take her anger out on the children. On page 204, Stumble quoted Dan from a letter he sent her. "You and I are no longer married," he wrote. "It's now up to us to do our best to minimize the trauma our divorce will have on our kids. Bad mouthing one another to the kids, or even worse, blaming them for the divorce, is destructive. I suggest that each of us encourage the kids to love and respect the other, and that we refrain from any derogatory comments to or about one another." Betty would not listen. The Danny tape represents Betty Broderick at her most narcissistic, the toxic mother she turned out to be. Stumble said it's both Dan and Betty's fault because Dan was recording the conversations. That's a lie. This is Betty at her most horrible, and we get an understanding of what emotional and psychological A word she was using against her sons. Betty: "He's so stupid he doesn't care. But that money is mine. I earned it. I earned it for 20 years of hard work and total S word from that a-hole." Danny: "Yeah, but you're never going to see us again if—" "Don't you even care about your family, besides the stupid money?" He's crying. Betty: "I care perfectly about my family. I took absolutely perfect care of my family. I was the best mommy in the whole world, and the best wife in the whole world. It's not my fault your father is such an F-word head." Danny: "Then how come you won't just shut your mouth so we can come over there?" Betty: "I care plenty about my family. I only worked 24 hours a day for 17 years. Danny: "So then, well, fine. If it isn't your fault, then why don't you just mind your own business?" Crying. Betty: "What do you mean, mind my own business?" Danny: "And don't care who he's seeing. He could be seeing a totally different girl, and it wouldn't make a difference." Betty: "Well, I guess you're a real California kid. Congratulations. Your brain is scrambled eggs. You've been living with him too long. You don't have any sense of values, right and wrong, up and down, in and out, black and white, truth or lie. If you stay living with him, your whole head will get scrambled." Danny: "Well, all you care about is the money. What else do you care about besides your money and your share of things to own?" Betty: "I care about my family bad enough to put up with him F-wording Linda for 2 years. Danny: "It's not only Linda's fault. It's Dad's fault too, and your fault, Mom." Betty: "Why?" Danny: "'Cause you keep on saying bad words." Betty: "Listen, the first Christmas your father took you guys away from me and F-worded Linda right in front of you at the ski place. We were married, and I wasn't calling anybody a C-word then." Danny: "What ski place?" Betty: "In Utah. We were married when he did that." Danny: "No, you weren't." "Yeah, but you were still separated." Betty: "Well, what difference does that make? We were still married. And you are my 4 kids that he took away from me for Christmas and put you in an ugly apartment where he could F-word his secretary." Danny: "He didn't take us away. You gave us to him." Betty: "On Christmas?" Danny: "No, on Easter. You sent me over there on Easter, and a couple of hours more, the other kids, were over there." Betty: "Uh-huh. And you've just been having a good time ever since, haven't you?" Danny: "No, we haven't. We're having a horrible time. You keep on saying those bad words, and we're never going to be able to come over there if you don't stop. And if you don't stop it, it just shows me that all you care about is your money." Crying. Betty: "Well, this house isn't as pretty as that house." Danny: "Yeah, it is. It's a lot prettier." Betty: "Well, it's in a better spot. I don't like you in homosexual slur town with all the criminals and all the disabled slur and the old folks and the recreational substance deals." Danny: If you don't stop saying bad words, we're never going to be able to see you again. Betty, yeah, well, as soon as I get a fair settlement from Daddy, then I'll discuss custody. Danny, we aren't allowed to be around you if you're saying bad words, Mom. Betty, well, and the C word is allowed to be around you. Who's been F-wording him? Danny, what's wrong with that? You guys are divorced, so Dad can be with anybody he wants to. Betty, I didn't get a divorce. Daddy got the divorce. I'm still married. Danny, I know. No, no, you aren't. Because if you get divorced, you both are separated, Mom. And he likes somebody else now. He doesn't like you anymore. And if you gotta stop saying the bad words. He's crying. Betty, why doesn't he like me anymore? Danny, because he's sick of you because you guys get in all these fights. Betty, why do we get in these fights? Danny, I don't know. Betty, because he was F-wording his secretary. He's scum, Danny. He's absolute scum. He cheated and lied and F-worded around. Danny, you don't think being mad for 2 years is enough, Mom? Betty, no, it took me 20 years of goodness to get mad. Danny, I'm not selfish, I'm just fair. Danny, you want everything. You want half, and half of everything Dad owns. You want all the kids, and you want Linda to go away, so that leaves Dad with nothing. Betty, well, excuse me, first off, you're wrong. I don't want everything. Danny, what do you want? Crying. Betty, second off, what do I care if he's left with nothing? He walked out on his family. He doesn't deserve a family. Danny, oh, okay. What does he care that you're left with nothing? It's the same exact thing, Mom. How do you feel with no one living there? Not very good, huh? Betty, well, if you say that one more time, I'm going to tickle torture you for 25 minutes when I see you. That is not true, but I want what's mine out of that F-word head who refuses to settle. Danny, yeah, well, you stop saying bad words and it will happen. Betty, for 2 years since the separation, he could have settled this in the first week. In the first day, he could have settled this. Danny, no, he couldn't, because you were so naughty, you sent us over here. Betty, no, from the separation, he could have settled it. And now I would know how much money I was getting to pay the bills and to buy things and stuff and fix up the house so you guys could come live here. Danny, it's fixed perfectly fine for two of us to come live there. I don't know if the girls want to come, but if they do, I don't care. But all I care is that I want to come and Red wants to come and there's enough room there. There's one big room for both of us, crying. Betty, Danny, you're yelling at me. You don't even like me. You think I'm selfish and mean and everything else. What do you want to come for? Danny, because we both like you, and you're just being a real jerk because you don't want us to come over. All you want is your stupid money. And it's true, Mom. You don't care about us. You just want your money. Betty, that's not true. Danny, then how come you won't stop saying bad words? Betty, you're my little babies. Danny, yeah, I know. And if you stop saying bad words, you can have your little babies, crying even harder. Betty, laughing. My little baby's grown up. He's got quite a mouth on him. You're a smart kid, Danny. I love it. You're a smart kid. You're a very, very smart kid. You're going to be such a famous guy when you grow up. Whatever you do, you're going to be so successful because you're so smart. You take after your mother. Danny, why don't you just know? You're not very smart, Mom, because you aren't doing anything that you should be doing. You should not be so mad after 2 years. And you should, if you like us, if you think we're such your little babies, then why don't you want us to come over here? Why don't you stop saying bad words? Crying. Betty laughs. Danny, why don't you just stop saying bad words? This whole thing could be settled a lot a lot quicker. If you keep on saying bad words, it'll never be settled, Mom. Betty, will you tell Daddy to settle quick, and it can be settled before lunchtime tomorrow. He's got all the money. He's got every single cent the two of us own. When he gives me my half, then we'll discuss. Danny, he gives you money I don't know, but he gives you a lot of money. Betty, yeah, well, it's not enough. It's not what the law says I own. Danny, yeah, well, how much do you own? Betty, half. Danny, okay, well, you get your stupid half of your money if you stop saying bad words. How come you just won't stop saying bad words? Betty, because I'm mad. Danny, yeah, well, you can't be mad for 2 years. You're just going to get worse and worse and worse until you get your stupid share of money. And you're never going to get your stupid share of money unless you stop saying bad words. Danny's crying. There's nothing funny about it, Mom. Betty, where's Daddy while you're yelling at me like this? Danny, I don't know. Betty, he's probably listening on the other phone. Danny, no, he isn't, because I see him walking through this room every once in a while to fix some light bulbs. Betty, where's the C word? Danny, I don't know where, Mom. I don't know. Betty, well, it's not time to come over and screw him yet, huh? Danny, no, she's with her family. Betty, I wonder what her family thinks of her F-wording her boss who's married with 4 kids. Danny, not anymore. Betty, well, what did they think of her when she was F-wording him when he was married with 4 kids? Danny, well, fine. You can say what you want, but you're just being a real jerk to all of your family. Nobody is going to like you anymore. Betty, well, I didn't do any of this, Danny. I was the best mother and the best wife in the whole world. Daddy F-worded all of us. He F-worded your whole life and my whole life. Danny, well, you're doing the same thing right now, Mom. Betty, saying bad words has nothing to do with F-wording your whole family. Danny, you're making everything 10 times worse, and it's just going to get worse and worse until you stop saying those bad words. Why don't you stop? Silence. Huh? And you always say that you're not doing anything, but you are, Mom. You won't. Why won't you listen, Mom? You can make life a lot easier for everybody in this family if you just stop saying bad words. You're going to get your stupid share if you stop saying bad words. You're going to get us, the kids that want to come over to your house and forever, if you would just stop saying those stupid bad words. Why don't you just stop? He starts crying. Betty, there's a long pause, because I hate Daddy. He has robbed me of everything I have on earth, including the kids. Betty starts crying. Danny, yeah, but he didn't rob you. You gave us to him. Betty, he's handled this like an F-wording slug, throwing me in jail and stealing my house from underneath me. Danny, oh yeah. Do you know why he threw you in jail? Because you came and rammed through his house. Betty, after he stole my house from me. I wish he'd just unalive. I wish he would get drunk and drive his F-wording car. Danny, what's going to make the difference, Mom? Betty, because then he'll be gone off the earth. Danny, you've been mad long enough. Betty, no, I haven't. Danny, oh yeah. Do you want to be mad another 2 years, and after that another 4 years, and after that maybe another 6 years? Betty called the child abuse hotline on Dan when he was at a wedding reception and Danny was bumped by a car as he walked his bicycle across an intersection. Dr. Ruth advised canceling an Easter vacation the boys planned to have with Betty because of her conversations with them. And that's the thing about Betty. She claimed she wanted to see the boys, and Dan was preventing that. But just as she's given the chance to spend time with them, she did something she knew without a doubt would prevent the boys from seeing her. And then she went into a rage and told the boys their dad wouldn't let her see them. All the while she's off on one of her holidays or something she would never take her children with her on. Betty is highly manipulative. Dan had his attorney contact Betty's attorney that Friday morning to let her know the Easter visit was off. Roth advised Dan to pick the boys up early because they expected Betty to explode with anger. Stumble said on page 254 that what resulted was a small, absurd scene out of a bad sitcom. No, Stumble was very wrong. It wasn't comical. It must have been frightening for everyone involved except Betty. Dan picked up Rhett, but had to find Danny because he had been on a field trip. Betty, in a rage, went right to the school and saw Dan and Rhett drive off. She followed them, and Dan said Betty forced him off the road. Dan said he put the car in reverse and made a U-turn to pick up Danny and brought them to his office. He filed another OSC for the car incident, along with half a dozen answering machine charges. Betty finally paid Glucksman, and he gave Smith the necklace until Betty accepted a lien on her house for attorney fees. Betty bought a one-person package trip for Hawaii in July from a school charity auction, and she said she expected Dan to pay for the children to go. No, she didn't. She was only thinking about herself with that vacation. She also kept up her social schedule as Stumble listed off on page 258, including a Theta lunch, a charity rummage sale, and running a ticket booth at the spring fair. Kim forgot her passport to establish her place of birth for her SAT and called her mother when she couldn't reach her father. She left obscene messages on Dan's answering machine, along with calling everyone she thought he knew, including Linda Kokina's condo. Betty reached Brian Monahan, who had Dan's private phone number, and Kim had her passport in time for the SAT. Stumble called it a crisis, maybe for the wealthy. Because Betty was continually in contempt of the restraining order, she was brought to court where Judge Joseph imposed a 25-day jail sentence. On page 261, Stumble wrote, however, he said he might suspend some of the sentence if Betty apologized to the court for her disrespectful behavior. Her attorney Smith knew better. Smith begged for a stay of a sentence long enough to let Betty go home and get her affairs in order. Joseph refused, and so Betty Broderick was handcuffed and hauled directly from court to jail. Of course, Betty was never going to apologize. Stumble didn't even bother to add that. It's pretty much known that's how Betty reacted to everything. She served 6 days and claimed she got along well with the other women because she's such a F-wording wimp. Joseph suspended the remaining 19 days after Smith appealed for mercy and did her best to extract from Betty a letter agreeing to abide to the restraining order. She referred to Dan as an amoral alcoholic and an A-worded father, and said through Stumble on page 262 that divorce is the great American tragedy. The lives of women and children are derailed by divorce. She went on and on for pages. It's really hard to understand what Betty wanted. If Dan was such a bad person, then she should want to divorce him and have her children. But in the same sentence, she complained that he could leave her because of divorce laws, and that's the problem. On page 263, Stumble wrote, but Betty had barely cleared the jailhouse door before she was retracting every cynical word of the letter she had written. The statement you refer to in court is no statement of mine, she wrote Joseph in a letter copied into her diaries. It was dictated by my attorney. Her actual views, she wrote, were these. I stand aghast at the gross miscarriage of justice put forth in your courtroom. It is a shame you are so honored by the presence of Dan Broderick that you lost all sense of truth, justice, right, and wrong. How you could have construed phone calls made to my children at their own separate phone number during times Dan cannot possibly have been home as harassing Dan Broderick is a pathetic joke. Just because Dan is F-wording his receptionist, I will not be treated as an insane criminal. I am guilty of neither. Her verbal rampage continued for pages. When she went home and checked her mailbox, she found even more accounts of contempt she would have to face in court. Ann Dick, one of her friends and married to an attorney, found out Dan had used his influence to have Betty's name removed from any jail records. Her friends finally realized Betty was in trouble, as if they couldn't have figured that out before. It finally just became clear to us that what Betty needed was 30 days of inpatient evaluation, not amateur psychiatrists, says Dick sadly. We decided that if we wanted to really help her, it would be an 8-hour-a-day job, and none of us had the time, so we just let go. Betty returned to breaking the restraining order again. Stumble said on page 267 that whatever else may be said about Betty Broderick, she was not one to compromise her ideas. Betty later wrote a letter while awaiting her second trial to explain her personality. Well, when I was at least trying to fight back, I felt better. I felt able to cope. I wouldn't have stood in line to go to the gas chambers at Auschwitz either. I can't believe she said that. If you're so overpowered, you're going to die anyway. I'd a hell of a lot rather die protesting. Besides, I had every right in the world to be angry. I was gang R-worded, and then they want me to like them? Smith had Betty's temporary special support retroactive to December 1st, 1986, and tried to remain in focus for the job she was really paid to do, to resolve property, support, and custody issues. Smith also dispatched letters to Dan's attorney with suspicions that Dan was deliberately delaying trial hearings in order to hide assets. Dan was sending Betty various checks for community property along with her support, and Smith believed it confused the issues. She also inquired about the sale of the Corvette, and Dan's attorney said that the vehicle belonged to the corporation. Smith also was waiting for $12,000 in legal fees, and Dan was still paying various insurance and car payments because his name was still on them and he didn't trust Betty to pay them. All the while, Betty had decided to address herself in the local legal arbitration panel, where at least one of the panelists was a close friend of Dan's. On page 270, Stumble said, but she could not remain fixed on any one thought. Too much else was on her mind. Linda. Always at the heart of it all was Linda. Betty would never come to terms with the visions in her head of the lithe, lovely young woman tripping around the house in her shorts or her nighties, sitting down to breakfast, flushed and radiant from the night before, with Betty's teenage daughters and young sons. But she could never admit it. Smith was preparing for Dan's deposition on July 20th, but had yet to receive full documentation of property titles, partnerships, stocks, securities, bank accounts, and other personal property. On page 274, Stumble said, compounding Smith's problems, when the day of deposition arrived, Betty was nowhere to be found. She had instead left the day before for her pre-planned vacation in Hawaii. And so, after all these months, there finally sat Dan, Gerald Barry, and Tricia Smith in Smith's office, waiting for Betty, who apparently hadn't even told Smith she was leaving town. Betty, of course, shifted the blame to Smith and Dan. Betty did not want to face the Broderick final dissolution of assets because she didn't want to accept a divorce. She sent Dan a postcard saying she didn't see any single 40-plus men with their office C words on the beach, just normal, happy families. Dan filed another contempt. Betty also sent him a letter hoping he would snap out of it, meaning he would return to her. On page 275, Stumble wrote, Dr. Sparta filed a damning report with Child Protective Services on the detrimental effects of Betty's behavior on the children. Brian Monahan said Betty was turning the children against Linda, and although Linda wanted to marry Dan and wanted the children to accept her, Betty played a large part in preventing that. Betty joined an organization called HALT, Help Abolish Legal Tyranny. Stumble said it smacked of radicalism. Basically, it was a group against lawyers, and Betty fit in perfectly. Half a dozen HALT members went with Betty to court for her contempt charges, but the hearing was postponed. It was through them that Betty became more focused and finally offered a divorce settlement to Dan through her lawyer. On page 283, Stumble said Betty wanted a cash amount of $1 million non-taxable, plus $25,000 per month for 10 years, whether she remarried or not. That's half of Dan's pay for that year. She wanted title to her house and her car. She wanted the household furniture in her possession, plus all funds she had already received from Dan from their various community property assets, which totaled $500,000. She wanted him to buy a $1 million life insurance policy with her as beneficiary until his spousal support obligation was fulfilled. In exchange, she would pay half the children's college expenses. She would forfeit any claims on his law practice or any other property mutually owned, including his pension fund, his residence, the boat, the ski condominium, the limited partnerships with his brother, and so on. She was, in short, proposing a $4 million package deal to end the war, plus the $500,000 she already received. The $4 million is at least $12 million in today's money, not including money that was already distributed to her. The $500,000 is like $1.5 million. That's $13,500,000 plus the equity she had in her home. But the hook was, Dan would keep the children. Betty, the one-time perfect mother, wasn't even seeking custody. Dan and Linda could have them. She wanted only guaranteed visitation. Betty had decided, she told friends, to travel, find a career, to enjoy life without the stresses of being a single parent. Dan's lawyer rejected the offer. When Betty read an article in a local newspaper from Dan complaining about rich people tying up the courts needlessly, Betty wrote to the editor and said Dan was holding up the divorce settlement and she had amassed $60,000 in legal fees. She signed it disgusted and discouraged, with Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick III in parentheses, with Betty Broderick following. The judge became fed up with the battling Brodericks and erased all the backup contempts from the calendar. But Betty returned to violating the restraining order, and Dan was threatening court orders again over Betty's contact with the children. Danny was planning to stay at his mother's house and take care of the dogs. Betty thought otherwise. Betty: well, I'm really not even interested in seeing you guys and having anything to do with that F-worded up family until you get your act together over here. Try to be normal. I'm too embarrassed to tell anybody I know you guys. Danny: why? It's not our fault. Betty: because Daddy's F-wording his office C-word is very embarrassing. I know, but why are you embarrassed to tell them you even know us? Betty: well, because you're living over there. You obviously approve. Danny: we don't, Mom. That doesn't mean anything. Betty: well then, why don't you come over here and live over here and get out of there? Danny: well, it's not that easy. Betty: yes, it's that easy. It's exactly that easy, you know. You can just move here, and it's that easy. There's nothing going on in that neighborhood anyway, right? Dan contacted Smith with a transcript of the conversation and pointed out while Betty talked to her son like that, she also brought the 4 puppies to Rhett's class for the children to play with. Stumble said Dan didn't try to understand Betty. She did not hold Betty accountable for the way she was treating her children. Smith also was documenting Betty's instructions to her to protect herself from Betty's manipulations. She told everyone, including the children, she wanted custody of them, but then she would tell her lawyer something completely different. On page 292, Stumble said in Smith's record, you have instructed me not to try to negotiate any time for you with your children over Thanksgiving or Christmas. You have also continued to instruct me not to file any custody or visitation proceedings on your behalf for more equitable and equal sharing of the children. If any of the above was incorrect, Smith asked Betty to notify her immediately, but Smith's understanding was correct. Betty was planning a trip to Pasadena, and she decided she resented she had to take care of the dogs, so she put ribbons on their necks and went to Dan's house against the restraining order and placed the dogs in the foyer. The children spent Christmas with Dan and Linda, while Betty spent time with Brad and his ailing mother. Then Betty went to Tahiti alone. She then sent a Christmas letter out to people who knew her and Dan with 2 photographs, one of Dan and Linda together and the other of Dan and Betty on their wedding day. On page 296, Stumble wrote, across the Dan and Linda picture, she printed the message, "Crash or no crash, it's a certainty that 1987 is the year of the bimbo." Her letter said, "I heartily apologize to you all for my lapse in correspondence the past several Christmases. I was only following the rules. If you don't have something good to say, don't say anything at all. The last 5 years out here in sunny California have been living hell. Our darling family has been ravaged by Dan's classic midlife crisis with a 19-year-old receptionist. In 83 and 84, I valiantly tried to carry on and shoulder the burden of the trauma myself, figuring the whole disgusting mess was too A-word 9 to be true and he would get over it. Instead of getting over it, he escalated the whole thing into a legal nightmare as well. During 83 and 84, he had completely rearranged our finances and our whole lives, lowering our lifestyle and putting us in a rented house and car. It was only then that he made his decision and walked out." And the letter goes on about all the legal problems and how she lost everything that mattered to her, but she told everyone to write her and tell her about their lives. Smith had made a list of items she needed from Dan's tax returns and all checks paid to partnerships he owned with his brother Larry. Plus, she needed data from his pension funds, loans, and contributions. Stumble said she was ready to go to war, but needed an appraiser to evaluate the numbers. Betty fired the appraiser. She said he cost too much, and Dan doctored his books anyways. Then she fired her attorney, but Smith represented Betty in court on contempt charges, and the judge fined her $8,000, with Dan deducting $1,000 per month from her $16,000 support check. The judge also agreed to order Dan to get Linda off the answering machine. Betty continued to enter Dan's home, and although the housekeepers were to call the police when they saw Betty, they never felt comfortable doing it. Instead, they just watched her so she wouldn't damage anything. But Betty was able to get away from them and often damaged property. Betty wrote a 90-page manuscript about her life titled "What's a Nice Girl to Do?" A story of white-collar domestic violence in America. Stumble said on page 309 to 310, what resulted instead was such a furious, personalized account of a wonderful wife and mother, wronged in every respect by a foaming at the mouth, mad dog attorney, that it had scant relevance to the average woman in divorce. Dan came out as something lower than a barnyard pig, yet more powerful than God. Betty herself verged on saintly. Of special interest to the district attorney was the last paragraph of Betty's book. "I wish I could finish this tale of woe," she wrote. "I tried to finish it 5 years ago, when I burnt his clothes and threw him out. As things are today, I have ulcers, insomnia, a chronic bad back from the incredible stress, and have gained 60 pounds. The home I'm living in is still a mess, even though I spent a lot of my own money on it. It's still in a beautiful spot, but it still has Dan Broderick's name on the deed. I am facing the crooked judge in jail again. I am without an effectual attorney, but have thousands in outstanding attorney fees. At this point, February 20th, 1988, I have nowhere to turn. If this is the way domestic disputes are settled in the courts, is there any wonder why there are so many unalivings? I am desperate. What is a nice girl to do?" Betty decided she wanted Danny to enroll in a different school and signed him up for the entrance exam. But Dan brought the boys with him to a St. Patrick's Day parade and didn't agree to Danny changing schools. On page 311, Stumble wrote in Betty's voice, "Listen, you F-wording insane A-word hole," she screamed into his answering machine. "This is Saturday, now at about 1:30 or something. I've been calling for days to get this weekend straightened out. You F-worded your son over by having missed the bishop's exam. I am not accepting red by cab, which is unsafe, so that I can be your maid and babysit while you continue your drunken afternoon with your office C-word. You are so insane. Will you please get help? You're sick." Then she wrote a rambling 20-page letter of outrage to Dan's attorney, with several more letters directed to him from her over a period of 2 months. And Betty kept spending money. On page 312, Stumbo wrote, she continued her erratic credit card shopping sprees. On one day in March alone, she spent $1,000 at Custom Shirts of La Jolla. She walked into department stores and boutiques and bought armfuls of clothing for herself and the children. But by now, shopping for herself was no fun because she had to visit the large-size salons of her favorite stores. She leased cars for her daughters. Betty wrote to Smith, pretending as if she didn't fire her. In Betty's book, she said Smith quit when the judge put her in jail, but that's a lie. The Oprah Winfrey Show called Betty and wanted her to appear in a program about messy divorces, but she refused. Betty was also fined again and made to pay Dan's attorney fees of $16,000. Betty was needlessly causing delays and was held responsible for the legal fees. He deducted $2,000 a month from the $16,000 in support she received until the full amount was paid. She went to the children's school and used such foul language that the principal had to reprimand her. She gave him a copy of her book. Dan sends Betty his latest divorce settlement proposal. This time he offered to give her $9,000 per month for 1 year, reduced to $5,000 per month thereafter, continuing for 7 years, or less if she were married. That would be until the youngest child was 18. That came out to a total package of $528,000 for 8 years, or less than that, half of his annual earnings at the date of separation in 1985. Stummel said he offered nothing for the community property division. That's not true. Dan had already transferred to Betty multiple cash advances, including the down payment of her home, the sale of the Fairbanks ranch lots, another advance she demanded when she rammed her vehicle through his house, and other property including the country club dues. All this totaled nearly $500,000, about $1.5 million in today's money. He said they owed so much that he didn't owe her anything else. He would also point out that he paid her $192,638 in voluntary monthly support. When the court increased the spousal support, that added another $402,500 that had been paid to her. So Betty received nearly $600,000 in support in less than 4 years. That's easily $1.8 million in today's money. She also received half of his pension fund that she couldn't access until she retired, and her half was worth $240,000 almost, or $720,000 in today's money, plus half of the business assets he had with his brother, half of the $57,000 or $28,500. Again, plus her equity in the home. Betty was a millionaire then, with her net worth, or she would have been if she didn't have all those credit card bills. On Kib's graduation day, Stumble said on page 319 to 320 that Betty knew Dan would be at the ceremony and she wanted to see him. She wanted Dan to talk to her, but when she arrived at the campus, she saw Linda had accompanied Dan. Kim said her mother never forgave her for inviting Linda to a graduation. Betty told Stumble that she didn't care, but she did. She wanted to be there alone with Dan, and Linda was between them. They sat separated from each other, but then Betty started following them and taking their pictures. Betty denied it, but what triggered her anger may have been when a teacher she once knew called Linda Mrs. Broderick and assumed Linda was Betty. On page 321, Stumble wrote, "Why should I have been embarrassed?" she asked brightly. "Don't you see? There can never be more than one Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick III in La Jolla. That was my name. That's why Linda Coquina wanted me unalived. You can't replace a woman who's still alive." Accusations for Betty are an admission. 2 more divorce settlement conferences failed, and Betty was ordered by a judge to seek vocational testing, routine in many divorces involving wives who have not worked outside the home for most of their adult lives. She is still highly insulted by it, but the vocational testing was later dropped. Dan was ordered to pay for Betty's counseling, and Betty went to Dan's house the next day to complain about it. Betty said he wouldn't look up at her or even answer her. Reporters Kruger and DeWise from the San Diego Reader were assigned to cover the Broderick case, and Betty invited them into her home to vent the whole bitter, angry story in her words. She still believed Dan was going through a midlife crisis. Then they contacted Dan, and with some reluctance, he told them his side of the story. And this is the paragraph Betty misquoted from. "It's never going to be over for me, I know that. I mean, I'm resigned. It's not going to end until one of us is gone. I mean, it's just not going to. I mean, the ultimate trial is going to resolve some community property issues, but it's not going to end this thing. And so it's going to be a very unpleasant experience. And it's one that I am not looking forward to, going down there to trial and having this. I mean, I would much rather she had a lawyer." DeWise wanted to know what he meant. "It's not going to be over until one of you is gone, because she will probably be asking for support for life. Was that what he meant?" "That's not only what I meant," he said. "I mean that too, but I mean it's going to be she can't let go of it. She cannot let go of it." "Why does she do this?" asked Kruger. "Well, she's filled with hatred," said Dan. "I left her, and she's mad about it." Whereupon Dan proceeded to tell the two reporters that actually Betty had always been hell to live with. Betty received a letter from the San Diego Reader informing her the story was dead because they were concerned they would be subject to charges of invasion of privacy. Stumble said Dan threatened to sue the newspaper if they published the article. After Dan and Linda's unaliving, DeWise and Kruger wrote a full-length story about the Broderick case. Betty printed out a 3-page, 24-point leaflet titled Housewives Revolt and listed everything she protested against Dan. And as Stumble said on page 331, her friends could recite them by heart just from hearing her going over the same complaints over and over again. As with Betty, what she said was not necessarily true. Dan legally kidnapped her children, although she said she was a perfect mother always. He sold her house in 4-hour notice of sale, leaving her with no place to live, although she had already bought her beachside home. She was sent to jail for 28 days for calling him names on a machine with his office girl's voice on it, not to mention the threats and the A word towards her children, and entering his home and destroying his property. Betty said she was over $300,000 in debt, which is probably pretty much true, with most of the credit card debt from her spending, and she had far more in assets than that. There are reports from people who said Betty distributed copies of the flyer throughout La Jolla and downtown to the bar Dan hung out at. She even stuck them randomly on windshield wipers of parked cars, and Helen Picard said some people told her she attached them to telephone poles. Betty denied it. On page 332, she told Stumble it would take a wacko to do something like that. Dan proposed to Linda on her 27th birthday at Dobson's, their favorite hangout, and gave her an emerald and diamond ring. They also announced they were planning a new family. They wanted to have at least 5 children together. That's one more than Dan had with Betty, and between both women, the 9 children would match the number of children his father had. She would be the new Mrs. Dan Broderick. On page 11, Betty wrote, "And Linda Broderick, Linda Coquina, as I always think of her." It was the same week Betty had taken the boys to British Columbia for a fishing trip, and they planned on being gone for 2 to 3 weeks. There was no fighting over vacation money because Betty said she would pay for it out of her support, so Dan let them go. Their vacation only lasted a week, and they returned with Betty complaining about having no money. She also knew Dan was getting married. On page 334, Stumble wrote, "Mom was real quiet when I told her that Dan had proposed to Linda." Kim recalled later, "I was real surprised. I thought she'd be bad enough to unalive him then. But she really didn't show any reaction at all until she found out they were going to start a new family." As in the movie, Betty told her children when Dan and Linda had their family, Dan wouldn't love them anymore. On page 334, Stumble said 2 weeks later, while Dan and Linda were in Hawaii with their children, Betty checked herself into the care of La Jolla plastic surgeon for an $8,000 overhaul. This was after cutting short a vacation with the boys because she said she didn't have enough money. Stumble said on page 186 she was a woman whose whole life had been cast in one direction, that of the professional wife and mother. It was all she knew how to be. Therefore, she needed to create a new household, complete with a new husband. If Dan could start over again, why couldn't she? But she felt her best days were behind her, and she would never be able to attract a man as handsome and successful as Dan Broderick. Well, so what? There's more to life than a man. All the Broderick children were suffering, but Lee in particular was having a difficult time. Divorce does not have to destroy the children when their parents love them and place their well-being first. Stumble said on page 136, in the years to come, both Brodericks would hurl charges of child A-word at each other, and certainly Betty's eventual behavior would become far more garish. But the reality is that Dan Broderick also consistently placed his children's needs second to his own. Not only that, he set the precedent by doing it first. Stumble meant Dan did it first by leaving the marriage. Dan did not place his needs above his children by leaving the marriage. If anything, he probably hoped ending the toxic relationship with Betty would be beneficial to the children. Betty hired investigators to track Lee down at the La Jolla street celebration and convinced her to check into a drug treatment hospital. On page 336, Stumble wrote, the hospital promptly called Dan for both money and a discussion of Lee's treatment, and he went to see his daughter for the first time since she went away 5 months earlier. Betty was hoping one of the children in distress would be enough for Dan to return to her. It was not, and Betty wanted him to return, she said, for the children, but it was for her. She was spending her time lost in the past, going through hundreds of old photographs and family memorabilia. She spent her days and nights crying in her bedroom, and her maid Maria was very worried about her. Someone should have stepped in and forced Betty to go to a mental hospital, not for 30 days, but for at least 6 months to a year. She obviously needed help, and no one in her life seemed to understand how broken she was. She probably needed medication to stabilize her moods and counseling every day to help her heal. It would have been worth it in the end, but it didn't happen. Maybe part of the problem was she was surrounded by superficial and artificial La Jolla bubble women who were patting her on the hand and telling her to move on, but Betty didn't know how. Another part of the problem was Betty's friends saw her deterioration, but Betty was always trying to act like everything was fine, and she wouldn't let people who truly care about her understand how desperate she had become. One of her friends said Betty never understood friends are there for you in good times and in bad, and she never let them see who she was on the inside. She was always hiding. Stumble said on page 185 she could see it in the eyes of the other La Jolla wives, women whose parties she and Dan used to attend, women who once openly envied her for her husband, so much smarter, more successful, more handsome than their own. I felt like a fool, and everybody acted as if we didn't exist. I went overnight from front row tables to the back of the room. Betty, who was so used to being the center of attention, no longer held the highest throne in the court. This was unacceptable for her. Stumble, who hates equal rights and laws, said on page 179, although the name varies, most community property states now have some equivalent of the Epstein, which, simply put, is the means by which the supporting spouse can, when finally divorced, charge the dependent spouse for one half of all community debts accumulated, not from the date of divorce, but from the date of separation. Epstein credits would later cost Betty Broderick nearly $500,000 in her share of the wealth she had helped her husband accumulate. On page 180, Betty told Stumble, but at the time she just assumed that the courts would automatically see that I got half of what we owned. I thought that's what community property laws meant. The judge presiding over a case does not work just for Betty. The judge looks at facts brought forward by both Dan and Betty and makes a decision based on what's provided to him. Betty didn't provide any financial facts and acquiesced to Dan's findings, which may sound like Betty was acting against her own best interest, but Betty is not stupid. And just to be clear, when two people are married, they are both legally responsible for any debts they accumulate, and they can call it Epstein credits or whatever they want. When a wife signs their joint tax returns, she is also responsible for whatever taxes they pay that year. It was not, as Betty told Stumbo, Dan spending the community property that cost these two money by the time the divorce happened. It was the fake it till you make it spending they did to get to the top. Dan was working overtime to pull in enough money in 1985 and 1986 to get their debts paid off. He realized his marriage was over and he needed to get these debts paid off in order to start over again. It was his highest earning years, although Stumbo insinuated Dan made millions of dollars a year. That's just not factual. Betty's lawyer said in an interview for Snapped Highlights, Dan's income was $130,000 a month, and that was almost the average for the year he made the most. That's a tremendous amount of money, about $4.5 million in today's money. How many lawyers pull in a paycheck like that? Dan's income had dropped by 1988, and Betty was asking for exactly half, $25,000 a month or $300,000 a year, and she would pay her half of the taxes and half the children's college expenses. On page 236, Stumbo quoted Betty in one of her harassing phone calls. "It's a shame your income plummets this year, isn't it, sweetie?" Kissing sounds. "You're so cellophane. You think you're so clever, and you're just a classic fool." She wanted no responsibility for the debts. Dan seems to have wanted to get out of debt so that he could have time to enjoy his life. He was never going to have that with Betty. On top of that, it was that fake it till you make it debt that really cost them. They had the debt on the house with the balloon payment and another loan for the home renovations. They had the massive $500,000 loan with the substantial interest on that they had to pay back. And they had enormous credit card debt with Betty spending like there was no tomorrow. Betty didn't want anyone to know how much she spent, and she didn't want an appraiser revealing it. And yes, Betty is just as responsible for the debts in the marriage, just as she is responsible for the assets. If a man had a gambling problem and he amassed a large credit card debt, then the judge probably would not hold the wife accountable for that because she didn't benefit from it, and more than likely wouldn't know about it. Betty knew about the debt and was using those credit cards like it was free money. Dan did not approve of her spending. She admitted she just went out and did it on her own. Then she was mad at him for investing in property she didn't approve of, but they were doing it to each other. It was about as equal as anything can be. The Broderick divorce file disappeared and then reappeared a few weeks after the Broderick divorce trial was concluded in 1989. Stumble said it was the Good Old Boy Network in action, and it may have been. Betty wrote long, rambling letters to Dan's lawyers, the psychiatrist, and the judge. One letter she wrote went on for 17 pages, reiterating her entire life story and peppered with profanities. She again entered Dan's home and found a letter addressed to Dan's father and mother, informing them of his engagement to Linda. She rewrote the letter with her vulgar language and sent it to them. Dan's father returned the letter to him and let his son know he believed both Dan and Linda need to be concerned for their safety. He believed from the letter and her actions that Betty was a demented psychopath. Betty could never admit to how hurt she was when Dan's family cut off all ties to her the minute Dan left her. Dan sent her yet another property settlement plan with a cash settlement of $180,563. His practice was valued at $1.4 million, whatever that contained, and his pension was $478,163. She received half of the pension at $239,081.50. Stummel said on page 345, both these figures were based not on current value, but on the value at the time of the separation, which Dan and the courts consistently set at February 28, 1985, the day he walked out. There were also $57,000 in small partnerships and $948,581 in Epstein credits, or debt the couple accumulated during their marriage, which is not very surprising at all. Plus, there were cash advances she received in the amount of $200,438 since February 1985. He said he transferred an additional $112,334 to her above his value of assets. So the $180,563 is what's left after all the deductions. Obviously, Betty didn't like it. That's over $500,000 in today's money. On page 346, Stummel wrote, how did the pension plan shrink to $480,000 when it had been worth at least $650,000 2 years earlier by his own admission? Betty's half of the pension froze in February 1985. It was currently the end of 1988. The pension increased from $480,000 to $650,000 in those years was obviously more than just accrued interest. Dan was adding to the pension plan after the separation and legal divorce, and that money does not go to Betty. She should have interest included on the $239,081.50, but we would not be anywhere near the $171,837 increase above the $478,163 to at least $650,000 Betty and Stummel claimed was in the account 2 years previously. Betty desperately needed an attorney and an appraiser, and she refused to hire either. As Stummel said on page 352, she had decided months ago to represent herself in her final legal battle with Dan Broderick. On page 353, she said, what she never would admit was that she also didn't want any pinstripe stranger standing between her and her former husband, the father of her children, the man who had promised to love her until the 12th and never. On the same page, Stummel said she didn't care about money. She wanted to talk. She wanted Dan Broderick to say he was sorry. She wanted him to stand up in the middle of the trial, admit the error of his ways, and come back home where he belonged. Apparently, Dr. Nelson told Dan to give Betty what she wanted and to resolve the custody dispute, and maybe, she would bury it and be with the boys. Probably not. Just giving Betty what she wanted did not work to control her rages, because she really wasn't getting what she wanted. She wanted Dan. Betty said in her book on page 172, that's the last thing I would have ever wanted, but the lady protests too much. Dr. Nelson didn't seem to know that Betty didn't want custody of the boys, and all she really wanted was to bury Dan and Linda. Of course, Dan refused. He did ask Betty if she wanted the boys over the holidays, and Betty didn't want to be a babysitter for Dan and Linda. Betty was at least going to therapy sessions with Dr. Nelson, but they didn't seem to be helping her, although other psychologists claimed Betty was getting better. Betty's very persuasive, and obviously she was not getting any better. She found out there was going to be a postponement, and Betty knew whatever she would be awarded would be affected if the settlement was reached after Dan married Linda. So for one of the few times, it was Betty who forced a trial date. Ronnie Brown accompanied her, but the case remained closed from the public. There was only a partial divorce file on hand, and the trial lasted for 8 days. She accepted Dan's financial figures without question. Dan wanted the reduced alimony support, and Betty wanted her $4 million deal. Reversing what she told her then attorney Smith, She wanted custody of the 3 minor children. Someone must have advised her that she would not get as much as she wanted financially without having custody of the children. Although there were losses in some investments Dan made with his brother, there was no complete numbers given. There was a Denver office building that had a loss of $60,000. Also, some property in Telluride that was only worth $700 an acre, half of the earlier value. This is what Dan's appraiser said. The amount for the small partnerships Dan had with his brother came to $57,000. Stumbo, who hated Epstein credits, said on page 359, Epstein credits on debts Dan was paying continued to accrue right up to the present. The value of the community property assets was frozen at the date of separation, 4 years earlier. So Stumble said Dan was charging Betty for her half of the debt, even if they weren't paid off, and he was continuing to pay it off himself in installments. But regardless, Betty is still responsible for that debt. Betty believed if the property was separated closer to the time of separation or filing for divorce, then the whole book worth of Epstein's would not have existed. Stumble wrote on page 373, it is possible, he, the judge, said, that if the divorce was concluded earlier, these Epstein credits would not have accrued. It makes no sense for a judge to say that in their case because that's probably false. Perhaps it may have been true in the debt for other divorces in general, but Epstein credits are usually rich people problems. Dan believed Betty's monthly expenses were ludicrous. She spent $1,000 for a gardener, about $3,000 in today's money, and that's every month. Her food and household supplies came to $850, over $2,500 in today's money. Her phone bill was $200, and she spent $2,000 a month on clothes, $6,000 in today's money. Stumble said on page 360, not least he thought her $4,500 monthly mortgage was unreasonable too. Without the children, she could not validate needing such a big home, which no doubt was why she changed her mind about the custody. Stumble also thought Dan was playing a shell game with his corporation and hiding funds from Betty. An appraiser and a lawyer could have found that out. Finally, Betty had Dan on the stand and could confront him. She asked him when the divorce began, and after some prodding, he said April 12, 1969, their wedding day. She wanted to know when Dan thought Betty knew the affair with Linda started. The judge told her it was irrelevant. After that, Betty just brought up anything that came to her mind. She wore down everyone in the courtroom. On page 366, Stumble wrote, I don't know when I first came to the conclusion that you had an emotional problem, he said. It might have been 83, it might have been 69. It's been a long time, Bets. She ignored that. And what was this thing, she asked. This thing is really the whole heart and soul of the case, he shot back. It is the antipathy you feel towards me. And I understand that, I might say. I understand your anger. I understand your hatred. I understand. The thing is, you're using it against them, the children. You are venting it in front of them and directly to them. When you can come to grips with this hatred and hostility you have for me and direct it in other ways and not around them, then we will be at peace. Until that happens, this is never going to end. She argued with him. This thing, in her opinion, was the fact that he had legally bludgeoned her for years. No, ma'am. When this court makes its decision, he retorted, that will not end this problem that you have. There will be hundreds of other incidents that would trigger hostility on your part. Unless or until you get the kind of help you need to channel your anger in other ways, honestly, I don't think, Bets, that you have a legitimate basis with being unhappy. I don't think there is any amount of money in this world that is going to be sufficient for you. You want me, you want my money, you want my unaliving, or my ruination in this community. You want me destroyed and over and done with. And unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy." She acted as if she had not heard him. There was no mention of hitting Kim or Betty at any time. After accusing him of everything from being intimate with Linda in front of the children to using recreational substances, she then tried to make Dan admit her social activities advanced his career. He disagreed. He said 99% of his work came from other lawyers. She wanted him to acknowledge the early hardship she believed she went through in the marriage, and again Dan simply did not remember what Betty remembered. Dan's lawyer and the judge let her go on and on about her complaints, hoping if she got it out of her system that maybe she could move on. That would not happen. She finally moved on to finances, one of the real reasons she was in court in the first place. Although Betty claimed in her book all through 1983, 1984, and 1985 Dan was hiding money from her for when he would eventually divorce her, nothing was brought up in court to prove that. She did claim to find where he withdrew two large amounts just before he left her. One was for $175,000 and the other was for $80,000. Betty knew the $175,000 was a wire transfer to Dan's brother, and she assumed it was to pay for the Colorado investments, which turned into debts. Dan explained later his company loaned his brother $175,000, and Larry paid it back with 13% interest 40 days later. The $80,000 was to cover a tax obligation in 1984. Betty wanted to know if the loan money affected his law practice. Perhaps the interest would increase its value some. Stumble pointed out that Dan also loaned Larry $450,000 from his pension fund, but that was in 1988 and should not have affected Betty, although she implied it did. When Dan died, the Broderick boys sued their uncle for their share of the unpaid balance since there were two who inherited his estate. Kim did not sue for her share, and Lee had been written out of Dan's will. Lee would later testify on the stand that they were making progress in amending their bond, but he died before he could add her to his will. The only real question was the value of Dan's business and whether it was considered a community asset at the time of separation or at the date of trial. The judge said it could go either way, but it was up to Betty to have presented facts to the judge to make a decision, which she didn't do. And Stumble doesn't explain what assets are owned by the business. Does the business own the law offices, or is it primarily just Dan's brand name bringing value to the business? How much did the children receive for the business after he died? Without Dan Broderick, probably not as much. Betty was hopelessly lost in the courtroom and desperately needed a lawyer. It was a complete waste of time as far as separating the finances were concerned. Betty received on that day $33,126 minus $5,000 in fees, plus all the money she received when Dan liquidated earlier assets, which total again $500,000 or $1.5 million in today's money, plus half of the small business values with Dan's brother, which was one half of $57,000 or $28,500, plus nearly $240,000 in a pension account, plus clothing, furnishings, and jewels, and equity in her home. Oh, poor Betty. As for custody of the children, the judge spoke to the children separately. Lee went first and explained she and her father did not get along. She sounded a lot like her mother. On page 380, Stumble wrote in Lee's voice, "I think I should get something. I feel like I've been cheated. I'm going skiing this afternoon, and I had to work for 3 weeks every day, every night, to get enough money to go. And my dad is writing my sister a check. Her father," she told Howard, the judge, "doesn't think he owes me anything. He doesn't approve of the way I'm living my life, and he doesn't want to give me anything if he doesn't have control over me. And he doesn't because I am living with my mom." On page 381, she said the most normal teenage thing on the planet. "I want to just turn 18 and get my own apartment and go to school and just have everybody leave me alone." Kim said she thought the boys should live with their mom, but she was irrational and had a bad temper. She said Betty would return the boys to Dan if she had them because Betty thought Dan was getting away scot-free. On page 381, Kim said she can't deal with the little kids and she has no stability whatsoever. She's wishy-washy. She said her dad was not very emotional or sensitive, but if she had a big problem, she could talk to him. Kim also said on page 383, he makes them go to school and he makes them do their homework. At Mom's house, there is none of that. They just have to cough a little and she will say, okay, you are sick. She doesn't like following rules and stuff like that. He is stable. He has them in a routine. They go to bed at a certain time, eat at a certain time. At my mom's house, it's chaotic. It's fun at my mom's. You can go anytime or blast music. You can't do that stuff at Dad's. You don't make a mess. You sit in the living room. At my mom's, you jump on the furniture and do whatever you want. Also, Dan raised Kim's allowance from $200 to $300 a month. The vulgar tapes of Betty's talking to her children were played in court. Betty or someone on her orders contacted the San Diego Reader, and Kruger demanded admission to the courtroom. Betty said she was denied her First Amendment rights. The judge was concerned what impact it would have on the children to have their private information told in a tabloid. She didn't care. On page 387, Stumble wrote, Betty counted that there was no reason for anyone to construe her position as in any way persecuting or endangering the children because her children already knew everything about everything. She was not bending. It was astonishing. She did agree the boys' interviews were to be private. Both Danny and Rhett wanted to live with their mom. Danny said about the same thing as Rhett did. On page 388 of Stumble's book, he described living with his mom. It's a lot of fun, and we do a lot of things, and we just know how to have fun with her. And she knows how to have fun, too. And she makes good meals, and she knows what we like. Our dogs are over there. That's about it. And we have a swimming pool there, just like at my dad's house. We have a trampoline. We have a little pool room down by the pool and basketball hoop, like my dad's house, and a volleyball kind of thing. And it is right by the beach, too, so I like that a lot better. As for his dad, we see movies and go out to dinner once in a while, and I play basketball with him every so often after work, and we play catch with the football, and do basically what you think a working parent would do. A hard-working, long-working parent, he added. He sounded so grown up. Betty Broderick had thought it through, and he was going to say to this judge what he would stress. His biggest complaint was that his father wasn't home enough during the week. Dan was usually there, but when the boys left for school in the morning, and he usually got home around 6 or 6:30, but then after dinner, he worked in his den. The thing that we mostly do together is homework, and that is not even every day. His conclusion was that it was boring living at his father's house. Rhett said pretty much the same thing, except Danny kicked him 7 times a day and he wanted a video game. Stumble made it sound like Betty was forced by the judge to decide whether she should put her own selfish interests ahead of the interests of the children. But almost always in court cases like this involving children, they are closed to the public for the sake of the children. Betty finally decided the court was to remain closed, and it was one of the rare times Betty thought of her children's welfare since the separation and divorce. Dr. William Dess, for Dan, was appalled by Betty's behavior and thought the visits with her children should be supervised. Dr. Nelson, for Betty, believed if she received a suitable financial settlement and her children back, her extreme behavior would end and she would become the exemplary parent Dan remembered her to be. Just like that. Both believed the Broderick children had been damaged by what Stumble said was the divorce, but it was how Dan and Betty were handling the divorce, and in truth it was Betty who was the worst. It wasn't equal. It never is. The judge also said the community failed them in helping work out their situation. On page 394, Stumble recorded, in your psychology practice, Betty asked, is there any allowance in human experience for anger? Yes, Des said. but it does not rationalize your behavior. Despite their differing recommendations, Des and Nelson had one attitude in common. Neither thought the Broderick case was a conventional domestic dispute. Both spoke in tones laced with foreboding, hinting of violence and even death. Stumble does this throughout her book. She said both were doing this when it was only Betty who was threatening Dan in particular with unaliving him. It's not equal. On page 395, Stumble also reported, "She is not mentally ill," said Nelson. "She is perfectly rational. If she unalived Mr. Broderick, as she has threatened, she could never be called incompetent in terms that she was psychotic or mentally ill. This lady knows what she is doing. She is very bright, very determined to get her share of the assets and get her way." Needless to say, Nelson remarks would come back to haunt Betty during her trials. Betty sounded a little bit out there with her statement to the judge. Stumble reported on page 397, Betty said, "Our only assets were the wife's car, wife's degree, and well-paying job, and wife's savings account. She forgot Dan's degree, which far exceeded hers, and her job teaching didn't pay that much. What little she brought into the marriage, she had been paid back by who knows how much. One of her expensive evening dresses probably exceeded what she brought into the marriage. One of her concerns was the children did not have telephone etiquette, and that's unreal coming from this woman. She was also unhappy Kim wasn't a debutante and didn't know how to poach an egg. She said it was part of her feminine self-esteem. Dan's attorney said Betty should not receive what he said was an artificially high award because Betty would not have any incentive to contribute to herself. Betty also requested $78,000 for her attorney's fees. She also stated on page 400 Dan's talents were vastly enhanced by his medical and law degrees, which she helped to pay for in her youth. The 8-year medical degree was paid for by Dan's father well before Betty came along, and student loans paid for the law degree. Stumble continued, but now she was past her prime, she told the court. At this stage of her life, she could hardly hope ever to match her husband's earning power. She would, in fact, be lucky to find profitable employment anywhere. Everybody wants a kitten, and no one wants a cat, she remarked. The men chuckled. Betty was certain she was going to win, and suddenly Stumble said she was a new woman. Her sister Claire was having a big birthday bash in California, and Betty brought the children with her after, of course, taking them to buy new clothes and shoes for $200 and $100 earrings. She paid for Sunday breakfast for 20 people at the hotel's Polo Lounge. It was strawberries and champagne, and even for Betty, it was horribly expensive. Betty felt she needed emotional support, but her parents refused to go to court with her. The judge accepted all of Dan's numbers because he had no choice. He was the only one who provided any factual data, compared to Betty dragging around old clothes and shoes to prove negligence. She received the $240,000 pension that she couldn't touch until she was 65 without tax liabilities. She got the piano and Warner Springs unit, which were not paid for. She received $28,606.02 in cash. Dan received custody of the boys, with Betty receiving formal visitation on alternate weekends and holidays, plus a full month in July in custody of Lee with $1,500 a month in child support. The $1 million life insurance was placed in the children's names. Her alimony continued at $16,000 a month, but that was contingent on the order of the court, remarriage, or death of either party. The restraining orders were still in place. On page 404, Stumble reported, "It is apparent to the court that the wife must ultimately take some responsibility for contributing to her own support." Betty was outraged, as usual. She said she helped him to get where he was at, and she was the loser. And to be completely clear, Betty's assets were over $1 million then, but they would be without her credit card debt, including all the money transferred to her, her equity in the home, her retirement fund, her jewelry, and her clothes that included, as Schwartz Noble listed off, $40,000 fur coat, two fur jackets, a couple of gowns worth $8,000 to $10,000 each, some everyday outfits that cost $2,000 each, and her furniture. After Betty was waiting trial, the La Jolla women and Betty's daughters raided her wardrobe, and she had well over 50 boxes of size 11 shoes. In today's money, she would have been worth well into $3 million. Plus all that support every month, which was nearly $50,000 in today's money. If Betty hadn't married Dan and had to live on her teaching salary, how much would she have been worth? How many teachers drive Jaguars, wear fur coats, and Tiffany jewelry? Not to mention teachers who work part-time like Betty. And yet she convinced herself that she made Dan by attaching herself to him and having children she knew he would be held accountable for, and she assumed she would benefit from. It's the reason she had the children in the first place, to maintain control of Dan Broderick. And she finally reached a time when her scheming and manipulating blew up in her face. This is why women tell each other a man is not a plan. Betty should have put her effort into herself and achieved what she wanted to achieve through her own efforts. Do not marry a doctor or a lawyer, feminists said. Be a doctor or lawyer. Betty fought with Lee, and she moved back home to Dan's house. Dan wouldn't let Lee live in the house because he didn't want her to have a key. He was worried that Betty would get it. Lee had to live in the pool house. Betty hired Walter Maud to challenge the divorce settlement in custody. Dan didn't object and was entertaining negotiations. He was getting married soon, and he and Linda planned on starting a family. He was always over his head with the children, and it wasn't worth the aggravation to him. Stumble said on page 407 he wanted to unload his old family on her. Betty the babysitter, Betty the solution, Betty the sap. Right. Betty, what do you want? Even when she got what she said she wanted, she was still angry. And she was angry. Dan and Linda planned an April wedding. That's the month she and Dan married. That month, like everything else, belonged to her. Betty decided she wanted to learn photography, and she called Michael Campbell, a La Jolla portrait and society photographer. Stumble wrote on page 408, as it so happened, just by coincidence, he was also the photographer Linda had commissioned to do her wedding pictures. He had already done Linda's formal wedding portraits. To this day, it is unclear whether Betty contacted Campbell with the knowledge in mind, which he vehemently denies, or by sheer coincidence. No, not by sheer coincidence. Betty would have snuck around and found a way to get those photos of the wedding. When Linda found out and told Campbell, and of course Betty denied it, and though Stumble on page 408 said, she, Linda, was hounding me. Why didn't she leave me alone? On page 409, Stumble said, like Betty, Linda Coquina would also one day have a bound wedding album to show her children. No, she wouldn't. Linda would not be able to do that, thanks to Betty. Oh, Betty. She became obsessed over Dan and Linda's wedding. She went to Dan's home and stole their wedding list. 22 pages and 150 names. She saw a judge's name from family court and heard Dr. Sparta. Plus, there were many other of their mutual friends invited. She also grabbed one of Linda's bachelorette party t-shirts. Dan told Linda he would deal with it Monday in court, but Betty said Linda went to Betty's house while Betty was at preschool. Maria found her in the house, and Linda claimed she was a friend of Kim's. Betty knew who it was. Betty was summoned to court and told either to return the wedding list or forfeit her support payment until she did. Linda's friend Sharon Blanchett said Linda did it 2 days after the court deadline passed, and when she entered the home, she was amazed at how beautiful the house was. She saw clothes hanging everywhere with tags still on them, and throughout the house Betty had photos of Dan. Her wedding album was on the coffee table. She found Betty's autobiography and brought that to Dan. Dan was upset. Linda went to Betty's house and told her to return the manuscript. On page 414, Stumble said Betty left the courtroom saying, "They had the money, the kids, they're getting married. They have unalived me already. Yet they're still coming at me. Why?" As Stumble said on the same page, she was the victim again. On page 415, Stumble wrote, "And so, midway between downtown and La Jolla, she pulled off the freeway at one of San Diego's largest weapon shops, went inside and placed her order for a .38 Smith & Wesson. Amazing how easy it was. Her past record of misdemeanors didn't even matter. It should have. Betty should not have been allowed to buy a weapon with her threats and the protection order against her. It cost her $357.33. She fired it once in the indoor range. She liked the way it felt in her hand. She also bought 3 boxes of ammunition, ranging from cheap ones for practice and hollow points, which are designed to expand on contact and create maximum damage. Betty said she tried to keep the weapon away from the boys, but they were so fascinated with it that they had it in the yard with them one day. On page 416, Stumble said during her trials, the prosecutor would argue that the boys were not fascinated with the weapon at all, but instead so afraid that Betty intended to unalive Dan with it that they were trying to hide it from her the day she caught them with it in the yard. Either way, the children all told Dan that Mom now owned a weapon. Dan sent Betty her full support that month. Without the list, and custody of Lee was returned to Dan. Betty said it wasn't worth the money to take care of her. Although Dan didn't think Betty would unalive him because she was money obsessed and she had none without him, he hired security guards at times when they went to court, and he changed the locks on his door 4 times. Linda hired a professional bodyguard for days prior to the wedding, but did not warn him that Betty had a weapon. People were worried Betty would show up at the wedding, but it was what Blanchette said. How can normal people take something like that seriously? Betty quit her job at the nursery school, citing poor pay. Stumble said on page 419, somewhere around that time, too, she, Betty, ran over a light alongside Dan's driveway as she was dropping the boys off. He naturally photographed the damage. According to his photographs, she had also driven onto his lawn that night, aimed her car directly at his door. Evidently, she was thinking of smashing into it again, but reconsidered. Helen Picard told Stumble on page 420 she was going to buy a new watch and have the date of Dan and Linda's wedding engraved on it just for fun. She was laughing, but I thought it was creepy. It worried me. Picard stayed with Betty from 7 a.m. the day of the wedding to 11 at night. She said she would use her beeper to let them know if Betty got away. Betty was waiting to see if Dan's family would visit her, and Nancy, Dan's 3rd sister, went to her house. They went to a Mexican restaurant together, and the day was over. Dan's brother Dennis came outside to see Betty when she drove over to pick Kim up the following day. She wanted to know all the details about the wedding and was angry Dan wore a rented morning coat to Linda's wedding, the exact opposite of what he did to hers. Dan and Linda also took a Caribbean cruise, something Betty thought Dan did just to upset her. On a side note, to use one of Betty's words, it's S-wordy when a man leaves a woman close in age to him who he's been married to for years for a woman almost young enough to be his daughter. It's really S-wordy thing to do. But it's also wise for a woman to live her life knowing it's what he can do. Men can leave, and the stronger and more independent a woman is in her life, the least likely a divorce will pull her under. And that independence has to include financial independence. And no, it's not enough to think a woman can depend on alimony and child support. There have been women who have married men thinking they are rich and successful, only to find out later these men lost everything they owned and the women were left with nothing. That's why Stumble didn't like the Epstein credits. She wanted women who marry wealthy men to not have to pay the price when men screw up financially. But if there's no money, then there's no money. You can't get blood out of a turnip. It's much safer for a woman to earn her own living and be able to take care of herself and her children rather than depend on a man. While Dan and Linda were on their honeymoon, a friend of hers died of cancer, a lawyer's wife and mother of 3. Every friend I had was there, all crying in the church about this wonderful wife and mother. They were lauding her for that, and that's what I was. Yet they would barely even say hello to me. It was like I was invisible. Why was I different? They had chosen sides and they went with Dan, who was the successful lawyer. This happens often with couples who share friends and the divorce is acrimonious. That's why it's important for a woman to have friends of her own and not all couple friends who may not be there if the marriage doesn't make it. Linda was mistress of the house, and Stumble said her voice was on the answering machine. Betty said she wanted her china back. Before she said it was S-wordy, and she didn't want it. Then she decided she did want it. Actually, she wanted everything she had in the coral reef home she once shared with Dan. Some of the furniture she already had. As Betty said in her book on page 69, we bought our first bedroom set from a yard sale, and we still had it in 1989 when it all ended. No, Betty. They were no longer together, and they had been divorced for years by 1989. It all ended when Betty unalived Dan and Linda in their bed that year. Betty also damaged a family portrait in Dan's home. Everyone thought that the marriage would finally bring Betty closure, but instead it made her worse. While she was moving around La Jolla circles, she carried her weapon with her. She continued to spend recklessly and didn't pay the IRS $40,000. In her collection was a pack of cocktail napkins that said it's better to divorce than to unalive. On page 430, Stumble wrote, notably absent from her reading materials by then were any letters or leaflets indicating a job search of any sort. She had given up on that. Now she decided she would become a bon vivant instead, a jet setter. She could afford it if she sold the house and had no children. But she did have children. She just didn't want custody of them. And she wouldn't be able to keep her big house without their support. So she knew she had to sell. Betty took the boys on a camping trip to Canada and paid the full cost, with no complaints for the first time. On page 430, Stumble wrote, for once, money was not first on her mind. She wanted to be a mother, and yes, even still, a wife. His wife. Before they returned to San Diego, she found a shop that sold polo shirts from New Zealand. She bought one for each of the 2 boys, and one for Dan. On page 431, Stumble asked, after all these years, was she still thinking that he might yet come home? Oh, I don't know, she said, flustered at the sad, bald question. Then tiredly, all fire temporarily gone. Yeah, I guess I still entertained the hope that maybe, even when he was 50 or 60, he would finally wake up one day and see the reality for what it was. Betty was carrying a weapon in her robe when Dan came to pick up the boys. The boys knew it, and Helen Picard told Stumble on page 432, and Danny was standing on the porch with his arms around Betty's waist, real tight. At the time, I thought it was sweet. Later on, after I heard about the weapon, I realized that maybe he was trying to keep her from doing anything. Betty told Stumble later. Danny was always asking me if I was going to unalive Dan, she said blithely. So I put the weapon in my robe just to prove to him that Dan could come and I wouldn't unalive him. It was like saying, now see? Silly. I'm not going to shoot Dan. I had the weapon and I didn't do it. Dan brought Rhett to Betty's house earlier in the week so Rhett could go to SeaWorld the next day with children who were visiting Betty. Dan was taking him on a boating trip to Catalina Islands over the weekend. When Dan went to pick him up, Rhett wasn't there. Betty took him to Tijuana, and that weekend Betty put him on a plane to New York alone to see her parents for a weekend. Her aging parents, who no doubt had no interest in caring for a young boy. Stumbo shrugged it off with Betty playing games divorced couples play. No, it's not. Betty was forbidden from approaching the airport the day Rhett returned, and of course, Betty decided she was the victim, forbidden from approaching a public place. Dan still was willing to transfer custody of the boys to Betty. And Betty constantly did that. She provoked instances that forced Dan to retaliate with the law and then acted like she was being harassed by him. Anyone who was in Dan's position would have and should have taken the actions he did against Betty, and if it were reversed and Dan was harassing Betty, then she would have received full support for taking legal action against him. Betty said on page 150, the thing is, Dan always twisted and turned every argument or situation to his advantage. No, Betty was the one who did that. On page 9, Stumbo said she was having to sell her beautiful seaside house and move into a tacky condominium across from a shopping center on the edge of town. Her new view would be pizza parlors, cinemas, and junky drugstores. Schwartz Noble attempted to say the condo had amenities for the children across the street, but in no way did Betty buy that two-bedroom condo with her children in mind. Stumble said the boys saw the condo and approved. They didn't approve it for themselves. There was no reason for Betty to move from a home she sold for $1 million by Stumble's book to $1.25 million from other sources and move into a condo worth about $200,000. Stumble said she could afford to stay in her home with the extra child support money she would get if she accepted custody of the boys. Perhaps, if she stopped spending the way she did. After Dan removed his name from the credit card accounts and paid off their old bills, Betty continued to use them and amassed well over $200,000 in debt in a period of a few years. That's easily $600,000 in today's money. Betty said the condo was even smaller than most of the places she and Dan lived in when they were first married. She was not buying that condo to live there. She had other plans. She called the insurance company repeatedly, wanting to know if Dan bought the $1 million insurance policy. Stumble said on page 439, both the Broderick family and the prosecutor would suggest that she had deliberately delayed unaliving him until the policy finally went into effect in September. Her lawyer sent her a letter begging her to resume therapy so she could get custody of the boys. She refused. Betty spent her last free weekend breaking visitation with her sons to go to Acapulco with Brad. Stumble said on page 466, Dan and Linda spent their last night having dinner at a local Mexican restaurant with several close friends. They were still exuberant about their trip to Greece and thinking about an outback expedition to Australia. Both Dan and Linda were radiant that evening. They were talking about having a baby. Betty was asking people if Linda was pregnant yet. She couldn't have taken their lives, at least not Linda's, if she knew Linda was carrying a child. She had to do it before Linda was pregnant, or at least before she was showing. Betty unalived Linda first. No, it was not as Betty said in her book, because Linda lunged at her, which is a story she came up with long after the crime. It was because Betty wanted Dan to see Linda unalived and she wanted to see the fear and pain in his face. She wanted to enjoy it. Betty said on page 247, "I had no idea Dan was hit." She knew. She also said on page 246, "I didn't change my own position from where I stood or move the weapon around. The facts say otherwise. Both victims were hit in the back, and Dan either tried to reach for the phone or he was trying to roll down to the floor to escape being hit." Rhett said later Betty was in a rage when he was dropped off at her home. She had received 2 letters forwarded to her from her attorney. The first letter in Betty's book is on page 216. In Stumble's book, she reversed the letters and said on page 445 this was the second one. Dan Broderick contacted Betty's attorney and they discussed a modified custody agreement of existing court orders. On page 217, Dan's attorney wrote, "As you obviously know, in your letter of October 27th bears little or no resemblance of what you and Mr. Broderick had discussed. First, it appeared to involve a permanent modification of Danny and Rhett. There is no mention whatsoever of a trial," going on to page 218, period. Second, there is no provision for the automatic termination of the new custody arrangement if the respondent violates an existing court order or the terms of the agreement itself, or if she further involves Danny or Rhett in her pathological obsession with their father and his wife. On page 218, page 2, the letter continued, "Mr. Mond, I really wonder whether you are sincere about trying to work out a shared custody arrangement on a trial basis. It wasn't the lawyer, it was Betty." The second letter on page 220 is addressed to Mr. Mond and said, "Enclosed, please find a verbatim transcript of just a few of this week's obscene messages left on my client's," continued on page 221, "answering machine by respondent. You will note that all of these messages are directed at the children. Needless to say, my client and his wife are very upset that this type of behavior is still occurring, not to mention the effect it has on his sons." Down further in the letter, it says, "Although my client would prefer to avoid filing contempt charges against respondent, he is prepared to do so if her odious behavior does not stop immediately. All Betty had to do is leave Dan and Linda and the children alone. And that odious behavior is blatant child A-word on her part." Stumble left out large portions of the letter in her book on page 445 to cover up for Betty. Betty said she couldn't reach her children, but the letter explained to her the phone ringers were not turned off on the phone since the first day of school started. The boys had to go out in the morning and feed the dogs, and they couldn't hear the phone ringing in the backyard. On a Wednesday morning, Betty tried to call them 15 minutes after they had already been picked up by the bus to go to school. Even if the harassment against Dan and Linda were overlooked, the way Betty treated her children was unforgivable. On page 14, Stumble wrote, "Increasingly, she was taking her pain out on them. She began to blame them for the collapse of the marriage. She raged at them for spending time with Dan and Linda instead of her. She taunted them because they lived docilely in the same house with her father instead of running away to live with her. She had lost all memory of how they had gotten into his household in the first place. She knew she gave them up. She was trying to manipulate her sons into believing a lie." Danny would say later on Oprah that Betty told him the boys couldn't live with her because Dan prevented it, but it was the courts and psychiatrists who were limiting Betty's exposure to the children because of the ongoing A-word she was directing at them. Stumble said Betty had forgotten that her children were powerless, that they were only kids trying to get by, that the youngest was only 7, the oldest a confused 16. She continued to lure the two youngest, Danny and Rhett, into sneaking out of his house without telling Dan. And it wasn't hard for her to do, because although they would both get into trouble with Dan for it later, these two little boys always loved their mother enough to try to please her. It's not that Betty had forgotten they were children. She just did not care. She hated Dan so much that she was willing to hurt them to get at him. She hated Dan more than she loved her children. Betty said on page 212, "Whenever I had the kids with me, there was no reason to talk to him, call his house, or go over there." That's the problem. Betty would have run out of reasons to have contact with Dan once she had the boys. She purposely had her lawyer propose a custody agreement she knew he would not approve of. Betty didn't bother requesting child support. She wasn't even going to have a home for them. She was still trying to get under Dan's skin. She was entering his home, she was destroying property, she was having grossly inappropriate conversations with the boys, and she was refusing to turn over the boys when she was supposed to. But Dan wasn't biting anymore. He was starting a new life, he was starting a new family, and he needed Betty to take Dan and Rhett. He was starting over, and all these games were over. It was obvious all along that Betty was just using the children as a way of maintaining a connection with Dan, and it was coming to an end. Betty had run out of excuses. After receiving the letters, Betty goes on with her weekend shopping at Nordstrom's, getting the children's haircuts and spending $400 on gourmet groceries. About $1,200 in today's money. She would have loved Erewhon. Betty had coffee with Helen Picard and told her she wasn't accepting the children for Thanksgiving because Linda still had her china. She ran into a surfer friend of Kim's and apparently a friend of hers on the beach, and she said she hated Dan Broderick and would like to unalive the a-hole. Brad went to her house for dinner, and Betty goes to bed that night in her clothes. She said she was tired. Betty said she was upset about going back to jail, but she really didn't care about going there. The court hoped by sending her to jail the first time, she would get a hard reality check and stop acting the way she did toward Dan, Linda, and the children. Betty didn't care one bit. So the judges returned to fining her as a way of curbing her behavior because money was all she talked about. But that didn't work either. Nothing was stopping Betty. She woke up at 4 a.m. and she rambled on for pages and pages in Stumble's book about being a victim and being willing to unalive someone for her children. The woman is absolutely sick. She said on page 454 to Stumbo, "If someone measured me, I would have probably measured out at 5'6" because I felt like I was being pounded into the ground." That's about how tall she really is. She left her home early that Sunday morning and found herself parked in front of his house. She said none of it was planned. And how did she get into the house? She had Kim's keys. On page 521 in Stumble's book, in hindsight, Kim also thought Betty had deliberately stolen her keys to Dan's house. Kim was looking all over the place for the keys. Dan told her to be very careful with them and to make sure Betty didn't get them. Betty went through the pretense of looking for them with Kim, but she grabbed them as soon as she saw the opportunity to take them. She had the keys with her and her weapon when she entered Dan's back door of the house. She crept through the house and went upstairs to their bedroom. She said the room was dark, but she could see them lying together in bed. She said he saw her standing there with a weapon, and he put his hands up like in cowboy movies. Betty said she fired in a panic. She said she had no memory of doing it. She remembered ripping the phone out of the wall. She said she simply imitated what she saw in movies. The phone was right next to him, and she thought he would pick up the phone. She said to Stumble on page 457, Dan spoke to her. He said, "You got me, I'm unalived," or something like that. In the second trial, Betty admitted she had hit Dan's hand with a gun as she stepped over his body to grab the phone cord. Betty broke the phone cord in two at the center with her hands. Also, Betty said Linda cried out, "Call the police," causing her to panic and fire. Betty said she didn't say anything to anyone and fled the house. The facts of the case say differently. Linda was in a diagonal position on the bed as if she attempted to escape Betty by moving toward her husband. The covers had been flung away. Stumble said on page 458 she looked like a rag doll, thrown aside by a bored, temperamental child. Dan was lying on the floor at the side of the bed, on his stomach, in boxer shorts, half hidden in a tangle of bedding. He too had apparently been attempting to flee Betty, or had fallen off the bed after being hit. Linda was hit first in the chest. She reflexively moved away, turning, and a second hit lodged directly in the back of her head. The first hit went through her breastbone, and the second hit went through her brainstem. Dan was hit once in the back. From the large pool of blood and saliva beneath his face, the coroner testified he might have survived for minutes to up to half an hour. Had Dan received medical attention, he might have even lived. The other two ammunition came close to hitting the victims. One lodged in the wall, and the other hit the bedstand near Linda's head. Betty claimed in her book it only took her a second to fire, and she couldn't see much. That cannot be the truth. Betty's aim was too accurate. After the unalivings, Betty called Diane Black from a payphone in Claremont, and Diane thought Betty was having a nervous breakdown. She had Betty read her the number at the phone booth and called Ronnie Brown to keep Betty on the phone until Diane could pick her up. Diane also called Brad at Betty's house, and Danny answered the phone. Danny woke up Brad, and Diane told him what happened. Brad went to Gail Forbes' home to let them know what happened. Gail knew Betty did it, and Betty was angry at Gail because she agreed with Dan that Betty should not have visitation with the children unless it was supervised. Gail called the police, but she didn't know Dan's address, and the dispatcher couldn't do much with an unconfirmed crime at an imprecise address. Brad and Brian Forbes drive to Dan's home and find Dan and Linda's bodies. When Diane went to the phone booth, Betty was already gone. Betty also called Lee and said, "I hit your dad. I hit the SOB." Lee thought her mother had gone completely mad. Betty drove to Lee's apartment, and she said her mother was hysterical. Betty told Lee and her boyfriend she had to do it. Stumble quoted Betty on page 463. "It wouldn't be over until one of us was gone. I couldn't let him win." Betty told Lee she wanted to unalive herself, but there was no more ammunition left. She also said she pulled the phone out of the wall so Dan couldn't save himself. Lee did not have Dan's private phone number, so she called Kim, and Kim tried repeatedly to call his home, the police, and the hospitals. She also said she pulled the phone out of the wall, but she didn't tell why. Lee did not have Dan's private phone number, so she called Kim, and Kim tried repeatedly to call his home, the police, and the hospitals. The police were at Dan's home by then, and they were looking for Betty. Lee and her boyfriend left to check on Danny and Rhett, and Betty made phone calls from their apartment. On page 464, Stumble said she called her father. She said, "Dan's driving me up the wall. He's driving me crazy. I feel like unaliving myself." Frank Biscaglia later testified, "I said, 'Betty Ann, calm down, everything will be all right.' And before I knew it, she hung up," the old man recalled, his tone still filled with wonder. She also called Dr. Nelson, but couldn't reach him. At some point that morning, too, whether early or later, she also called her friend Patty Monahan to tell her, according to later testimony, that I hit the F-worder. I finally did it. And among other vivid details, that it's true, They do S-word their pants. I could hear him gurgling in his own blood. Lee drove to Dan's house and lied about knowing where Betty was. They didn't tell her Dan and Linda were gone. Diane told Lee to get Betty's information out of the house, and before Lee left, Betty gave her a diamond necklace and watch she was wearing. Diane also told Betty to write out a will, leaving all she owned to her children. She wrote out instructions to Lee's boyfriend, Jason, so he could find all the valuables in her home. When Lee and Jason went to Betty's house, they were apprehended by police and taken to headquarters for questioning. Ronnie Brown found an attorney named Ron Frant to meet with her. They finally heard over the news that Dan and Linda were gone. The lawyer accompanied Betty to the police station, where she was officially surrendered, and Betty was arraigned on 2 counts of first degree on November 7, 1989, her 42nd birthday. And from the very moment Betty unalived Dan and Linda, she never expressed any remorse about it. On page 467, Stumble said she would never abandon her claim that she had unalived in self-defense, that she was a victim of emotional battery, driven to protect herself and her children. As a matter of fact, people who saw her afterwards said she was radiant. Diane went to see her, and Betty met her with pieces of tin foil in her ears and asked her if she liked her new earrings. In other cases, when women who are actual victims of physical and psychological A-word, when they had to take steps to protect themselves and unalive the partner who victimized them, these women show remorse for ending a life even when they had no choice but to do it. That's not the case with Betty. She was bragging about it in prison. Stumba quoted one of her roommates on page 468. She said she must not be as good a shot as she used to be because she had 5 ammunitions but only got 3 in. The inmate later testified in court. Betty later denied it, but she probably did because she would go on to say much worse. And Betty loves the spotlight. Whether the reporting was good or bad didn't really seem to matter to her, as long as all the attention was focused on her. Betty has strong powers of persuasion, and that always made her a leader throughout her life. She wrote a press release in prison informing the world that she was not an ordinary prisoner and would go on to become, as Stumble said on page 470, the most overexposed, overreported unalivers in San Diego County history. One unflattering but accurate story appeared in the Times Sunday magazine, headlined "Till Unaliving Do Us Part," and the rights was sold to the TV movie maker. And just as demented Betty seemed to be, the rest of that bubble community seemed to be as sick as she was. A couple dressed up as Dan and Linda, wearing pajamas and bullet holes for Halloween. A disc jockey promoted the Betty Broderick Christmas album with songs to old-time favorites like the 12 Days of Christmas. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love came to me, 5 rounds of lead, 4 obscene phone calls, 3 bleep yous, 2 extra chins, and a car driven through the front door. Somewhere along the way, people forgot that 2 people are gone, and there were family members and friends who missed them dearly, including 4 children who were basically left orphans in the rampage. Kim was in college, and Lee had her own apartment, but Rhett was only 11 and Danny 13. They went to live with Larry's ex-wife and mother of 3 children, Kathy Broderick, in Denver. Betty was prevented from contacting the boys except for letters a therapist censored, but the daughters were left to balance their feelings for their mother, who unalived their father, and the memory they have of their father and new mother-in-law. On page 474, Stumble wrote, but Kim always insisted that her decision to become the prosecution's star witness was her own. What turned her stomach, she said later, was her first conversation with her mother after she was in jail. I expected her to be saying, "Oh my God, what have I done?" Kim said, but she never even apologized for unaliving Dad. Instead, she said she'd done it for us, that she couldn't stand the way he was treating us. She wasn't sorry at all. She was laying a guilt trip on me. She wanted me to be glad she did it, and when I wasn't, she called me a traitor. She finished on the verge of tears. She loved her mother, but she also thought she should be punished. Kim was ostracized by the Biscaglias. Lee became Betty's gopher, a shopping list of items, and billing Brad for it, and she was ostracized by the Brodericks. There were even suggestions Lee may have been involved in the unalivings, an absolute lie. On page 186, Stumbo claimed, after the unalivings, Betty rewarded Wright for his loyalty. She signed over her new condominium to him outright in a quick claim deed, so the lawyers couldn't get it. She didn't give Brad the condo out of loyalty. She continued to contact him for years and expected him to pay her bills like Saks and bills Lee had like her DMV registration and tickets. She also expected him to pay for the luxuries she wanted in prison, including makeup, palest, ash blonde hair color that Lee would pick up for her. After 2 years, Betty wanted Brad to give Lee the condo. She must have realized Lee would take care of her if she was released, but Brad refused and Betty turned on Brad. Betty told Stumbo that life was easier in prison if you have money. If you don't, then it's really hard. Betty may have been warned about this by the women she met during her brief jail sentences, and buying the condo was a form of survival. Betty's not stupid. Of course she continued to control Brad's life, telling Lee to keep an eye on him, and he couldn't have girls in her condo, in her bed, or with her money. She even thought of marrying him to make him guardian over the boys, something Brad wasn't on board with. Between the massive mail Betty was receiving and her big mouth, she would periodically be thrown into isolation for days at a time. Women wrote her because they believed they could relate to her case. As Stumbo quoted one woman, he could have stopped it. He could have given her kids back. Even so, many mothers, armed with the sketchiest of facts, were on Betty's side. But Betty enjoyed the letters from men the most. Both Stumbo and Houston said women, unalivers, are swamped with attention from male admirers. Betty said she couldn't take the attention seriously, but made sure to answer her fan mail. It didn't take long for Betty's story to go nationwide. TV tabloids like Hard Copy told a more lurid story and made Betty the victim with Linda the gold digger. As Sharon Blanchett told Stumbo on page 483, she's created all this by sheer force of her own personality. The facts have nothing to do with it. The media made Betty a celebrity, and it fed her ego. San Diego County DA Edwin L. Miller knew Betty's allegations of A-word and named Carrie Wells, head of Domestic Crimes Unit, to prosecute the case. She was a Los Angeles native and a graduate of Southern California's Whittier College of Law and was admitted to the bar in 1980. Schwartz Noble reported when Wells was a college student, a friend of hers was unalived. She was only 37 at the time when she was assigned to the case and didn't have a long history of trial work, but she was very hardworking and professional. She was also married to a lawyer and had 2 sons similar to Betty, but Betty was a big bottle-haired blonde, vivacious, joking, emotional, loud, and vulgar. Carrie was tall, thin, studious, quiet, shy, reserved, serious, and a natural strawberry blonde. Stumbo on pages 45 to 46 said the press naturally loved it. Woman against woman, a cat fight. What could be finer? Betty did what she did before, hire and fire lawyers and complain about their incompetence. She finally settled on 41-year-old San Diego attorney Jack Early. He was a native of Virginia and graduated from Southern California's Loyola Law School. He worked for years as a public defender before going into private practice and handled 30 cases similar to Betty's. Early had an impressive record of keeping clients from losing their lives, and in his experience, he found accused unalivers willing to do precisely what he advised him to do in order to spare their lives. But then Early met Betty Broderick, a woman who never met a California attorney she couldn't topple. When he met her for the first time, he left feeling exhausted. He knew she would be a tough client. And Betty had plenty of money. Even after buying the condo, she had a cash fund of at least $750,000 to pay her attorney. Betty said Early charged her a flat fee of $250,000, but ended up charging her double that. Early said the other half was to pay her own bills. Betty said he was lying. Stumble recorded a conversation between them on page 490. Why must I pay this department store bill when I can't even pay my investigators? Early griped one afternoon, sitting in his office, glaring at the stack of Betty's credit card charges. Because I'm no deadbeat, Betty screeched over the phone later. I'd rather my money went to department stores than to another F-wording lawyer. This is going to be an antagonistic relationship. I sense it, Early said deadpan. Early said Betty was emotionally A-worded. He likened it to Chinese water torture, drip, 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 until she snapped. He planned on a character assassination of Dan and selling Betty as a powerless housewife. He believed Linda would not be disliked as much, and Betty would serve more time for her. He encouraged all media attention, even if it was negative. Any coverage encouraged legitimacy, no matter what the content was. As Stumble said on page 492, but it didn't take long for Early's media strategy to backfire, simply because, as he soon learned, he could never control his own client. He couldn't stop Betty from calling reporters on her own and saying whatever came to mind, and he had zero luck in persuading her to tone down her self-justifying outrage. Once she made headlines by telling a reporter that it was God's will that guided her ammunition. Either God or my good fairy, she later elaborated. On page 493, Stumble quoted Early, "If I had it to do over, I would not take this case, not for any amount of money. She's the hardest client I've ever worked with," he said, sighing, prior to the first trial. "She simply will not take advice." Maybe Jack Early had some understanding of what it was like being married to Betty Broderick. Early was realistic with his expectations. If he could prevent Betty from receiving 2 first-degree convictions, perhaps 2 second-degree with parole in 20 years, that was possible. As Stumbo said on page 493, his client had bought a gun, driven across town, climbed the stairs, and not only unalived them in bed, but then ripped the phone out of the wall. He backed off on his central defense of emotional battery. He thought it would be too radical or feminist a theory to sell it to conservative, middle-class jury. He agreed to Judge Whelan, a veteran district attorney and newly appointed judge. Wellman would not allow a retelling of the Broderick divorce. There was also not to be the victim blaming of Dan and Linda. Stumble questioned whether Betty was insane to some point, but everyone who dealt with Betty found her competent. He told Betty to go on a diet. He wanted her to wear makeup and dress well. He hired chief investigator Marion Bassas with William Green for the defense. And Dan Broderick made Green's work easier by collecting evidence throughout their 4-year divorce. On page 499, Stumble recorded Betty said, "The SOB, he still has his hands around my ankle from the grave. He'll never let me go," Betty agreed. The jury of 6 women and 6 men were approved and ranged in age from 19 to 62. Stumble said on page 504, 4 were Catholics, only 2 listed any college. The majority were homeowners. All were white except 1 Hispanic man. The only juror who stood out was Walter Polk, a 59-year-old naval aviation repairman who was married with 6 children. He was an ardent weapon control opponent and member of the NRA. Early did not want Betty to testify, but he knew he couldn't stop her. Betty was on an extreme high, all energy and zaniness. She believed she could win. Carrie Wells opened on October 22, 1990, telling the jury Betty had a lot going for her, including a $1 million home and a $16,000 a month income, an education, friends, and 4 beautiful children. She said the unalivings were premeditated, with Betty entering a home with a weapon filled with hollow point ammunition, which are designed to unalive. She threatened for years what she ended up doing. Wells questioned Betty's love for Dan from the beginning and believed she married him because he would be a big earner. She said Betty felt gypped out of her investment in him, and she focused on Betty's vandalisms, her violence, and her telephone calls to her children. Early painted a picture of Betty living in poverty those early years, facing pregnancies and miscarriages on her own, her jobs to keep them afloat, and a red Corvette Dan bought when he made it. Even now on Wikipedia, it says Betty financially supported Dan's education and her family, which is false. He said Betty was under a snowstorm of paper, a litigious attack that started in 1985. He brought the jurors through the courtship and marriage together to the end when Dan left Betty for Linda. He said Betty was so psychologically assaulted that she snapped. Then Early dramatically ripped off photos of Betty's life from a board set up in the courtroom until all the photos were gone. Wells produced photos of the crime scene on an easel in front of the jury box. The Broderick family cried, and Kim, Lee, and Betty's sister left. Early said it looked like Dan was more interested in protecting himself than his wife. The phone Betty ripped out was found in the hallway. Kim Broderick took the stand and testified that what Betty told her the morning of the unalivings. "You know I had to do it," Betty said. Kim testified. "I had no other choice. One of us had to die. It was either him or me. I couldn't let him win." On page 521, Stumble wrote, "At Wells' prompting, Betty Broderick's oldest child even provided the jury with an additional motive for her mother's crimes. 2 months before Dan had died, Kim testified the court-ordered insurance policy of $1 million for the children had gone into effect, and Betty had told her, she said, 'If I unalive him, we'll all be rich.' She said that a lot," Kim added, "and it was Betty who was the temperamental, violent one in the home." Wells also played the tapes throughout. Stumbo said on page 523, several jurors visibly flinched listening to an adult A-wording a boy so badly in her efforts to force the child to take her side. Betty scribbled on her pad, ignoring it all. Diane Black, meantime, looked ashen as she left the courtroom. The Danny tape had stunned her. "I can't believe what I heard," she said weakly. "That is just so sick. I had no idea she was capable of doing stuff like that to her kids." Diane always believed Betty was nuts, but Betty herself would argue otherwise. On page 524, Stumbo recorded more of Kim's testimony. She next got Kim to say that Linda's refusal to return the wedding china was no big deal. Mom didn't like it. She bought new china. Wells even asked Kim why Betty had married Dan. "Because," Kim promptly replied with authority. Her mother said she felt sorry for Dan, and he had asked her so many times she finally gave in. "In their fights, she was always mad at him," Kim replied. Early blamed Kim for inflaming Betty's rage by complaining about her father to Betty. Kim also agreed that Dan and Linda called Betty fat and crazy. Early said Dan would get mad and throw things too. As Betty said in her book, he smashed a lawnmower, he threw a sliding glass door off the balcony, and he tossed an aquarium out a window. Kim pointed out there was no fish in the aquarium, and it was already broken. Off the stand, she said she didn't know Dan and Linda were having an affair when it first started, but she didn't understand why her mother took her anger out on her. She said Betty was always jealous of Dan. Once, when Dan saw country music singer Crystal Gale on TV, he remarked how beautiful her long hair was, and Betty went crazy. Kim couldn't understand why Betty was blaming her for unaliving her father because she would go to Betty when she wanted more money than Dan offered. That's no reason to take a person's life, and she was right. The housekeepers also testified for the defense. On page 530, Stumble wrote, Tua admitted once eavesdropping on a telephone conversation between Betty and Rhett, in which she said Betty had told the crying boy that he couldn't come visit her until he got rid of Linda. Betty's language was so crude that I would prefer not to repeat the words, said Tua, primly adding that Betty had once threatened to unalive her, too. Lee Broderick was perhaps the saddest one to testify. On pages 532 to 533, Stumble wrote, She may have been more hurt than any of the other children by her father's unaliving, simply because she never got the opportunity to win back his approval, to make peace, to feel his hug one more time, as she had when she was a child. So many of these early Broderick family photos show a beautiful little girl with chubby cheeks and sparkling eyes of maybe 4 or 5 sitting on her handsome young dad's lap, the two of them always touching, his arm around her, her arm around his neck, or just holding hands, always looking at each other with such uncomplicated love. For Lee's devotion to her mother after her father's death, it's so sad Betty took away the ability of Lee to have made amends with her father, and Betty never apologized to her for it. Out of the Broderick children, only Lee looked so much more like her mother, with her more angular features. On page 532, Stumble said it was only when Lee repeated for the jury that her mother said she had pulled the phone out of the wall so he couldn't save himself that Jack Early looked as if he might swallow his lips. Later, Lee would clarify in the second trial that she assumed Betty did it so Dan couldn't save himself. Did you love your father? Asked Wells before sitting down. Yes, said Lee, flushing. Helen Picard on the stand said Betty was smart, charming, charismatic. Helen Picard on the stand said Betty was smart, charismatic, charming, but she was also self-centered, extravagant, a thoughtless woman who had picked on her husband for years. The children, said Picard, were never the real issue. Dan and Linda were, and money. On the Saturday before the unalivings, Betty had been extremely upset about Dan's announced plans to begin a new family, Picard said. Her last question to me was, Is Linda pregnant? And perhaps the most damaging blow of all, Picard also recalled a telephone call she received from Betty in jail less than 3 weeks after the unalivings. Betty told her that she'd never been happier and that Linda had been destroying my life, my children, my social standing, said Picard, and so Betty had destroyed Linda instead. And then, said Picard, voice breaking, hand fluttering to her throat, she laughed. Wells also quoted Betty from her diaries in November 1988. There is no better reason in the world for someone to unalive than to protect their home, possessions, and family from attack and destruction. You are the sickest person alive. A law degree does not give you a license to unalive and destroy, nor does it give you immunity from punishment. No one will mourn you. Dr. Ruth Roth testified despite Betty's anger at Dan, she had still repeatedly tried to persuade Betty to take custody of the boys. In Roth's view, it simply made more sense for the stay-at-home mommy to have custody of the children, with the working father visiting, but Betty wouldn't hear of it. Early complained that Dan was not also evaluated for his mental health, but Dan wasn't the one driving his vehicle into the front of the house or smearing a pie all over the bedroom or A-wording the children. It was Betty. Betty on the stand with Early was a completely different woman from the remorseless, antagonistic, loud, blasphemous woman she normally was. She was nervous, timid, and docile as she talked about her hardship through the early part of her marriage. All the while, Dan was immaculately dressed. She called him Dapper Dan, and Betty broke down crying. She needed a pen and paper to take notes. She wanted to know if the jury could hear her. All the while, Betty portrayed herself as an obedient wife without a hint of anger towards Dan Broderick. The letters from the marriage retreat were offered as evidence. Betty's letter would not be entered until the second trial. Betty said before Linda the marriage had been normal. Then overnight, Dan became critical about everything in his life. On page 546, Stumble recorded Betty said, "He said a lot of it was my fault because I was old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid." She was bewildered and crushed because I was 35 years old and I wore a size 8, which people know can't be very fat for someone nearly 5'11". Betty continued, "If your husband is telling you that you're not pleasing to him anymore, you try to do whatever it is better that he does not like," she said, choking on her tears, her voice a thin, reedy wail. "You know, if the problem is you're not a good cook, you take cooking lessons. If you're not a good housekeeper, you keep a better house. If you are old, fat, ugly, stupid, you try to be younger. You try to get wrinkles taken off your face that weren't even there." In another segment that would make the evening TV news, her face reddened and crumbled. She shrieked in frustration. "You even get your tooth fixed," she cried, halfway opening her mouth, pointing a finger towards some lower tooth. "I have this one tooth with a little tiny millimeter something crooked, and I tried to be perfect. Absolutely flawlessly perfect for Dan Broderick. I was very proud of him. I wanted him to be proud of me." Betty went through the rest of their lives with the hiring of Linda and the affair. On page 547, Stumble reported, Betty said, "Betty suddenly conceded that she wouldn't have been so upset about Dan's affair except that it was becoming a little too public for me, a little too embarrassing to me, that he was being seen everywhere with her. So much for heartbreak." During questioning, Stumble said the jury got a first-hand glimpse of Betty Broderick's temper, aimed at her own attorney. It was an innocuous question, and Betty went on a tirade about asking her out of sequence of events. Early just waited quietly, then asked her the same question again, and she answered promptly. When Betty talked about the wrinkle cream and weight loss ads along with a photo of Dan and Linda with the caption, "Eat your heart out, B word," the hate in her voice rose and she came close to blowing it. Even the way she looked was concerning to Early and Passos. Her yellow hair was in Shirley Temple curls, and her pink lipstick and blue eyeshadow, along with some not so suitable for court dresses. Stumbo said she looked like Rainbow Sherbet. Early asked Betty if Dan had a temper, and she said yes. Did he ever hit her? She wouldn't answer at first. Early asked again, and had he ever hit you while you were married? Yes, Betty said, period. Her lawyer was annoyed. She finally said she was bruised and marked up a little. She said she had a black eye once. She said he was always stressed and was breaking things. She said on the stand, Dan told her, "Be lucky it wasn't you. Next time it might be you," which is similar to what she said in her book. Early wanted to cover sensual, battery, but Betty cut her lawyer off short and wouldn't discuss it. Linda had notarized Dan's letters and policies he sent to Betty. She also wrote on one of Betty's bills, "This is for the fat one." Betty wanted to blame Linda for ruining her reputation, but it was, as Wells pointed out, Betty's actions and her mouth that led her to her social ostracizing. On page 675, Thanksgiving, 1987, Stumble wrote, "Rhett was sobbing from the beginning. At issue was where he and Danny would spend Thanksgiving. Dan said they couldn't go to Betty's, and Betty was demanding to know why not. Here is their exchange in part. Rhett, I don't know. He just said no, crying. Betty, what are you going to do over there? Rhett, I don't know. Crying. Betty, what's the matter? Rhett, my stomach. Crying. Betty, well, I'm going to make a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with all my wonderful food, and the Forbeses are coming, and the Michelsons are coming, and the Sauruses are coming. Cheerful. We're all going to have a wonderful time, and you guys need to be here. You don't belong in the slums with the C word and your father and his drunken, divorced, a-hole friends like last year. Remember last year the C word said your father's an a-hole? Rhett, yeah, sniffing. Betty, she was right, laughing. But he's a rich a-hole, and she's too smart to walk out on him. Then from Betty, Betty, poor little Muffy, Rhett's dog. I put her out back to get some exercise and sunshine, and she's crying. She wants her babies back. Was she giving the puppies away? Cried Rhett, sounding heartbroken. Betty, we're giving 3 away. I can't keep them. There's nobody here to play with them. Rhett, no! Crying, can't we keep them? No, said Betty. Then she told him whom she was giving the puppies to. Rhett, but I want a baby. Betty, you had a baby, Muffy, but you missed her growing up, because Daddy's such an F-worder, right? Rhett, right. Betty, so why give you another baby, and you'll miss it growing up again? The boy was silent, except for his sniffling. Rhett, I hate to tell you this, his mother continued, in a tone of weary patience, but you've got to stick up for yourself. You've got to speak up to Daddy, and the C word. He's unaliving you all. He's ruining your lives and unaliving you, and you've got to speak up and fight back. Rhett, I'm not dead, crying. Betty, well, maybe you're not dead physically, but you're dead. You don't have anyone who loves you or cares about you over there, and he mistreats you, treats you like a little piece of S-word, and he's a cold-hearted, B-word, F-wording, and office C-word. What kind of a parent is that? Rhett, a cold one? Betty, a bad one, a very, very bad one, and you shouldn't put up with it any more. You should tell him to F-word off. You and Lee and Danny should say F-word off, a-hole, and come over here. Tell him to drop dead and go away. And then you be happy over here, right? Rhett, right. You gotta stick up to him. He's a maniac. He is a raving, mental maniac. Rhett, muffled response. Betty, just get away. Just get over here. I'll get the police to beat the S-word out of him. She went on to tell Rhett that maybe she would even come over and bring the TV cameras, too. It would be a rescue operation, she quipped, like getting the hostages out of Lebanon, the Iranian hostages, a sneak attack. You little prisoners of war, poor babies. Then all lightness gone, annoyance in its place, she demanded, Rhett, when are you going to come over here? When are you going to get over here? Rhett, I don't know, sounding sad. Betty, when he tells you you can't come over here for Thanksgiving, don't you say anything back, or do you just say, oh? Rhett, no answer. Betty, well, go fight. Beat up Daddy. Bye. Rhett, oh, wait, Mom. The buzzing dial tone rang across the courtroom, intermingled with the little boy's shrill, pleading cries. Mom? Mom. But Mom had hung up. With that, Wells briskly wished the jurors a happy holiday. Early looked like he might vomit. When it was time to question Betty, the most crying and docile and emotional woman Betty portrayed with Early disappeared, and another Betty appeared. Wells had the habit in the beginning of standing to the back of Betty and was told by the judge, after Early objected, to stand where she faced the defendant. As Wells depicted Betty as a vengeful woman who was often attacking her ex-husband, Betty was at worst condescending, but often acted confused and eager to make people understand her side of the story. Stumble believed it was a mistake for Wells to bring up Dan's filing system because when it happened in the chronology of the divorce war and claimed on page 558, the fines were never for vandalism, but only for her language. The fines did not happen until after Dan sold the Coral Reef home and Stumble was wrong. It wasn't only just for the vulgar language. The heavier fines were for stepping on his property, entering his home, and taking the children away from his home and school. Dan's support to Betty at the beginning of the separation was voluntary because Betty would not take him to court for support. She thought he was going to return to her, so why bother? So the fining system Dan had wasn't illegal at that point. He didn't legally have to pay Betty's bills, but he was. Dan continued to pay enormous bills for Betty during that time, as well as proved with a stack of checks from expensive stores like Saks. Betty signed the checks from Dan with notes like, "Thanks, sweetie," and "Thanks, hun," at the bottom. When Wells confronted Betty with her lies, she simply claimed she didn't know. This is a woman who could sit today with somebody for hours or write a 100-page letter expressing every single time she was wronged by Dan Broderick through their dating and right through past their divorce, but often on the stand she claimed to be confused or couldn't remember. When Wells asked Betty about the Christmas letter Betty sent the Broderick family after Dan left her, with one side a picture of Dan and Linda and the other side a picture of Dan and Betty, it was then Betty exploded into a rant. On page 567, Stumble recorded, "I honestly don't remember these things," she wailed. "I was operating under the most outrageous stress levels that any human being could ever be under. I don't remember being in court. I was a crazy person. He was telling people I was crazy. And I went crazy. I was like this," she shrilled, suddenly going into a startling, absurd mime on the stand, rolling her eyes upward, shaking her head, flapping her hands, and sticking out her tongue. "You see pictures of me like this, you know, like I'm some kind of electrified crazy person. But the fact is," she said calmly, "I honestly, sincerely don't remember these things. It was not for my sporadic scribblings and stuff in the diary that would all be a blank to me. This is the only way I can piece things together." Then in another of those ingratiating little remarks that always left Wells white-lipped and with insult. "But keep trying," Betty urged helpfully, "and when you hit on something that I can remember, then I'll remember more." Wells made Betty admit she said the marriage was a disaster from day one, but Betty said it was because she was pregnant in the beginning, and she said that meant disaster to her. Wells recalled the problem in the marriage and asked Betty if she took any responsibility for them. Betty said she did, 50%, exactly half. Betty was very vague about the black eye incident. After the divorce in 1987, Betty was crumbling under the pressure and said she didn't know. Wells pushed her and asked, "Isn't it true Dan never touched her?" "We have 5 children. He obviously touched me," Betty said. When Wells questioned the validity of Betty's wrist-cutting story, Betty got up and pointed out the scars to the jury after a skeptical Wells inspected them. What also came out in court was Linda and Betty came face to face with each other. Wells questioned Betty about it on page 572 in Stumble's book. "Didn't you have a confrontation with Linda once when you were in the Cypress house? You went in the house and you were not supposed to be there, and you were yelling at her and scared her," asked Wells. I let her in the house in 1986, Betty agreed, like Betty was owner of Dan's house, but she denied any confrontation. Betty said she let Linda in the house as if it were her house, and she was giving Linda permission to be there. That's a very disturbing statement. Betty considered Dan's house hers, even though they were no longer together. I said, "I just wanted to see who you were." But I don't know that scared her. Of course it scared Linda. Wells pressed, hadn't Betty used vulgar language and obscene words at that time? As always, Betty pleaded memory lapse. It was a very long time ago. Asked about the encounter later, Betty only laughed it off over the jail phone. It was a 2-minute exchange. The little C word was so inconsequential, I just forgot about it. Betty admitted she had a weapon on her when she knew Dan was picking up the children, but she said she only had it for protection. Wells believed Betty was hoping for a confrontation in order to use it. Wells asked Betty if she was angry when she heard Dan planned to start a family with Linda. Betty only said she didn't understand if they were going to have their own children, why did they have to take hers? Betty also believed the divorce proceedings were delayed by his contempt charges Dan filed so he could accumulate more Epstein credits. But they didn't affect each other. Dan's estate at the time of his death was about $2 million, as Stumble stated on page 577. Betty only received a cash settlement of $28,000 in the asset separation, but in reality, her own estate was worth around $1 million, even more if she didn't have the credit card debt she spent. Betty may have received a bit more in cash up front if Dan hadn't been unalived and they went to court again, but it wouldn't have been the $1 million in cash she wanted. He did offer her higher amounts earlier and probably would have settled with her a nice 6-digit number just to end it all. But Betty would not have stopped. She would have never been satisfied because it wasn't about money for her. It was about losing him. Wells also confronted Betty with evidence that Dr. Roth and other psychiatrists were blocking Betty's access to her sons because of the way she was A-wording them. Betty said they all worked for Dan, and therefore it was his fault. Danny said later in an interview that his mother told him Dan was preventing him from seeing her, but he learned later it was a psychiatrist. Wells also placed doubt in Betty's story that Dan and Linda were spreading rumors that Betty was crazy. Didn't Betty think her actions were affecting her public image? It was all Dan's fault, Betty repeated. On page 578, Stumble recorded, Hadn't Betty finally lost most of her friends because of her obsession with Dan? Betty's face crumbled. Yes, she said, mumbling, all anger gone. She had lost most of her friends and quit most of her activities because she knew that she was no longer good social company. Wells decided not to have the boys testify because it would have been far too traumatic for them, but she did interview them. Stumble recorded on page 578. Didn't you tell Danny that you were going to unalive his father, and he should be happy about it because he would have all sorts of money after you unalived his father? No, said Betty. Wells smirked. She had talked to Danny, she again announced pointedly. Wells then accused Betty of telling her sons that if she unalived Dan, everyone would be rich on their share of the $1 million insurance policy. You don't recall Danny responding to you that the money would go to Linda, and you said, well, I'll unalive her too. Absolutely not. Betty's voice was calm, confident, traced with contempt. Did you ever make statements to Kim or Lee during the fall of 1989 that we should just unalive him now, we will get all the money, we would be rich? Betty claimed she didn't say it because that wouldn't be rich. Wells offered to play the recorded tapes of the boys for her to hear. Stumble believed all the recorded messages only dulled the jury with Betty's foul mouth and threats. Wells suggested Betty waited until the insurance policy was in effect before she unalived them. Betty cut Wells off and said the $1 million divided 4 ways was, in her words, peanuts. When Betty cried, Wells found it to be a manipulative ploy to garner attention from people. Wells skipped over most of the evidence of the unalivings and finished her questioning of Betty. Some found that to be an error in judgment. Early was grateful he didn't have to talk to Betty anymore. Early brought to the stand a collage of different people, from teachers, maids, a police consultant who said panic shootings are common. The gynecologist Betty doesn't even reference in her book when she offered to have another baby, a neighbor who heard Betty rapid fire 5 times, judges, La Jolla women, and mental health experts who testified Betty was unwell. The teachers and her friends lavished praise on Betty for being a perfect mom. The expert on infidelity, Dr. Lesterman, also added that Betty's acts of violence were not unusual, as was her state of denial right up to Dan and Linda's wedding day. Wells pointed out Betty's narcissism and her feelings of jealousy, which were only disregarded by the doctor. That wasn't his area of expertise. Early wanted to question the judges about the missing Broderick divorce file, and Wells wanted to introduce it as evidence. Why not look at what was in there rather than just talk about it? Early quickly backed off, saying jurors wouldn't understand it. He knew what was in that file would hurt Betty. Dan documented years of Betty's A word, and he didn't want them to see it. Betty acted like she wanted the file opened. No, she didn't. Betty had one very supportive person throughout most of her time in California. Stumble said on pages 590 to 591, nor was Maria Montez a fair weather friend. Even after the unalivings, she sometimes made the hour-long bus trip from her two-room home in one of San Diego's poorest Hispanic barrios to visit her former mistress in jail. "We understand each other," said Betty. "Don't ask me how. I don't do Spanish. But Maria and I know what we're saying to each other, even if nobody else can figure it out. We've been talking in half Spanish, half English, and sign language for 15 years. What's so sad is Betty thought she was too good to go to church with people like Maria. She didn't have much to say except that children seemed to love their mother more, and Betty was a better parent. She was at least a break from the clan of San Diego socialites who said about the same thing." Ann Dick was asked if Betty was preoccupied with money. On page 594, Stumble recorded, "No more than I was," retorted Dick, "having put a husband through law school, too. There's a certain amount of gain we are all interested in. A return on investment. That's how these La Jolla first wives see their marriage as. They don't believe they can achieve it themselves, so they latch on to a man who can achieve greatness, claim they help the man get there, and then claim the prize. And you hear these stories about some waitress who worked 3 jobs to pay the bills while the husband went to college to become a lawyer. Why not have the waitress work to put herself through college and be a lawyer herself? Because she can't be a lawyer? Then she should be the best at whatever she can be. Don't make a man." And to be clear, Betty was not one of those women. She did not make Dan, although her demented mind told her that she did. 2 of the women said Betty had a black eye at different times, but they didn't give any more information about it. Although they would claim differently, it seemed these women wanted to share the spotlight with Betty. They wanted to be seen in the media and was very eager to talk to journalists. Stumble said on page 596, no real motivation was established beyond the fact that Dan Broderick, like millions of other men abroad on this earth, had cheated, lied, and finally left his wife for a younger, prettier woman. Frank Biscaglia went to court, but Betty's mother couldn't face the trial. He said his other children told him not to attend, but he wanted to see Betty Ann. On page 602, Stumble reported, he said, "Betty Ann is a good girl. I'd like to give her a spanking when this is over." Stumble said when Betty turned around and saw her father, she was shocked and thrilled he was there. But just as quickly she flushed and turned around to her legal pads in front of her. Her parents would briefly visit her in the county jail, and when she tried to explain to them what she had done, but her mother in particular, did not seem to understand. Daniel Sonkin, Ph.D., was a marriage and family counselor from Sausalito, California, and Early's choice for the so-called domestic A-word specialist. Early said he hired him, and what Stumble said in quotations was high recommendations from experts across the country. He spoke directly to the jury. On page 603, Stumble reported, "Yeah," he quipped at one point to some remark Wells had made about Betty's unaliving Linda. She didn't like her. Grinning, he looked to the jury for approval, which was not forthcoming. They glared at him stonily. On page 605, Stumble said, "True, Betty denied any physical battery, but Sonkin could see through her evasions," he said. Based on what he had read and heard, and he obviously accepted gospel truth, every single thing Betty said about Dan, it was obvious to him that Dan Broderick was a classic male batterer. Betty's own consistent denials that she had been physically or sensually A-worded only further persuaded Sonkin that his diagnosis was correct. One of the chief characteristics of battered women, he said, really intelligent, well-educated women like Betty, is that they are ashamed, so they deny it. Sonkin believed everything Betty said about Dan, even though he acknowledged there were many inconsistencies in her story. He also said Betty had a normal family with no problems. Wells said Sonkin's credentials were on the mail order level. He said psychological testing was subjective, and a lot of people read them like horoscopes. Wells was seeking first degree with life in prison for each of Dan and Linda's lives. On page 616, Stumble said Whelan overruled her. He would offer jurors all 5 traditional choices, at least in the death of Dan. First degree, meaning the unalivings were premeditated and malice aforethought. Second degree, meaning the unalivings were committed without premeditation or immediate provocation but with malice. Voluntary, meaning the unalivings were committed in the heat of passion with provocation but without malice aforethought. Involuntary, meaning that the unalivings were basically accidental, the result of negligence, as in, for example, a traffic accident. And finally, acquittal, not guilty in all charges. But Whelan had to think it over the night before he decided to include a voluntary charge instruction for Linda, too. Initially, he was reluctant, he told Flabbergasted Early, because even now, at the trial's conclusion, I still don't see where the provocation for unaliving Linda was. Lucky for Betty that Tom Whelan was on the bench and not in the jury box. On page 618, Stumble recorded Wells' closing statements. Betty Broderick, Wells told the jurors, had ambushed 2 helpless people sleeping in their bed. It was a double execution. There was nothing rash or impulsive about her act. She had been threatening to unalive them for literally years. This was not involuntary unaliving case. The law does not allow a person to charge into other people's homes with a loaded weapon to confront them, catch them totally off guard, unprotected, helpless, and unalive them both, and then say, "But gosh, I didn't really mean it. I shouldn't be responsible." She was responsible for the unalivings, period. On page 619, Stumble said this was cold-blooded, premeditated unalivings in the first degree, pure and simple, she said. As for Early, Stumble on page 619 wrote, Betty was pushed over the edge, Early argued, by Dan Broderick's crazy-making tactics. She was a woman who had trusted her husband, only to be told that she was crazy when he began his affair with Linda, and to be increasingly A-worded after the separation, said Early sadly. He knew how to push her buttons. Dan's only miscalculation, he added, had been in expecting that she would eventually unalive herself instead of him. On page 620, she said, but he didn't tell them what conclusion they should reach, what verdict he thought was appropriate. He did not ask them to set his client free, nor did he make a plea for voluntary. He merely trusted them to make the right decision. And sat down. On page 621, Stumble continued later. Jack Early was blunt in his explanation. He couldn't ask for voluntary, he said, even if he wanted to, without outraging Betty, who expected him to argue that she should be set free, that jurors should ignore Whelan's legal instructions. But how could he make that ridiculous request, even for show? Betty had, after all, unalived 2 people to death, and Jack Early had a reputation to defend. And it's hard to humiliate yourself in front of your peers. The jury went out on Thursday, November 15th, and still had not returned by the weekend. On page 622, Stumble said Betty's spirits were eerily high that weekend. Diane Black had gone to Colinas to visit on Saturday wearing a t-shirt that read "Free the La Jolla Narcissist." "I loved it," said Betty, giggling excitedly over the phone. She was talking almost too fast to understand. "I thought it was so funny." Stumble also quoted Betty. "I hope that jury doesn't come back at all Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and then we've got a hung jury," she said. "Or if they come back, of course, I hope they come back with the only logical thing to do. Send me home. I've had enough of this BS." The jury returned Tuesday and announced they were unable to reach a unanimous decision. Walter Polk had convinced Terilyn Berg, a 44-year-old housewife, to take his side, and it was 10 for first or second degree and 2 for voluntary. Polk wasted no time in finding reporters and announcing what took her so long. Whelan declared a mistrial. Jack Early said he would represent Betty in the second trial. He said he would argue for bail in a possible plea deal. Betty was indigent after the trial, and Early accepted the county's rates for her defense. On page 625, Stumble wrote, "But the most poignantly bitter comment of all came from Union cartoonist Steve Kelly, Linda's one-time boyfriend. In his published drawing the next day, he showed 2 tombstones run down by a suburban van with a license plate reading, 'Not load 'em up, but jury.' Bail was denied for Betty, and she spent the year in Las Colinas. She spent her time working her press connections and was pleased when a flattering article was published in Ladies' Home Journal called 'Hell Hath No Fury.' It was printed abroad, and Betty received mail from all over the world. Early offered Wells a plea deal of a 20-year sentence ranging from manslaughter to kidnapping to burglary and assault. Betty did not agree to the deal, and it was only Early seeking media attention. Betty wanted community service for her actions. Wells received unsolicited advice from the Broderick family and friends about how to redirect in the second trial. They thought Dan and Linda needed to be humanized, and Betty's unreasonable, violent reactions were escalating. And don't skip the unalivings this time. On page 634, Stumble said Rhett was 12 and Danny was 15 when Betty was allowed to visit with them under supervision. Jury selection would begin, and Early was concerned how confident Betty was acting, more the victim than ever. She had no remorse and had no desire to even fake it. Then Betty made headlines for acting up in prison. There were instances before when Betty refused to comply with rules and was transferred to an isolation unit for days at a time. She refused to leave her cell on that day. A video recording was leaked of Betty wearing green panties and a sweatshirt, clinging to her top bunk and kicking at deputies when they forced her to go. Some of the deputies were injured, and once Betty was in the isolation cell, she defecated and smeared it on the walls and door. Early said it was a setup and requested a delayed trial and transferred out of Las Colinas. Betty did an interview for 2020 with Barbara Walters. People at Magazine was lined up next. A new network at the time would be recording her trial called Court Television, and Betty wrote angry letters to the editor over the negative commentary. On page 643, Stumble wrote, Whelan also once again denied Early's request that he should be allowed to argue that Betty was a battered woman who had unalived in self-defense. "I'm asking the court to find new definitions for self-defense," Early said. "No," said Whelan. It was up to the legislature to change the laws, not him, and no existing law permitted a self-defense argument when the victims had been unalived in their bed. A few of Betty's La Jolla defenders backed out in the second trial after hearing Betty's taped conversations with her children. The majority of them really didn't care. Other odd people also came forward after hearing about the first trial. Betty received more and more fan mail, and Early found her increasingly hard to work with. On page 644, Stumble wrote, "She was a star. She was going to walk. Her public said so." In the closing paragraph of People magazine interview, Betty said, I have regrets, not remorse. I regret my husband had no character, that my children lost their mother, home, and stability. I didn't do the legal bullying. I wasn't the one who had the affair. I won't accept the blame for what happened. Wells later read the passage to the jury. The jury for round two consisted of 7 men and 5 women, aged 20 to 59. The two most important jurors were the foreman, George McAllister, a 41-year-old library administrator with a master's degree and a Seventh day Adventist. He was married with 2 children. The other was Vivian Lou Smith, a 59-year-old widowed Protestant Republican. She was a high school graduate and worked as a switchboard operator. Some of the witnesses the first time came to the second trial more prepared and camera ready. Early was in full theatrical mode and set up a bed with 2 dummies as Dan and Linda, with the sheets they were unalived in stained in their muddy brown blood. Early wanted to prove Dan and Linda were awake that morning and confronted Betty with her weapon. Betty saw the bed and burst into sobs when she was taken to a holding tank. Her sister Marita explained to Stumbo what triggered her on page 649. It was the lovely, delicate blue and white needlepoint coverlet at the foot of the bed that had so pierced her. It was a coverlet Betty had bought in Pennsylvania, in Amish country, during the earliest days of their marriage, said Maggie. Dan was still in school, and they really couldn't afford it, but Betty thought it was so beautiful that she had bought it for their bed anyway. Also on page 128, Schwartz Noble said even before they had a dime in the bank, Kim had a little gold bangled bracelet that was engraved with her name from Saks. All this was bought during the time Betty claimed poverty and couldn't even afford a crib for Kim. The unalivings of the people they loved took a toll on both Dan and Linda's families. Dan's mother had a stroke and a fall after her son's death that injured parts of her body. Linda's parents were old and frail, and both suffered mental depression they could not find release from. When A.J. Kokina heard what had happened to his daughter and son-in-law, he was so much of a Christian that on page 102 Stumble reported, "That poor woman, Betty, needs help." They could not attend the trials. He said the crime shattered any hopes they had for peace and contentment through their declining years. Betty's parents were present in the second trial. Stumble said it was so easy to see Betty and her mother. Stumble quoted her on pages 652 to 653. If only she had told us what was going on, Marita Bisceglia continued, but she never did. I know she says now that we abandoned her, but we didn't. We just didn't know how bad it was. Betty Ann was always so upbeat when she called. Oh, everything's fine. The weather's so beautiful. She said she should have told Betty Ann to call off the wedding all those years ago. On page 677, Stumble wrote, almost incidentally, she also mentioned that after court that day, the bailiffs had allowed her parents to remain behind for a few minutes to talk to her. It was the first time they had been allowed past steel and glass to touch their daughter since the unalivings. And you know what the first thing my stupid A-worded mother said to me was? She asked, laughing, mimicking her. Oh, Betty Ann, if you only married Eddie Fry. I didn't even remember who Eddie Fry was. I said, Mother, who the hell is Eddie Fry? Oh, he was the nice boy whose father owned the flag factory. As far as Betty's mother was concerned, the only salvation Betty ever had was to be with a man. Hopefully women today have learned that a man is not a plan. Frank Bisceglia was angry by the second trial and turned on everybody who testified against Betty, including Kim. On page 652, Stumble said, since they've been here, she said one day, eyes welling with tears, they've taken my sister to dinner, but they haven't even called me. The only conversation I've had with them here in court, they told me I hadn't done anything with my life. Grandpa told me that by the time my mom was my age, she had graduated from college, gotten married, and had me. She laughed bitterly. I wanted to say, yeah, Grandpa, and look where it got her. Frank also took the stand for Betty, but didn't have much to say. Betty claimed in the second trial a different recollection of the unalivings. Stumble said on page 654, in contrast to her stark, one-line testimony a year earlier, they moved, I moved, and it was over. She now said that she had barely stepped into the bedroom when Linda had yelled for Dan to call the police. She also remembered Dan lunging for the phone, and I screamed no, and she had fired the weapon. Or maybe she didn't scream. She didn't really know. She also claimed she wasn't able to tell anyone how sorry she was. That's the most Early could convince her to say. On page 655, Stumble said Wells wasted no time in her counterattack. If Betty was sorry now, then why hadn't she said so in any of the hundreds of letters, telephone calls, and interviews she had conducted over the past 2 years? Betty had no good answer, beyond a vague explanation that her mail and calls were monitored by the jail. As Wells and Early fought bitterly in the courtroom, Betty became serene. She liked having people fight over her. On page 656, Stumble wrote, Wells continued to interrogate Betty about her failed marriage, the separation, and her behavior afterward. But this year, Wells displayed a tactical genius to brag about. Methodically, she walked Betty through a dozen or more items of testimony provided by assorted witnesses. Betty claimed none of it was true. On page 657, Stumble wrote, even hard evidence was an error. She repeated that her obscene phone messages were aimed strictly at Linda Coquino's voice, despite so many tapes to the contrary. Betty said it was all a conspiracy against her, or she couldn't remember, or she was confused, or they're mistaken, or that didn't happen. On page 658, Stumble said, virtually everyone involved in her story had the facts wrong. Everyone but her, and only she, in this silent courtroom, could not see how far afield her make-believe world had run, how paranoid she had become. She could no longer separate Dan and her legal wars from the innocent elements of life. But then that had been the case for years. Betty denied hitting Dan on the hand, but she told her psychologist she had. Linda said call the police, but Betty didn't remember it until the second trial. In her phone interview later, she thought she did fine on the stand, but a part of her knew better. Betty said she couldn't look at the crime scene photos Wells had. She couldn't face what she had done. Because I don't want to see anybody unalive, especially my husband. My husband. What's the point of having nightmares for 2 years? And obviously, I'm afraid that if I look, I'll see something I will never be able to forget. Jack wanted me on redirect to say I've seen the pictures so many times that they had no impact. Well, no, I'm never going to say I've seen bloody dead pictures of my husband, and that they don't matter to me. I'm just not my husband. She was facing her life in prison, and she said she preferred that to being on the outside where she wouldn't be Mrs. Somebody. It's the only life she could conceive of. At one point, Wells became frustrated with Betty's changing story and said she wished Dan were here to tell his side of the story. Betty had a condescending look on her face as she smirked and said, so do I. Wells was flabbergasted by Betty's response, and her attorney pounced out of his chair to cover up for his client. It was Early's turn to question his client, and he asked her out of the blue if Dan ever asked anyone about having her unalived. Betty burst into tears and said obviously not. The judge was already standing up for a bench conference. Apparently 6 million viewers on court TV were watching. Jack Early lost the argument. On page 663, Stumble reported Whelan's remark. This morning, Mr. Early asked if Dan Broderick had ever hired someone to unalive Mrs. Broderick. There is no evidence before you that such a statement is true, and the defendant herself is not aware of such an assertion. It is mere allegation, not relevant to the proceedings, so disregard that question. The question and the answer shall be stricken. Daniel Sonkin was limited in his testimony to what allegations of A word were actually proven to have occurred in the Broderick marriage, and not just what Betty told him. That was really emotional and psychological A word, and if be told, the emotional and psychological A word was mutual between Betty and Dan. Betty gave as good as she got, maybe even more. Early name drops Paul Taylor in the court before being reprimanded by the judge. Reporters stampeded to locate the cab driver who claimed to have had a conversation with Dan about having Betty unalived. He really could remember the date, sometime in the mid-80s, and he bragged about it to another woman who was watching the Broderick trial on TV and a regular passenger of his. Taylor went through a divorce, and he said he got custody by getting rid of his wife on recreational substances charges. Dan supposedly said he needed to get rid of his wife for good, and Taylor said it could be arranged. Taylor said it would cost $500,000, and Dan said he would think about it. Taylor never heard from Dan again. Anyone who's read the story about Betty and Dan Broderick know Dan would be far too cheap to spend that much money. He paid that much for his house. Thanks to the TV coverage, two more came out of the woodwork. 32-year-old Charles B. Smith and 29-year-old Teresa Naquish Bendy were dating in the early 80s and believed they remembered Betty and Dan from Harrah's Casino. Smith was by then a deputy DA, and he said at the time he was sitting alone at the bar when he struck up a conversation with a San Diego attorney. He didn't get the attorney's name, but when Smith told him about the engagement, he warned him against marriage and described his own horrible marriage. He told Smith he would either drive his wife crazy or hire a hitman to do it. He told his girlfriend about it. Naquish Bendy remembered details Smith did not. She was a housewife, mother of 3, and had been watching the trial on TV. She said Smith told her the man said he intended to drive his wife crazy by taking her money and her children through legal actions. And if that didn't work, he would have her unalived and made it look like an accident. She said she wanted to tell authorities, but Smith told her the lawyer didn't do anything illegal, and he didn't know the man's name. Naquish Bendy also said she saw the couple going into a show and tried to approach the wife, but when the man saw Smith, he turned around and pulled his wife with him. She said Betty looked a lot different then compared to the woman in the courtroom, who was much larger and not put together like the wife she saw, but she was certain they were the same woman. Court TV also reported frequently on Betty's changing appearance and often displayed photos of her in her younger days. Apparently, Naquish Bendy told Smith, "You will regret this. This is going to come back and haunt you." Yet another one popped up. Stephen Griffin was a local hotel manager, and he wrote Betty in the middle of her second trial and said he was a friend of Linda since 1982. He said he had rented the same hotel room to Dan and Linda from early 1983, and he heard Linda talk about sending Betty anonymous things through the mail since 1987. He said Linda once asked him to mail a white envelope addressed to Betty from El Cajon, a town near San Diego. He said he refused. He said he had a final lunch with Linda in May 1989, and she told him they intended to wear Betty down with legal tactics. Griffin had apparently gone through a bad divorce, and maybe his conscience was bothering him, or he was bitter over his own divorce. None of these people were called to testify because their stories sounded off. Way off. Also, Betty had no idea about any of it and couldn't use it as a reason to unalive Dan and Linda. It was not a self-defense case. Stumble made it sound like Wells had agreed Dan had a conversation with Taylor about knocking his wife off, but on page 670, that's not what Wells said. She doubted the stories completely, but even in conjecture, if it did happen, Taylor himself said Dan said he would never do anything like that because it was illegal. As far as Smith's story, he had no positive identification of the man, and his testimony, not to mention then his girlfriend's, would be hearsay. And anything about Griffin and Linda was nothing but a character assassination against Linda, who was no longer there to defend herself. Early also wanted to introduce Linda's Delta files that happened well before she moved to San Diego. Certainly Betty could not say she unalived Linda for the reasons Griffin said, and his dates don't sound correct. People go through mental health problems with divorce, and there may have been something in Betty's story he identified with. So he became over-involved with her life and needed to insert his way into her trial and her story. He was not the only one. Jack Early was making statements to the press, and the judge slapped a gag order on the attorneys and the investigators. He also had to impose a ban on selected sidebar hearings. Certain hearings on witnesses would now be closed to the press, too. Stumble made it sound like the judge was going back on his promise that the Broderick trial would be open, but much had changed in the court when Court TV was allowed to record the trial. People began to play to the camera, and Early in particular took a major cut in pay to defend Betty in the second trial and was thinking about future cases. Even Betty's own psychologist had to agree that Stumble said on page 672, regardless of Dan's role in Betty's emotional demise, Betty had latent personality disorders from the outset. Betty remained stable as long as she was in control of the life that was familiar to her, but when Dan left her and her life changed, she couldn't or wouldn't adapt. She just spiraled out of control. To summarize something Houston said in her podcast, Betty had never really heard the word no before. She did have a lifetime of getting what she wanted, and you don't want to be the first person to tell someone like Betty no. Wells wanted 2 first degrees. She said blaming Dan for his death was similar to blaming a R-word victim for asking for it by the virtue of her dress, her language, her walk. Linda was very much a side note in the Broderick case. Sadly, she would be misspelled and almost forgotten, just the other woman in the gold digger who momentarily became Dan's wife. Stumble said on page 478, but Dan's friends were the worst offenders. In the most stunning display of insensitivity, when the American Ireland Fund staged a tribute to Dan at $250 per plate black tie dinner during the summer of 1990, complete with speeches and slideshow photographs of Dan Broderick and his children, Linda Kokina's name was not once mentioned, her picture never shown. Several of her friends in the audience cried in anger. It also upset Linda's sister. Women in this conservative, male-dominated world were simply expendable. Stumble said on page 18, it was the timeless tale, too, of the happy hour mating game, the story of young dandies and aging heroes drifting through their misty hazes in the evenings at the town's most popular watering holes, singing their college fight songs and speaking of power and money and their own latest clever professional coup. They were players all. While yet another subculture of young ladies, call them Jennifers or bimbos or mere innocents, cruised among them, their perfumes and mousses wafting through the air like chum in shark-infested waters, all hunting for a husband, and too bad if he already happened to be, nominally, some other woman's man. The rationale was always the same. The old love was dead. The player told her so. Love, that is the language young women speak, while they were still young and firm and unscarred, and it isn't even their fault. It was the language of Linda. Betty would not let her lawyer ask for voluntary. Stumble said she believed she would be acquitted. Early said if a man had been stripped of his job, his children, his dreams, and his ambitions, he would have probably reacted faster than Betty and far worse. On the same note, if a man constantly threatened a woman who left him, set her clothes on fire, rammed his vehicle into her home, entered her home repeatedly to damage it with a protective order against him, and bought a weapon with threats of using it against her, would society and courts say that he was just being immature and give him the leeway the law gave to Betty? Hopefully not. Early asked the jury to convict her of anything. He said later he had to go to the jail to talk to Betty, and he was afraid to. She would be mad at him, and she would yell, so he waited until the next day when she had calmed down. The jury went out on Thursday, December 5th. Betty Broderick was sentenced to 2 counts of second degree on the following Tuesday afternoon. Betty patted Early's hand and smiled at the jurors. Kim cried in the back of the courtroom, and Larry Broderick hissed Jesus Christ out loud enough to draw attention. Will said she believed it was premeditated, but the jurors gave her the benefit of the doubt. At least she got a verdict. Early felt he won because at least Betty had the possibility of parole, but she would not be eligible for 19 years. It was in 2010 when she was 63. The Brodericks were outraged over the lack of justice for Dan. The Coquino family were just relieved it was over. The verdict almost didn't matter to them. Linda was gone, and any verdict couldn't bring her back. The Biscaglias were hoping for a voluntary verdict, but Betty's aging parents were shattered by the reality. Their Betty Ann was a convicted murderess. McAllister described later how the jury came to their verdict. On page 685, Stumble recorded, and there was so much aberrant behavior on Betty Broderick's part, not acting as a reasonable person would act. Her perceptions of the world seemed somehow different than what a normal person would perceive. Stumble thought insanity should have been raised because she was a Betty supporter, but Betty was not and is not insane. She knew what she was doing was wrong. She knew she destroyed 2 human lives. She just didn't care. As a matter of fact, she took pleasure in it. Vivian Smith was the one holdout from sentencing Betty to first degree. She said to Stumble on page 686, Dan wanted her put away as crazy so he could run around with that little twig tail, she said, disgusted. He threw her out like a piece of garbage. She didn't deserve that. She put him through school. If he'd had given her the children and the money, it wouldn't have happened. But he was so powerful. Nobody could come up against what he had. Smith also disapproved of Kim's role in the trial. I know Kim loves her mother, but she should have stayed out of it, like the other daughter did. On page 687, Smith continued to stumble. But what shocked her nearly as much as the hitman scheme itself was the fact that Early had prepared Betty to say she knew about it so that the evidence could be admitted. I don't know why Betty didn't just lie about it, she said, laughing nervously at her own lawless thoughts. Smith said she believed every word of Betty's testimony, and I don't feel she's a menace to society. It's ridiculous. She's so sweet. I think she just temporarily lost it. He flipped her out. He unalived her first, her spirit. That's how I feel. I began to see how Dan and Linda had victimized her. It's like teasing an animal until it runs after you. Smith said the Danny tape hurt Betty more than any other piece of evidence in trial. Smith said Betty should have said she was sorry. Smith actually thought Betty should be out in 4 or 5 years. Cases like these bring out the crazies. Vivian is as off as Betty. Again, these women have this screwed up moral system they apply to others, but the same rules don't apply to them. Betty was happy they didn't consider first degree. She said everybody cried for her. Everyone loved her. In the middle of the conversation with Stumble, Betty changed personalities. She told her a story that helped explain a lot about Betty Broderick. "You know I'm not brave," she said quietly, "but I've got this thing. I grew up with it. We all did in my family. You don't shame yourself by crying in public. You could cry for joy, but never for pain. I remember once when I was just a little kid, about 8 years old, this aunt of mine died, Aunt V. I really loved Aunt V. And after the funeral, my mother had this wake at the house. It was supposed to be a celebration. No tears, no big shows of sadness. I remember crawling into this little closet we had under the kitchen stairs and crying by myself because you couldn't cry in front of anybody at my mother's party. It would have been too unpleasant. So I guess I'm still that way, she said with another of her self conscious, dismissive little laughs. It's still me and Aunt V hiding under the stairs. I was so overprotected by my parents. I'm only just now realizing how sheltered I really was. I was such a scaredy cat. I always was. I never really got to spread my wings. So yeah, I'm scared, but who knows? She adds hopefully with determined cheer. Maybe I can do something really cool up in prison. Women have no rights there. What I told myself today was that this was an act of God. If I could go up there to prison and do something worthwhile, it will all be okay. Red and Danny were separated after deciding not to live with Kathy Broderick any longer. They went to San Diego after the trial, but did not go to visit Betty. Betty didn't believe it was their choice, but she would never understand the damage she caused her children. Her mother wrote her a letter that said, "My doctors say I will never get well until I put this out of my mind," Marita Biscaglia wrote. "But I just can't accept what has happened to our wonderful family. None of us will ever get over this until the day we die. Please pray I don't get a stroke. I don't want your father to have to take care of me." Betty was angry her mother didn't think about her. She only worried about herself. Betty said her mother was a control monster. She tried to say just like Dan, but Betty is just like her mother. And Betty doesn't seem to comprehend she has hurt her children far more than her mother had ever hurt her. She complained Oprah was hostile to her in her interview from prison. Stumble wrote it off as Oprah didn't want to condone unaliving people to her audience. Yeah, imagine that. Betty said Oprah sounded like the DA, holding her accountable for her actions. The boys' custody hearing was delayed until Betty was in prison far away from San Diego. On February 2, 1992, Judge Whelan, in sentencing, listened to Wells' plead for two unalivings rather than one. She said, "What message would that send to society that someone could get 2-for-1 deal just by taking out other people?" She said it was time for the press to ignore Betty Broderick. She is not a martyr. She is an unaliver. Stumble said Wells was a hypocrite because she would go on to do interviews and be represented in the Betty Broderick films. But Wells reached her prestige through her work on convicting an unaliver to justice. Betty is notorious for taking two human lives and continues to twist the facts to gain sympathy, even admiration. The Dear John series is a testament to the distorted truth about Betty Broderick and how victim blaming is on the rise in America. Early wanted concurrent sentences for Betty so that she could have the ability to die outside of prison. On page 696, Stumble said he reminded Whelan again that if Betty had unalived a plumber, a banker, or a newspaper writer, her crime would never have attracted such attention. Betty would have never married men like that. Early didn't know his client. Wellman sentenced Betty to 2 life terms for the separate acts of violence with 2 years for the weapon. Betty was sent to Central California Women's Facility, 8 hours away from San Diego. She was assigned work duties like laundry, yard detail, and janitorial duties. Betty said she had her coffee and her chocolate and cleaned house all day like she did before. Actually, she had a housekeeper to do those things. She said it was forced work camp just like in China. She learned the barter system and could exchange anything for a box of cigarettes. She also learned she wasn't the top of the social hierarchy. There was a woman who had $3 million on her commissary credit, and she unalived her husband too. Betty was very ambitious to reach the top of that new hierarchy she found herself in, as she always was. She wrote a letter to Jean Harris, the woman who unalived her Scarsdale diet lover after he jilted her. She wanted to begin the same program the New York prison Harris was incarcerated in that allowed for women prisoners to keep their babies with them for the first couple of years. Harris wrote back and told her California didn't have enough wealthy white Catholics to fund it. Betty also decided to run for president of the Women's Advisory Committee in prison. She said it was like being class president, and she was very popular there. It wasn't president of Las Patronas, but close enough for her. But Betty would have no enlightenment during her prison stay. As Stumble said on page 700, so the same old reel still rolled around through her head, a continuing, relentless slideshow of all the injustices, real and imagined, she had suffered. The ruination continued, ignored, untreated, and unabated. She continued to attack Dan even after putting him in his grave. Stumble said on page 701, eventually nearly everyone involved in the ongoing custody debate over the Broderick boys agreed it wasn't a good idea for them to visit her in prison that summer, and so they didn't. Betty refused to drop her divorce settlement appeal unless the Broderick estate reinstated Lee into Dan's inheritance. Lawyers for the Broderick estate were threatening to sue Betty for wrongful death. Either would cost the children in legal fees, and Betty was broke by then. Stumble reported on page 702 that Kim was receiving $3,000 per month while working as a hostess at Reedy O'Neill's, where Danny, at age 16, also worked as a busboy. And Kathy Broderick received support of $2,000 a month for each Danny and Rhett. Lee received nothing because she wasn't in the will. Danny, Rhett, and Kim also sued Betty for wrongful unaliving, so if Betty collected anything from her divorce appeal, it would be returned to Dan's estate and their inheritance. Danny was shipped to Betty's brother in Nashville, and then moved in with Helen Picard for a while against the wishes of Betty. From pages 702 to 703, Stumble quoted Betty. I am his mother, she fumed, out of all touch with reality now. But he will not obey me. Danny made another move to live with his sister Kim, who was sharing a La Jolla apartment with other young people. Betty didn't think Kim was responsible enough to make Danny go to school and do his homework. This from a woman who encouraged her sons to run away from school and let them stay home so much she was ordered by the court to keep up attendance. Kim said in her book Danny did have a hard time and was turning to drinking as a teenager. At least she was satisfied with Rhett living with her brother in St. Louis. Betty wrote a letter to Meredith Baxter Burney after watching the first TV movie that aired in 1992. We have things in common. We're both 44. Our daughters Eva and Kim are the same age. You've always been one of my absolute favorites. You're beautiful, sweet, and strong. You are shorter and thinner, but give me a chance to heal, and then you will only be shorter. I didn't gain weight until 87, 2 years after Dan left. As for what she had heard of the movie, you totally overlooked what Dan and Linda were doing to me that made me react. If you did not address the truth of what really went on with Dan and Linda, the aggressors, and me and the children, their victims, you missed the whole thing. Unhappy face. Schwartz Noble complained on page 143, in the movie for television they didn't even mention that Dan and Linda were having an affair. They alluded to it when the Dan character looks longingly at the phone he was just talking with Linda on. But our society was different then. There was an interest to protect victims in a way that doesn't exist now. Besides, the movie also doesn't go into how disturbed Betty's behavior was, from trying to burn down the coral reef house to taking an unpaid job with a photographer who was hired for Dan and Linda's wedding. And as far as Dan and Linda making Betty react, it was the exact opposite. It was Dan and Linda protecting themselves from Betty. Stumble complained the Oprah interviews were unflattering to Betty. If by unflattering she meant honest, then yes, she was correct. Her appeal attorney advised her not to do interviews. Betty did what she always did. She ignored her attorneys. Stumble said the attorney might as well have asked Betty Broderick to tear her tongue out. Betty seemed jovial in the interview. Everything was fine. Her children loved her. Dan and Linda were attacking her. I survived, Betty said. A little pilot light in me wouldn't give up. Betty's two children, Kim and Danny, said otherwise. Kim said her mother planned the unalivings. Danny was grateful his mother didn't go off like she normally did. He said his mother threatened to unalive his father and Linda for years. Danny wanted to believe his mother felt remorse for what she did. She doesn't. Danny said he also understood by then it was the courts and psychologists who were preventing him and his brother from living with his mother. Danny and Rhett and Kim looked so much like Dan. Danny in particular looked so much like his father, even the way he tilted his head. Is it any wonder why Betty seemed to cling to Lee, the child who had her features? Just for the record, the Broderick children did not become rich after the unaliving of their father. Their lives were comfortable for a while, and Kim explained it helped her through her marriage, her husband's education, their eventual divorce, and allowed her to stay at home for a time to raise her children. But eventually she sought work as a school teacher as the money ran out. It's the same occupation as her mother and grandmother and great-grandmother. Dan's attorney, Cuffaro, explained the letter concerning custody of Danny and Rhett once again to Oprah. The reason there was no child support resolved was because Betty did not have her lawyer specifically ask for a certain amount in the letter he sent to Dan, and Betty could have the children on a trial basis, and if she wanted the boys permanently, all she had to do was stop leaving obscene messages on the answering machine. She had to stop going on Dan's property and into his home, which, by the way, she was continuing to do through 1989. She had to stop manipulating the boys to convince them to hurt Dan and Linda, and she had to be responsible with the boys and make sure they went to school. She had no intention of doing any of the above. If anyone gets anything about Betty Broderick's case, it's this. Betty did not want responsibility of the boys anymore. She did not want custody of them, no matter how many times she said otherwise. She is lying. She wanted to play with them when it was convenient for her, and she wanted to use them to attack Dan and Linda. Betty told Schwartz Noble on page 157, I give up. I'll sell the house. I'll be a single person. I'll sell the Chevy Suburban. I'll buy a condo and a two-seater Mercedes. The mortgage will be low. I'll have money to travel and dress. Actually, she paid for the condo and gave it to Brad to pay her bills in prison. What changed her direction was Dan and Linda's marriage and their plans to have children together. Betty wrote in her book on page 179, to me it seemed that Linda wanted to be me, and that was impossible to do unless she first erased me. Then she wouldn't be a sequel, she'd be the only one, Dan's only love and wife, his children's mother. With Betty, her accusations are an admission. She couldn't let Linda replace her. She was already officially Mrs. Dan Broderick, with plans to have more children with Dan than Betty did. She wouldn't be the sequel. Linda would be an updated version of her, and Betty couldn't allow that. Attorney Robert Vage told Stumble on page 715, Betty called the office when she read in the paper about Dan and Linda's engagement. She asked him if her husband was in. Her husband, at the end of 1988. She called Dan her husband even after unaliving him. Stumble said on page 677, in the next breath, Betty Ann was a prisoner again, giggling over the phone at one of her cellmates. They just love me here, she exclaimed. The girl on the next phone was just telling her boyfriend that she's in jail with Betty Broderick, and she told him, if you don't say I do, I'll unalive you. Her laughter was wild. The scary part is in the wake of breaking down women's rights, minority rights, workers' rights, and civil rights, we have a society that is trying to normalize women following Betty's footsteps. Connect with your ultra feminine energy and find a successful man to take care of you. Stay at home and breed. Find satisfaction in just being a career wife and mother. As Kim once said, look how it worked out for Betty. The prosecutor said in an interview she believed there was something evil about Betty. By evil, most people would mean there is something in Betty that takes pleasure in the suffering of others, or a willingness to have others suffer if you are getting something for yourself. This evil Betty was created by our society, and sadly more are being created. These women seek out high earners in a predatory manner. They want to marry right out of college so they don't have to enter the adult world. They are materialistic and on the lookout for someone to boost them up in status. There are channels on YouTube that coach women how to attract a high earner, what to wear, where to go to meet them, what to say, and what to do to land them. It's frightening. Stumbo added on page 33, she thought the Brodericks were just two more flawed human beings who failed to follow the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Houston said in a podcast, A Curious Rose, she loved our country, but we get mad at each other and we unalive each other. Then there are people like her who write about it. Betty said Dan and her story played into a lot of people's deepest fears, which resulted in their projecting themselves into their lives. And that's the problem. Not everything other people projected into their lives was true. It may have been true for them, but not for Dan and Betty. And there are Betty supporters who do not care about facts, or how Betty nearly destroyed her children or the two people she unalived. They may not be as disturbed as Betty, but they share the same mental disorders Betty has, and they are Betty-ish. Betty said on page 10, if you don't control them, then they will control you. It is the logic of warfare, and a divorce is the closest most of us will come to war in our civilian lives. Of course, the divorce was like that. It mirrored their marriage. In Betty's book, she chose a selection of photos to represent her life and her marriage to Dan Broderick. In every one of the photos she chose of Dan and Betty together, if one is smiling, then the other is not. In every single one. Apparently, nearly all the photos of them together are like that. Betty's book is worth buying for no other reason than to understand people with this mental disorder and how someone like Betty thinks. Let's just stop unaliving each other. People should marry for love and work as a team, both inside and outside of the home, to support each other and build a life together. And if it doesn't work out, just get away from each other and don't unalive each other, and place the love you should have for your children over your bitter feelings for your ex. Betty said on page 147, maybe this book can serve as a guide as to what you shouldn't do. Absolutely. Do the complete opposite of what Betty did and do not unalive people. How about that for moral of the story? On page 12, Betty said the title of her book, Telling on Myself, came from her attending a battered women's group in Chino, the prison she was eventually transferred to. That's the reason Betty's story continues to change in the passing years. She takes from the stories of women who have actually been through domestic A-word and weaves it into her own story as if she survived it herself. The Netflix series Dirty John is a reimagining of the story Betty Broderick and her supporters have twisted. It's not as factual, and the victim blames the people who are no longer here to defend themselves. Betty said in her book she has found some higher calling in prison that she never knew living in her status bubbles in New York and California on the outside. She was told when she first entered the prison she would have to do some kind of work, and she told them she thought enforced labor happened in China. On page 234, she said, I'm well liked and well treated here by the staff and inmates alike. She's a mom and a teacher to the what she called young girls, and she helped them as much as she could in their education and personal lives. She had some complaints about her medical care and told the doctor it was because of doctors like him that her ex-husband became a wealthy man. Surprising she didn't refer to Dan as her husband. On page 235, she said she had free rent and no taxes, free food, laundry services, wardrobe consultants, along with free wardrobe and medical. Dental and counseling service are all included. Basically, she has it better than many Americans. Betty is taken care of as she always has been, from her father to her ex-husband and now the state of California. There have been a few comments from women who served with her that said Betty was nice, but she received special treatment in prison, which people like her tend to get. At her parole hearing, she looked over at the supporters for Dan Broderick and told them she was sorry they lost their drinking buddy. Betty said in her book at her parole hearing in 2010 she wasn't angry anymore. That's not true. Betty remains angry to this day, locked in a cage she built from her own bitterness and resentment. When prisoners usually come up for parole, even if they don't feel much remorse, they play the game and fake it to get out. Betty won't even do that. In her book, she said on page 229, the thing is, though, I feel like I'll never be free unless I say that I ended the lives of two people who never did me any harm, and I can't say that. And when the parole board asked her who she believed she hurt, after a hesitation, she said her parents, with every one of her children in the same room with her. Schwartz Noble asked on page 221 to 222, how can she love her children if she did that to them? Exactly. It was very upsetting for them, with Rhett and Lee supporting her release and Kim and Danny supporting more time for her in prison. They love their mother, but they will never accept what she did to them, to Linda and their father. Neither will Betty. Stumble said on page 19, the funeral was large, heartbreaking affair attended by at least 1,000 mourners, including many of the city's most prominent lawyers and judges. The huge downtown cathedral echoed with sobs as friends and family passed by the two caskets, his covered with hundreds of red roses, hers laden with white ones. Linda's tombstone inscription was chosen by her sister, and it was a line from a poem by William Blake. She who kisses the joy as it flies lives in eternity's sunrise. Dan's inscription was from a song, "Oh, Danny boy, we love you so." Betty was livid Dan received a Catholic funeral. She repeated in many interviews how the adulterer was not deserving of such a service. She's angry people miss Dan and have honored him in death. Betty said her children were happy she did it. Even Stumbo said on page 19 the four Broderick children were pitiful to behold. The two older daughters cried helplessly. Dan Broderick's two small sons looked bewildered. Then little men who would need years yet to comprehend. Their mother unalive their father. They would have to live with that, with what Betty did to them. Some of Betty's supporters have grown leery of the person who must be hiding beneath the image she hides behind. On pages 608 to 609, Stumble reported Sonkin said, even her constant smiles at friends in the audience had nothing to do with arrogance, he thought. Instead, it was just a trained behavior pattern, hiding the repressed personality beneath. She's so easy to dislike, to be disgusted with, because she's not in touch with her feelings. But he argued with more ineffective, winning passion in private than he had in court. but he was just one more battered woman without self-esteem, starved for unconditional love, which she never received, not from Dan, nor from her parents and friends. That's why she was so great with kids. They didn't ask for more, he said, gazing sadly into his spaghetti. Sunken's remarks had sobered the table. Nobody spoke for a while. Finally, Jack Early, in an uncharacteristic moment of melancholy, said softly, "You know, I don't think Betty can get well. She just needs to get old. Besides," he adds sadly, "what would she do if she did get out? It's too late for Betty. She's too far gone. Betty's not there." This is the end of Essay Video 2. Essay Video 3 is titled Tale of Two Wives, The Two Mrs. Michael Corleones, and it will be uploaded soon. And here are the two brats who made so much noise in the background. Thank you for listening.